of the NFL Draft 2025 version.
For making this such an incredible experience. You were wonderful, so thank you. Before we get started, I want to thank a couple of special guests over to my right here. Next to me, we have local Green Bay business owners who have helped make this draft happen. Thank you. We couldn't have done it without you. We also have behind us all 32 international fans of the year who have traveled from around the globe to be here in Green Bay. Thank you. Also on stage are some amazing young women. They are flag football players from high schools around Wisconsin. Thank you all for being here and playing our game. All right, Green Bay, let's do it. You ready? Round 4 of the 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
Titans are under now 5 minutes again for the rest of the day. The rest of this draft for picks. The Ravens have the most picks on this day, 8. The Vikings and Falcons have the fewest, 2. The Browns and the Raiders coming today tied for the most picks already exacted. That's 5.
Okay, so the Titans are on the clock already. And I think the one, I'll see the best available. Well, topping the best available is Shedeur. They have his friend, Cam Ward, so I would be surprised if they went and picked him. I just would. And so, but the question is, and we're talking about the slide. So you got Jacksonville next. Hopefully Jacksonville takes him. So they keep emphasizing they're getting a backup. My thought is basically this. Everybody knows he is worth a lot of money. He's already worth $6.2 million. Everybody knows that he's first round material. So you take him at this place, you're getting a mega steal because the guy is also going to have, he's going to get sponsorships anyway because he already has that foundation of relationships with corporations that know how to get money out of his image. So that's coming. Any team that gets him is going to be the recipient of that. And so, hey, look, if the team doesn't recognize that, then it's probably a function of why maybe they're not making as much money as they should be making in the NFL. But that's another story. You get a good, nice base from the league, but you got to build off of it and do something about it. And that's what the Dallas Cowboys do better than anybody else, right? So here we are. Now, I know why he's still out there, and because they punish him. He's a black, wealthy NIL guy, and they don't like it. It's okay, like Carson Beck, quarterback previously with the University of Georgia, was an average quarterback at best for the Georgia Bulldogs, not at the level of a Matt Stafford or even not to mention Matt Stafford, but any other quarterback you can think of from Georgia. Carson Beck is actually below that level. And I was thinking of also a couple of other Georgia quarterbacks that came out. But my point is that now Carson Beck is with Miami. Do you know what he got paid just to come to Miami in a name, image, and likeness deal? $4 million. He basically is getting $4 million to sit and wait and play, which he will do this fall. Okay? And if he doesn't play well, they're not going to take that money away from him. He already has it. If he plays well, guess what? He gets even more than that. So, but he's got the trophy girlfriend. They're putting their wealth all over the place already. But nobody's complaining about it because, well, it's okay, he's a white guy. That's really the picture that's painted. They don't say that, but it's by behavior. Here's the Titans, okay? Oh, the wide receiver. And I was thinking that the Titans hadn't taken a wide receiver, and now they have. They took a lot of meat and potatoes players after they got Cam Ward, but now they get Chimere Deek, a possession receiver speed type that reminds me of, in a sense, he reminds me of Hunter Renfrow, but a little faster. And he's going to do really, really well for them. He's only 6 feet tall. He's not huge, okay? He's not huge. So, all right, so let's see what the Twitter folks are saying right now. On this day. Hey, everybody, welcome. And so Mike Silver is right. Some of the same people put this on Twitter, and it's worth repeating. I'll show you what Mike said. Okay, right here. Right there. Boom. See? All right. Zoom. Okay, and zoom. And Mike saying some of the same people who were enthralled by the prospect of drafting Johnny Manziel are utterly repulsed by the notion of drafting Shedeur Sanders. This is dumb and a bad look collectively. Yeah, it's racism. And then again, the draft in and of itself is kind of dumb, and he's right about that too. Now, the reaction is predictable. This is why is it done in Mike Silver is because in any other field, the best and brightest prospects get to choose where they work and in which locale. It is right. He says, if you're going down that road, Scott Pulley. Okay, here's Jacksonville. All right. The pick is in for the Jaguars. Let's see what the Jaguars decide to do. I would be surprised if they went the road of Shedeur because I just would. But I think that they should because they have Travis Hunter, and it would be just such a beautiful thing. And it would force their current guy to play better. All right? It really would. And it would give them great depth at quarterback. No question about it. So they missed the playoffs for the 6th time in 7 years. Now they have Liam Cohen as head coach. Liam should want Shedeur. Liam Cohen should want Shedeur Sanders. You know, James Gladstone is their general manager who made the trade, right? We'll see what happens. And they are in the AFC East. So they really need to beef up because they have the Patriots going to be, my prediction, breathing down their neck this year. Breathing down their neck. Breathing down their neck. So here comes Jaguar selection. Here's Dawn to let us know.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Fasial Tutin, running back.
Nope.
Virginia
Fasial Tutin, who's actually a speedy guy. Fasial Tutin is a fast guy. Very fast guy. Dynamic one-cut go, nifty spin move. Okay. 4.32. Okay, so everybody's being taken below Shedeur. He's still out there. My mom just said something that's absolutely true. They may not take him at all. And we talked about that briefly yesterday, huh? That's awful. And again, for no good reason, folks. No good reason. Just like Mike, like I said, Mike just said it here. He says, to repeat, he says some of the same people who were enthralled by the prospect of drafting Johnny Manziel are utterly repulsed by the notion of drafting Shedeur Sanders. This is dumb and a bad look collectively. Then again, the draft in and of itself is kind of dumb. Okay, so now the Giants are on the clock. Are they gonna bring in a quarterback? Well, they have Jackson Dart. Excuse me, they're not going to. And so he says. So their defensive line that they added to essentially on Thursday. The reason you have it all is to balance competitiveness. Burns was the big acquisition last year. But sticking around. Dexter Jackson, one of the best in the business, right there in the middle. What do the Giants do here? We will send things back to the podium for that. As New England is on the clock. And Jacksonville. New England's pick. Giants pick is in. We begin to start wondering about Shedeur Sanders' day here. On day 3, remarkable that he is still there. Because we're got the 105th pick in. Clearly, the swampy Shedeur. It's not going to be sure. Where is Roger with the kiddos there? Okay. Nope. Okay. Waiting for the pick is in by the Giants. Oh, okay. Pick is in. See here. Uh-oh. Oh, we're going overseas. There we go. And the mic doesn't work. Oh, now it does. Brandon London and Victor Cruz. Yes.
And of course, Mr. Salsa himself, Super Bowl champ,
Victor Cruz.
Yeah, and I'm out here doing hip checks. How's everybody zipping? Okay. Everybody zips work. I like it. Okay. And without further ado, with the 105th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Cam Scattebo, running back, Arizona State.
Wow, Cam Scattebo finally went off the board to the Giants. Wow, Arizona State, good for great player. That guy's a Haas fullback. He's going to be great for the Giants. That's a Giants pick. That is a Giants pick, folks. Here we go. So what's the balance? What's the
Given the choice, he's going to seek to run through you and run you over.
Got
it is violent, physical running style. He's low to the ground, and apparently he's indestructible because you see him take some huge hits.
Justice says the perfect situation for Shedeur. At this point, hope Chiefs draft him as a backup, and he sits behind Mahomes for a year or two. And then John Akala says, I hope Raiders draft Sanders at 108. Yeah, we are down that far, aren't we? Pick 105. We got pick 108 coming, John. Let's see what's happened. Hold on. Okay. Let's see here. Let's keep up with.
Because at the end of his runs, it becomes break the ice.
Keep up with, let's see, hashtag NFL draft here.
Assistant GM of the Giants. He said the beauty about Scattebo is you get a car wreck on every play. And usually he's the one walking away from it. So I'm excited for him. Tyrone Tracy, you got a running mate there. Devin Singletary, you got a running mate there. And a bruising one at that. So does that mean you'll make it in the showcase showdown?
Okay, there we go. So what I did is I put in some of the, like, this is for Scattebo, right? Big Blue. So now we can see some of the more popular tweets as we go. There's that. And so also, I'm also waiting on Anthony. I thought Anthony was coming in. Let me call and see if he actually is.
Choose exactly
see
what
here.
you want. Pay only for what you need. When you're in control of your mobile plan, you can make every dollar count. Right now, get our best price.
I'm gonna leave this up here.
$25 a line, guaranteed for 3 years. Buy this plan only from Verizon Business.
It's let's see here.
Forwarded to an automatic voice.
Okay. Keep trying. All right. So there's that. And let's see what the latest tweets are.
So you can keep an eye on how they're using it.
Oh, okay.
Control for parents, freedom for kids. That's family banking from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Check out the
Anthony's coming in a moment with the 105th pick. That's Sports Radio announcing it. Kai McClellan says Cam Scattebo. Scattebo. What kind of name is Scattebo? We're trying to figure out what kind of name Scattebo is. Scattebo. Anybody know? Anybody know what kind of name Scattebo is? Inquiring minds want to know. What is... Ask Google. Hold on a second. Let's ask. Hold on a second. Hey, Google, what's Scattebo?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
I hate when it does that. What is Scat? Tada.
I don't know, but I found
Control
these results
and
on
data.
search.
Even stumped Google. Control and data acquisition.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Hey, Google, stop. Google got caught in a loop. Sorry, folks.
That's what the root of the name is.
I did. Well, I know who the player is, but I want to know what the name is. The name means something. Like if I say, hey, Google, what's Abraham?
According to Wikipedia,
See?
Abraham is the common Hebrew patriarch of the Abrahamic religions, including Judaism,
See?
Christianity, and Islam.
That's Abraham. So if I ask about Scattebo, I don't get an answer.
Hey, Google, is Scattebo English?
Oh, wait. The Patriots get Craig Woodson from Cal. Woohoo! Hold on a second, folks. Yeah. Craig Woodson. Go Bears. Congratulations, everybody.
Showing pictures that match.
There you go. Craig Woodson. Yay. Go Bears. Woohoo. Great choice. Raybo likes that. I like that. We all like that. That's a steal. Pick is in. Jacksonville. Uh-oh.
Hello, everyone. Jason Bell here at a fantastic Jaguars event in the city of London. And today has been all about Jaguars, Jag Tag, and the Elite Series Clinic. Everybody has been working so hard, but let's get down to business. With the 107th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jack Kaiser, linebacker, Notre Dame. Got themselves a leader out of Jack Kaiser, who, if you need him to, can go back there and play some safety, get you out of the ball game in that regard. He's physical. He'll play downhill, take on with his shoulder. I thought his instincts in coverage are what showed up more than anything else. And guys, he's played over 1,000 snaps in his career. So someone who is special teams is going to be a big part of what he does, which is the portion of the draft we're in right now. So you get somebody who can find a role.
But they're blackballing him for reasons that
I know they went to
are
the same
racist.
school, but there's some
They think he's not going to.
Racist.
But I'm saying, you said for some reason. And I'm saying that because he's a confident, just like we talked about before. You know, what's the old saying now is when people present you as they are, that's who they are. And that's what you're seeing. They don't like his confidence. They don't like that he's brash. They don't essentially like that he's everything that every white quarterback has been. And it's racist. You know, they're punishing him for being uppity. And it's not the first time that's happened. So, in general. So, anyway. Let's see here. Just getting some updating the tweets, folks. The Raiders pick is in, folks. Raiders pick is in. Yeah, they need a backup. In fact, it was thought a long time ago that Raiders were going to pick Shedeur at 6, but they picked Ashton. And Mark Davis knows him.
One of the many spots that we thought on Thursday night.
Yep.
On Friday night.
Yeah.
Where Shedeur Sanders could land.
Right. See? Here we go.
I said, look, I have not heard that they were interested in taking a quarterback in the first round. But if you're asking me
Pete Carroll,
in terms of the fit, I love the fit with Shedeur Sanders getting a chance
he's on the phone with somebody.
That system and
So,
also Chip Kelly.
So,
yeah.
Thought that it could be a quick day for Shedeur, but not quick in the first half hour of the day so far. As we have the Titans put on the clock at the top of this hour. The latest pick.
Who's the pick?
The Raiders, the first team to draft 6 players in this draft, comes from international.
Here we go.
Hi everyone, I'm Jimena Sanchez from Mexico City, and with the pick 108 in the 2025 NFL Draft, Las Vegas Raiders select Donald Thornton, wide receiver from Tennessee.
Donald Thornton. Oh, great choice as wide receiver, Tennessee. A fleet-footed, but not Shedeur. 6'4", 205. This guy can run. Yeah, I agree, Charles. Yeah, this guy can run. He's a 4.3 guy. That's the Raiders. They haven't had a guy that fast in a long time. That's a great pick for the Raiders. Boom. Wow. Boy, oh boy. Now, the Raiders are not, unless the Raiders trade up, there's a lot of trading, folks. The idea is that maybe Philadelphia. Yeah. Yeah. It's what you're after. It's what you do when you get there. Yeah. Max Crosby, we should know he was day 3. That's right. Yeah. He was drafted in the 4th round. That's why he says day 3. Day 3 means that he was drafted on the 3rd day of the draft, which is day 3. Trade. Here we go. Trade. Wait a second. Buffalo's traded the pick. To who? Bills Mafia, right? Now, the Jets are the next. It says trade, though.
The Bills just flipped a 5th-round selection
what?
On today to Chicago.
Okay. Oh.
From 132 to 109. What do you think
okay.
the Bills have in mind here?
The Bills jumped up. So, Joe Burrow can be a confident, but Shedeur can't. Yeah, that's exactly the case, Justice. Right. Amsterdam Apples need a quarterback.
They'll want to take a look. Remember, they drafted Ray Davis out of Kentucky last year. Who's been a nice compliment for them in the backfield. Doesn't mean they can't go back there again.
Here we go, folks.
So the Bears, as you mentioned, went back into the defense and then front into the defense. They've made a couple of trades. They traded up.
Someone wake me up. The Giants have absolutely crushed this draft. They seem to nail the combo of great talent. Oh, Scattebo.
Which again, you
maybe.
Would never have expected, but this whole slide has been mind-blowing.
Yeah, it is a mind-blowing slide.
And now you got to start looking at people who might want a backup quarterback. The Jets are now on the clock as well. The word is that the interviews that Shedeur Sanders had that have been held in very low regard reportedly, there's one with the Jets, or at least one that stands out. And again, the Jets are on the clock right now, while the team that's won that division, the Jets are in the last 5 years, is about to make a pick. With the Grand Poobahs.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 109th pick to the Buffalo Bills.
Yes.
With the 109th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Deion Walker, defensive tackle
of Kentucky. Well, nope.
They go back to the defensive side of the ball and back to Kentucky for the defense.
We have the Jets next.
Then
Then Philadelphia. Then New Orleans. As far as I'm concerned, folks, everybody, okay? Anybody can take him right now. Anybody. Okay? Anybody. It's not a matter of need. This is the 4th round. I think you're right, Ma. But we got 4th round, 5th round, 6th round, and 7th round. What do they do? Make him Mr. Irrelevant? Just, you know? Jeez.
They're shutting him out. I don't know what that's about.
Well, but we just said we know what it's about.
Huh?
We just said we know what it's about.
I know you did. I just said I don't know what it's about.
Yeah.
It's a little deeper than racism. It's a little deeper than racism.
Unfortunately, I don't think it is.
This is Roundup for lawns.
Yeah.
This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn.
Pick
This stuff
whatever
works on
the reason
dandelions,
is.
crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and
I've been around the league long enough to know that you don't see players like Shedeur Sanders walking in all the time. You'll see more of them in the future. He represents the future. And a lot of them not ready for it.
This stuff works.
The future is a star, college player. No. They don't come in wealthy, Mom.
No, sir.
I don't know where you got, you know, we're on camera, okay? We're on camera. I gotta be careful. He didn't come in wealthy. All right, you're thinking about no, you're thinking about the contracts they get when they get there.
No, I was thinking about
No. Name, image, and likeness was just started, 4 years ago now, right? We're in the 4th year of it as a compensation, 5th year. And now there's a whole infrastructure of people who market players, both male and female, for it. And so as a result, Livy Dunn, the lady that's on the television doing all the glory commercials, she was a UCLA cheerleader. She pulled down $3 million her first year of name, image, and likeness, and that was 3 years ago. So this is a whole new world. A whole new world, you know? So
the highlights and more access with a subscription to NFL Plus for the picks.
See, the Jets could benefit from Shedeur because Justin Fields has a 2-year contract, right? So naturally, you want somebody to have for longer than 2 years, and Shedeur would be a perfect fit for the Jets. I don't care what that idiot says about him. Because some people, when that coach made that comment, some people thought that they were smoke screening. Smoke screening means you throw up ideas that about a player that ward that player, where everybody else off that player from being picked, so you can get them
cheaper.
Right. So, yeah.
Just back and forth. Ice works fast. The future of trading is here on Robinhood Legend, the new desktop trading
Anyway,
platform.
let's see. We're still waiting, folks. And let me see if there's any more news. Brett Favre says, heck, I didn't care when I got drafted. I just wanted to give me a team to give me a chance wherever I went. Oh, Brett, come on. You were taking Brett. You know, you were taking the first round, You can say that. All right, now if you were dropping like Shedeur, you wouldn't be happy about it. Come on. Maybe. Hey, I like him too. That doesn't mean I have to agree with everything he says. That was after he got the money. But, I mean,
before he got the money. He was just like that. He didn't seem to care about shit. I thought he was crazy.
Okay, Eagles pick. The Jets pick is in. All right.
I'll just throw the floor to you. What's on your mind right now, Daniel? What are you thinking about?
Well, I'm just looking at what's available, what's out there. We're seeing
Go
trades
Bears.
go off the board right now. So you're seeing height, weight, speed, or somebody has a specific trait. You saw size with Deion Walker. We've seen Thornton, who's got the big speed. So there's no perfect players at this point in time in the draft. So you're going to lean towards who's the better productive football player on the grass, or who's someone who has just some rare trait that we're hoping we can develop.
Okay, so the Jets went tackle in the first round, or offensive line in the first round for a second straight year. Armand Mambo.
Okay.
He went legacy. Jason Taylor did play for the Jets at the end
Here
of his
comes
career.
Dawn.
Went and got his kid Mason Taylor, and now
With the 110th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Arian Smith, wide receiver.
Georgia wide receiver. Yep. Speed. Yep. Yeah, he did.
There's a lot of thought he could challenge the record. You see
Great
his track background on there.
Great pick for the Jets. Georgia. And Lee's wide open. Boom.
Consistency catching the football. He had 10 drops last year. So that's something that has to be worked out, but you could look at maybe returning kicks.
Now, if Carson Beck had thrown that right, that would have been a touchdown. But he laid it out to me. He had to hop and get it. It was too far. So, let's see what we got here.
Because he can turn some of those big plays into things that can help the Jets open up their offense. And it's a screaming need as well. You're also drafted for need. Garrett Wilson.
Here we go with the Eagles selection.
If you get a boomie, at least boom with your chest. Come on.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Let's get down to business, huh? With the 111th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the world champions, the Philadelphia Eagles, select Ty Robinson, defensive tackle, Nebraska. Go Birds!
Nope. Still dropping. Still dropping. Let me see what this. Oh.
But they're going to be tough kids, I'll tell you that. He's about throwing Philadelphia and Australia together.
Speaking of tough, Ty Robinson out of Nebraska, rocking that single digit.
Yeah, a lot of people say that too. But my point is, it's all stupid stuff. No matter where you turn, the reasons are stupid. That's what I'm saying. So put them all together. What do they spell? Racism. No one's gonna say what they really think in this day and age. They come up with dumb reasons instead. You get dumb reason after dumb reason after dumb reason after dumb reason.
I don't think it's racist.
When you watch him play, your first thing
I don't know what else it is.
Sometimes
I don't know what else it is. Maybe he don't like his girlfriend. No, I mean that's the thing. It's dumb reasons. The reasons are dumb. You have to create. Then you get to the point where you're creating things that have nothing to do with reality. You know. Yeah, Ty Robinson has been selected before Shedeur Sanders.
long a night for Shedeur Sanders as Thursday night was. Came at the 40th overall pick when the Saints chose Tyler Shuck as the third quarterback taken in this draft at first on Friday night. And two more went off the board last night. Jaylen Royals.
Let's see here. As you're signing autographs.
That was the second pick for the Saints. Started with Cody Simon, tackle out of Texas on Thursday night. And they went on defense two more times. So
Deion Sanders says there's a lot of teams he wouldn't want Shedeur to play for, and then he details how he'll handle it. Yeah, but then he came off that though. This is an old quote, folks. Remember this? Deion did say this, but then he came off of it. You know, I don't think Shedeur is on any team's draft board. He's been picked by now.
as an edge rusher. You've got Swanson that's not far away from LSU.
Or
There's some guys that can come in and help you right away.
I don't know. I think he's.
I have a lot of words.
But again, it's all dumb reasons. You know, he's not the first person to go to a school where he knew the coach very well. And like I was saying to a friend of mine who's a broadcaster, I'm not going to say his name, but he's a famous broadcaster behind the scenes. I said, look, you know, he had 6 different offensive coordinators. Deion didn't teach him the passing game. Somebody else did. And he still came out. He was one of the 6 most accurate quarterbacks in the college football history. Maybe the Saints? No.
They're going to suffer the whole damn league.
Mm-hmm. 112 for their 20th draft board is still out there.
It hurts a lot. It does hurt. The image hurts. It's a bad image.
It hurts the country.
So that's
it hurts us. That just hurts. It's wrong. The black ball. And not drafted. For no reason.
Yeah, no reason. No reason.
Yeah, we
no reason.
Player. So what? Who's heard of that?
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
I'm Elisa,
hey.
the scientist, global flag football ambassador for the NFL, coming to you live from Paris, France, with the 112th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Danny Stutzman, linebacker.
A linebacker. Jeez.
Interesting their selection. This is my 3rd off-the-ball linebacker in this draft. It was a little bit of a drop after Schlesinger, but he was the next one up. So I like this pick. And you think about Coach Staley, Brandon Staley, being with the Chargers previously with Drew Tranquill. There's the blueprint.
Stutzman. No, let's see what the thinking is.
He shoots gaps.
Move
He's
that
a
one.
highly physical tackler. He's got excellent speed. He can range sideline to sideline. The change of direction, there's a little rigidity there, CD, but this is someone who plays extremely hard and plays fast.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And it's time now for the player comparison presented by Homes.com. We've done your homework. And I've liked this kid. I've known him since he was young. He was coached really well in high school. Danny Stutzman. Leo Chanel is my comparison for him. Just minus 20 pounds. All the things you talked about, DJ. Brad Lord coached him in high school, coached him well. Oklahoma was finishing school for him. You talked about his ability to shoot gaps and go get people. Look at Chanel doing the exact same thing Stutzman just did.
Second, folks.
If you put together all their combine stuff,
thank you.
Almost everything overlays perfectly, except for the 20 pounds bigger that Chanel is. I think Stutzman's going to be a nice player. Remember, Demario Davis is there. P. Warner is there.
Someone says, Shedeur Sanders, you remind me of a Dolphin. Hope so. Miami's down the way. San Francisco's about to announce their pick.
They were tied for the most picks coming into this draft with 11. First 4 all on the defensive side of the ball.
Which I thought you're getting ready to pay Brock Purdy, so you got to have some young, cheap pieces around him on the offensive side of the ball. I thought the offensive line might be an area they would look. But they've decided we've got needs, a lot of departures in free agency. Let's plug some of these holes on defense.
All right, so here's the latest San Francisco 49er selection.
Hola amigos, this is Sergio Treviño from Monterrey at the Rayados Stadium. I'm with Patrick Willis, Hall of Famer, Alfredo Gutierrez, Marcela Restrepo from Rayadas, and the warning to announce the Niners pick.
And with the 113th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select CJ West, defensive tackle, Indiana. Viva Mexico!
Vamos Niners!
5 for 5 on the defensive side of the ball.
Let's see here.
This is a lot of wins for Robert Saleh, Rich. I mean, he has come in.
Here we go again.
Defensive coordinator, and he's got
Drop.
he wants here. This is a
You see again, folks, all these stupid takes? This Colonel Sanders. This time next week, Shedeur Sanders will be working for Colonel Sanders. That's mean. How about basically having enough money to buy Colonel Sanders? Man, they put his picture up. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The takes around here are just racist, you know. And they, you know, so and it is okay.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability. What you might not know is performance and durability go right along with it. You see, we test, and then we test again. World-class engineering and rigorous testing to ensure our tools perform at the highest level and stand the test of time without testing you won't. Now, it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
They are racist.
Yeah, but it only means something if we don't do anything about it, you know. So
Stack the whole thing against you.
yeah, that's the thing. It's like they're because look what he did. I mean, he got one of the first name, image, and likeness deals from a beverage company. That's Gatorade. Shedeur Sanders got that in college. He was among the firsts, you know. So he was among the first. So let's see here.
Something ain't right because usually they go with Donald Trump.
Or maybe he's trying to set out everybody off the scent that maybe he had something to do with it initially, because he does that. You know, okay.
I think that he could have something to do with it, but he's got the whole system set up like he got to. He's the one that went out talking about he got. They should have drafted him and all that. And normally what he says they do.
But he'll do that with Putin. He'll say, I still don't trust him because you know what? He did that with Putin. I don't disagree with Putin. Everybody knows that he owes Putin and the oligarchs that Putin got together for him in 2014 a crap ton of money. Billions. He sold the Miss Universe pageant to them for a ton of money. That's documented. He's in, like, you don't know what to those people. And whatever he says with respect to Putin, I pay no attention to. Because there's a track record. So when he comes like, I disagree with Putin, it's like, yeah, right. As long as you're making actions that make him happy, they're getting their money back. So, and that's why, okay.
And he will fuck you up.
And so but here's the thing, Mom. Don't my mom I'm live. In fact, Anthony, where are you? So we're waiting for Anthony here. No, remember back Crosby was took in the 4th round when he was drafted. Right. Ooh.
The running back out of Georgia.
Great.
Obviously, his brother plays for Jacksonville.
Yep.
Carolina and Jacksonville do play each other in 2025.
Trevor Etienne. Famous family of great players.
They might make
I think if he'd been able to stay healthy and you saw
people
that fast, you could see him.
We got a lot. That's all. They got a long day if that's the case. We have 4, 5, 6, and 7.
To me, it's really just durability and keeping him healthy as you look at him and his brother. Look at that double trouble right there. And remember when the Carolina Panthers had double trouble, right? Remember the running backs they had back then with Jonathan Stewart, right? And so they had a heck of a job. They did a heck of a job back in the day. But I really think this pick is to hedge their bets a little with Chuba Hubbard. What we saw here.
So it's childish watching adults.
Huh?
Hey, I don't do what I do. Justice Reed says it's childish watching adults like Jason Whitlock parade on this kid sliding in the draft. Well, hey, I don't watch Jason Whitlock. I have my own media company for that reason. Jason Whitlock is the classic example of somebody black who's figured out that the best way to make money is to talk bad about other black people. Okay, now if that's not a signal of how screwed up things are, I don't know what is. But that's what Jason does. Okay, and if you're gonna
Hello, everybody.
no,
Whoa.
whoa.
And we live here from Sonora, Mexico, at Fernando Valenzuela Stadium, home of the Nine Heroes de Homicidio.
Hello, I'm Juan Castro, manager of the Naranjeros de Hermosillo, and we are honored to announce the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals. With the 115th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select
Cody Simon, linebacker, Ohio State. Let's go, Cardinals.
Oh man, when I
Okay, folks. So anyway, as I was saying, Jay Boogie, yeah, I disagree. I do think he's on somebody's draft board. But you know what I think that they're doing, Jay Boogie? I think they're skipping over it. It's like, well, we had him all the way up here, but we'll skip over him for now. We'll deal with him later or not. Boy. I'm trying to find out from anybody. Let's see here.
With Danny Stutzman, it'll be pretty nice. So the Texans just moved up.
Carmelo Anthony case. Nope. It says this ain't. The people who prank called yesterday. What? FanDuel. The people who prank called Shedeur Sanders yesterday pretending to be the Saints just dropped the footage. Insane. That's mean. A couple of white guys doing that to him. They got Shedeur Sanders' number. These guys, okay, and they decided that they were going to prank call him, making him think that they were representing a team, and they weren't. Saying, "Well, we're going to get to you. Just wait." Now they're showing their faces. It's not going to end well. Somebody got to go and arrest them. You know. Arrest these guys. Let me take a picture of these numbskulls. Arrest these guys. That's bad stuff. Okay. He's actually in the middle of doing that. And they thought that was funny. They're laughing. That's the mentality of people you have now, okay?
Just how difficult it was. Because now you're getting everyone's best shot. But guess what? They found their way through, won their division again, and won a playoff game. Now they don't do that. I think they put their legs under them a little bit.
Dingus McDingle.
Maturity that runs through the team with your quarterback and your star defender, Will Anderson. They're thinking about a big run.
Loser. Yeah, total losers.
That's why I think the Castellanos making this kind of move, Rich.
What is to say about the draft from a Miami point of view? Where they're like, well, we got
you make them.
You
make them. That's how.
We'll just take a 6th and a 3 next year. What does that say?
It tells me that they're secure that they're going to be around. Chris Bruner feels comfortable that, hey, we have understanding of ownership that we just value what can be coming in the future in next year's draft versus what we're staring at this year at this point in time. So that's got to have stability involved in that decision. To your point, CD, I think of Houston, and I think of the ability to be aggressive when C.J. Stroud hasn't got that second contract yet. We've seen the Bears do it in free agency as well as be bold in the draft. Now you're seeing Houston. That clock is ticking, and that number ain't going down. That's going to be a huge piece of the pie. You saw the 49ers had to kind of revamp their roster because they know they're getting ready to write that check for their quarterback. So the time is now for Houston. Seize the moment, and that's why you see some moves like this one.
I like what you're saying there. Going back to Miami very quickly.
Shedeur said the only people that had his number GMs and head coaches. We'll see one of those GMs, and you know what happened, Justice? One of those GMs and head coaches had to leak that to these guys. That's what happened. All right. Now, did Shedeur actually say that? Show me where he said that.
they're going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, we just saw the Texans celebrating the pick. It's an internationally made pick from Mexico.
So I'm wondering about that.
Phone call saying,
The phone number was simply for NFL Draft. That phone. Oh, I see. It was a burner phone or something. Okay.
Where is this coming from? From Mexico. The Rams, meanwhile, just traded up 10 spots behind them.
Uh-oh.
So they know who the Texans already acquired and immediately moved up 10 spots.
I got a D plus in my first year in Spanish. Vámonos? Is that what?
Vámonos?
Let's see here.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, you watched it up Bugs Bunny.
I took it over. Mr. Hernandez was not kind to me. Yeah? I was doing the rerun. Oh, we got to
See here.
when you ran it back.
Trying to figure out. Okay, the Rams get the 4th pick, round 117. The Colts get 127 this round, and then 190 in the 6th round. Okay. And Packers GM Brian Gutekunst said that he didn't think he'd be up here talking about taking 2 receivers, but he took 2 receivers and an old lineman. Yep. Niners have gone 5 for 5 on defense. Robert Salah's influence is striking. Texans.
With Texans fans and friends. And so let's do it. With the 160th pick in 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Woody Marks in the position running back from UCS. Vamos, Texans!
Yeah, I mean, they had to get that group together because, again, the Texans' next pick was a 6th round. They were probably just...
And even said UCS instead of USC, so they were really scrambling. They were trying to get their letters. They scrambled the letters.
All right, tell me about Woody Marks.
Woody Marks came over from Texas Tech, got to USC. This dude has caught a lot of footballs throughout his career. How about 261 career receptions? So they've added those wide receivers from Iowa State. They're going to push down the field with Nico Collins and company. And guess what? I got C.J. Stroud got a little pressure. Hey, Woody, here you go. Take this and go with it. Didn't he catch 83 balls one season for Mike Leach in Mississippi State?
Cody Simon is headed to Arizona. Pick is in for the Rams. Let's see what the Rams do, folks.
Here's who the Rams traded up 10 spots for.
Let's see here.
The Indianapolis Colts have traded the 117th pick to the Los Angeles Rams. With the 117th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jarz Hunter, running back, Auburn.
Auburn running back, Jarz Hunter, who he torched us at Cal 2 years ago. We got him back last year.
Actually forced me to go back and watch a little bit more and saw a little bit more of what he saw. You know, this is someone with cutback vision. He can step through tackles. He can extend and pluck the ball. He protects it. Only 1 fumble. And when you look at the Rams last year, CD, Kyron Williams, a lot of production, but only 1 run of 30-plus yards. Take into account Saquon Barkley last year, he had 13 when you include the playoffs. So they've got a good offensive line with the Rams. They'd like to be able to pay that off a little bit more. Yards over expected last year for Kyron Williams, 0. He got
It's disgusting. Yeah. It's disgusting. Yeah, you're right. Well, hey.
Next pick is the 6th round, 195th selection.
Bad
so
stuff
they moved
there.
up the 10 spots, and now we're just going to be chilling out for at least an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, till we get to the end of the 6th round, pick 195. The first trade of the draft involved a Hunter. We all know Travis. This Hunter was the 20th trade of the draft. So this draft had 0 first-round trades involved in it, and hardly a trade to be seen, with the exception of, say, like DK Metcalf or what have you. We've now seen 20 drafts since the...
Jay Boogie says, I was trying to get Mike Silver on, but he says he's traveling, and he gives everybody the fist bump. So, Mike is my friend who wrote the book, The Why is the Reason, about the rise of the kind of offense that the Rams have played, and also the Niners and all that group of coaches.
Billy Bowman, defensive back, Oklahoma.
Okay, big deal.
Player here, Billy Bowman.
Actually, yeah, big deal.
They'll play him deep. They'll play him as that robber. Let him get down in the box and make plays.
Boom!
He gets to the perimeter.
Wow, great tackle.
Outstanding tackler, as you see right here. Here's an example of that range.
Uh-oh.
You want to run to the outside. outside.
Look at this. Look at this. He pops people. He knows how to tackle. Boy, Falcons got a good one there. Yep. And yep. Lee Bauman Jr. And boom. He's a hitter. Yeah, he does. He hits you with bad intentions. It's trying to hurt you. Boom. Oh, God. Woo. Oh, boy. Oh. No. Bengals are in. Let's see. Another safety. We have no indication regarding Shedeur. Let's see here.
I'm gonna call her right now. We should call her. Okay, yeah.
Let's see here.
Hey, Jess, we're downstairs. Only one bag, right? Of course.
Hmm.
Hey. You gotta be kidding me. Jeez, where did you even find this?
These are the guys who drop it. Let's see what they said, folks. This is from FanDuel. Hold on a second. Wait, let me try that again. Whoops.
You only took him out of the whole run.
Yeah. It's trying to. It stopped on me. Hold on, folks. Oh, that's why it stopped on me. Hold on, folks. Total lie. Total lie. A total lie.
What?
And Mickey Loomis doesn't even talk like that. And see that? He's taking advantage of his youth on top of that. They're laughing about it. They're laughing about it. They think that's funny. They should arrest these guys. They think they got pictures on themselves on there, folks. All right? Should arrest these idiots, all right?
What are they showing?
This is no, okay. No, they put this out there themselves. They wanted people to see them doing it. They published themselves doing this, not knowing the consequences. Now I want them exposed. I want them arrested. Arrest these folks. Arrest them. Arrest these guys. Arrest them. Arrest these guys. You heard enough. Arrested.
Well, yeah, but you
arrest
to it.
Hey, folks, you see that? You see what I'm talking about? Justice. And Shedeur just bought that phone the day before. The number was only given to coaches and GMs, which that's the thing is very telling. At any rate, this is bad, okay? And again, my point is that one of the if Jay Boogie, one of our longtime fans, thanks for this, I didn't know, says that Shedeur had given the number only to coaches and GMs. So one of those coaches and GMs gave that number out to these fellas, these youngsters, okay? And so, no, we didn't know that. No, we did not know that. We didn't know that.
I don't want to hear it.
We didn't know that. We didn't. Okay.
Of the newest member of the crew.
Oh, just in time.
21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select David Walker, linebacker, Central Arkansas.
Okay, another edge. That's in Germany.
Take this one away. Yeah, you know, I fell in love with this
This
kid.
is an American
On
game.
tape, then again at the Senior Bowl.
The NFL's international now.
He's a true edge rusher, and you notice DJ's now since a linebacker.
So anyway,
What Todd Bowles wants to do with him. But as you and so many other great evaluators have taught me along the way, pass rush ability translates no matter what level you play. From Southern Arkansas to Central Arkansas, and now to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, David Walker gets to the quarterback. And Rich, he's got to play.
The NFL plays
You know where he's from?
games in Germany every year in Berlin.
And this young man, over 30 sacks in his collegiate career.
Well, they did have NFL Europe for a time. They had 6 teams in NFL Europe, so they did have that. And they may have it back again. So, you know. Let's see here.
The
Okay.
2025 NFL schedule will be released soon. The stage electric.
There are people who think that Shedeur is brony to James. That's not happening.
Lowe's knows spring brings new growing moments.
I killed it.
Well,
Sometimes growing pains.
So it needs food? Full sun, huh?
Make some money here.
This is for you. Good morning football. Monday at 8 on NFL Network.
Okay.
Lots of picks are in. One was announced while we were gone. We have the newest member of the Ohio State people off the board.
Yeah, Lathan Ransom, another talented member of this defense here as a safety. They'll use him in that robber role. We've talked about that a little bit earlier. You see his ability to fill. He is a quick trigger. He sees it. He's aggressive. He picks his line, and he will hit the gas. Big time collisions. You see him here in the alley as well. He gets there quick and makes big-time tackles, and he's got some ball skills. They can go get it.
Okay. Steelers.
With the 123rd pick in the 2025
Steelers.
NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jack Sawyer, linebacker, Ohio State.
The 10th Buckeye from the national championship team.
Jack Sawyer. That's the hero of the win against Michigan earlier this year. Who also got a pick six and returned it for a touchdown against Michigan.
Not only for their organization, but inside their division. This is a bully division, CD. We talk about it all the time, and that's his game. It's physical. He'll ragdoll tight ends at the point of attack. As a rusher, it's a lot of power. He's going to get to your chest as soon as he can. He's going to try and run right through you. The hands, you saw this was the walk-off here.
That's a Jack Ham kite. Jack Ham played outside linebacker for the Steelers. So he's very much like Jack Ham. Yeah, he does. He's like Jack Ham, folks. There you go. Yep. Great draft. There's Tomlin on the edge there.
Perfectly for what they're going to do. You mentioned bully. She's going to beat you up off the edge.
Now, Jack Sawyer is obviously a terrific player.
Jack Sawyer.
Big games, but he has been the leader of this.
Also, Jack Lambert was another Steeler linebacker. Jack Lambert was 6'4". Yeah, 6'4". So.
I mean, does that mean Shedeur Sanders was never on the top 120 players on the draft board in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I thought the Steelers wanted Shedeur.
It's going to be about this window that they might have with Aaron Rodgers.
So they could have added both, and that wouldn't have been
Yeah, you could still have him.
Aaron Rodgers was the guy that they were targeting, and as you were noting, did they have him that high ranked on their
See
team?
here.
They're always going to take care of that defense. And when Jack Sawyer's staring in the face, I mean, I'm not surprised they make that move. Who's a lineman in that position? It's going to be Baltimore, and they're going to rest
Bengals double dipping at linebacker.
Remember, Pittsburgh at one point had beaten Baltimore 8 of 9 times.
Green Bay's pick is in, folks.
And they did it in a physical fashion, an embarrassing fashion for what the Steelers are used to. So you go out and get Derek London, you go out and get Jack Sawyer.
You let an Ohio kid outside. You got to read this, folks. You let an Ohio kid outside with a football, 10 minutes turns into 2 hours real quick.
As always, it's been a party.
That's true.
400,000 fans over the last 2 nights combined. And every time the Packers are on the clock, this is what happens.
Go, Pack. Go. No. Here comes the commissioner.
Now this is a special pick, not just because it's the Packers.
No.
This young man is here today, so we want to introduce him. So give him a good round of applause. With the 124th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Barron Sorrell, defensive end, Texas.
Okay, good for him.
And here's why the commissioner came out to announce it, because Barron Sorrell has been in the green room this entire time.
He's been there the entire time. Yes, sir.
Good for him.
Yeah, get sticking around.
I don't think he had any expectation of night one, but I think there was a thought that yesterday was going to possibly be his day.
Mm-hmm.
I love the fact that he stuck it out. Here he is getting his moment. Reminds me when Geno Smith stuck it out. Remember that? Came back the next day and got his moment. Kevin King did that years ago. This is pretty cool for this young man.
Gino was just the second round. It wasn't a very long wait for him.
But everyone thought he was a lock first first rounder and came back the second day with not the suit, but the sweater and tie combo that they had to go pick up for him. And here's Riley. 2 times the local draft home team gets to celebrate the draft choice in person. And that's a fair hug of somebody that's been waiting a long time. And both times, it's a Texas Longhorn that receives the hero's welcome by his new fan base at the professional level. It was Matthew Golden on Thursday night.
Yeah. And he doesn't have to go. He's right where he's going to be. So he can go down and meet the fans. That's nice.
Oh, he's in Milwaukee.
That's because they're in Green Bay and they just drafted him. So he's going to go out and meet the fans. That's nice.
Texas had a pretty darn good defensive front. Seeing those guys roll off the board. Steve Sarkisian, they lost 2 last year in the first 2 rounds. Exactly, those 2 DTs. Steve Sarkisian's done a great job recruiting and developing these young guys. And Sorrell, as you can see right there, he's going to be one of the first guys off the bus. I mean, he's just a real thick, square, strongly built guy who stunts blockers. He's outstanding with that just jolt that he possesses. As a pass rusher, I thought he was at his best when he was on games where you'll see him loop and stun around. He's able to get some penetration. But there's games where he jumps off the tape. There's other games
Whoa.
But this is someone who's got it all in his body.
Yes, sir. Yep. Boom.
He's really well built. He can run.
Really enjoyed him at the Senior Bowl.
Well, he's going to be great with the Packers. Wow. He is the defensive tackle that's been making all those tackles there. Great job, Packers. Nope.
Across the parking lot here. Yes, the Green Bay Packers have put on quite the show for the draft, and a wonderful moment for this young man. Finally getting out of the green room, finally hugging the commissioner, and now meeting and greeting his new fans.
Yeah.
Under a beautiful sunny sky here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The skies are figuratively blue for this young man.
Nice. Woo, look at that, Ma. Oh, my God. That's 200,000 people again.
Green Bay's not that big.
No, it's only 100,000 people. They came from Milwauke's an hour's drive.
Well, that's where they're staying.
Yeah.
Milwaukee,
Business
now,
days are back. Our experts closer than you think.
Yeah, drive up for the day. Yeah.
Nice
well,
surprise.
a lot of Chicago people go to
Ready
Green
to
Bay.
help. Serving of deals.
That's true.
Advice, wherever you are.
That is true.
Even on the job.
Hey. Hi.
And making sure all your tech
Let's take a look.
is good to go. April 21st to 27th. Don't wait. Get started today.
That's why I like kids.
Dr. Rick, we are thinking sandwiches again for lunch. What should I put you down for?
Oh, boundaries. They can be tough for young
If
homeowners
they're
turning into their
racist, you
parents.
don't know.
I'm either going to go tuna melts or Reuben. They're known for their
Remember,
Reuben.
when the door closes, so does the conversation.
Oh, yes, gotcha. Okay. Looks like the soup of the day is tomato bisque.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
I could go tuna melt if you want to go Reuben. We can
Tuna
do a
melt.
mix and match.
That's funny.
Right now, spring deals are under $20 at the Home Depot. So no matter what you're working on, you can save big on all your spring
Well,
products.
folks, okay, so I'm trying to find out also
Spring deals under $20
what.
at the Home Depot.
Let me see if I can get another.
Check out the new wit.
Uh,
Bud Lights can fit that puppy.
Where? Hold on a second, folks. Just had an idea.
Give me one of those. It's brutal. So slow.
Nope.
Good thing we run Jersey Mike's.
Oh boy.
Is that Danny DeVito?
They're not gonna grab
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey
Yeah.
Mike's. And at Jersey
See
Mike's,
here.
the subs matter
Grab
most.
order.
Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. The Jersey Mike's thing.
Well, we're down to the low ones. Yeah. 117, folks. We're down to nobody right now. Like one person. Hey, someone's sticking around. That's good. That is very good. Let's see here.
Welcome home.
Right. Let's see here.
Today's aerial cam coverage is presented
Still going.
This is the first.
Let's see here.
Fans in his new hometown because they're hosting the draft on a Saturday before. On a bright sunshiny day where they could pop them on a stage in the middle of
Everybody's in Green Bay, folks. I got to show you a picture of this. Everybody's in Green. Hey, welcome everybody. Everybody's in Green Bay. Look at that. You got to see this. Everybody's in Green Bay. Whoop. Matt McConaughey, wild dog on the edge, loves to game. Packers. There we go. Watch this.
And these are the last 10 picks that have been announced.
Chargers. Here comes the Chargers selection.
The newest Packer can have that moment.
With the 125th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Kyle Canard.
Kyle Canard, Carolina.
South Carolina saw him at Georgia Tech when he entered the
Well, somebody thought it was going to be in Miami. That took him. Nope, it didn't happen there either.
Just the SEC Defensive Player of the Year with incredible production. CD's got long arms to 34 inches, takes those little short, choppy steps.
Oh, there he is. Yep. There, gotcha. Yeah.
He does a nice job of finishing as a rusher. He loves that rip move. So Chargers get one of the long-armed edge rushers, put him next to Tui Pelotu and company.
The SEC Defensive Player of the Year was the 125th pick in the draft, so I'm going to just assume by that.
Hey, folks, so here's a photograph from the floor of the draft, and I'm sharing this. Stop screen in a second. Oh, Browns.
Welcome Browns fans from all over the world to London this season when the Browns play in Tottenham Stadium. But first, with the 126th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Dylan Samson, running back,
Nope.
Tennessee.
That's two straight Dylans. They spelled
Yep.
differently.
Two Dylan, yeah. Well, after they took the Dylan from Oregon, who's a lesser player than Shedeur, they're not going to take Shedeur here at all. They're not going to take Shedeur at all. That's dirty. That was dirty. This is Bert Sorrell taking the victory walk at the draft. Like, well, you know, and I'll continue to say the reasons given are stupid. Like, oh, he doesn't have an agent. Lamar Jackson didn't have one. His mother was his agent. He still got drafted first round. Colts selection. Here's Dawn again.
With the 127th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Jaylen Travis, tackle, Iowa State.
So they got the big tight end and Tyler Warren.
So anyway, he's taking his walk around. And it's a great thing to have happen, right? And what else do we have here? Share screen. We go back to the tweets. There. And we're back to the tweets. That's Sorrell. Right, Mom's talking about she's right. The room. I mean, it's one black guy, and yeah, they're all white guys, 2 women, and that's a major problem. That's it. Commander selection.
These are just nuggets.
With the 128th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaylen Lane, wide receiver,
Virginia Tech. Well, another guy that catch David Daniels passes.
You got guys that can really, really run. That's
Look out. Wow.
He's undersized. You can use him in the slot. I think that speed shows up on the outside as well. For a speed player, I thought the instincts to settle in zones, there was a little bit of a feel there. The quarterback play was not great. But see, not only the 4.3, 4.40, he jumped 40 inches, he broad jumped 11 feet. And this is a dynamic guy. Yeah, and you notice
Trying to see some other reasons or what's going on here.
They were finding ways to manufacture him touching the football, whether it was jet sweeps, reverses, the bubble screens, anything to get the ball in his hands early and then let that speed take over.
That's what Washington does in that offense. They get the ball out quick.
Cliff's got a lot of tricks.
That's Doug Williams, by the way, in the room. The tall black guy in the black, that was Doug Williams. So,
we're about to hear the first of those 8 in a matter of moments to get us to the 130th overall pick. Pick 129. It's the
pick 129. Let's see here. Nope.
Yet, once again, he is in danger of slipping into the 5th round of this draft.
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders is in danger of sliding into the 5th round. I think my mom's prediction is right on. Yeah, they're not going to top him. Take him.
Take a flyer portion of things for certain teams. Certainly, if you need a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
They are really ready now.
I've never seen anything like it.
No. Right. It's, there's no explanation for it. There's an explanation for somewhere. There's an explanation. Look at that.
It's time for the draft buzz presented by Goodyear. And that is, I mean, you can't even call it. It's
No.
the loudest buzz I've ever heard in terms of a draft. We've never talked about somebody in
This long.
this intensity. I've never had my phone blow up from a
Right.
variety of people or diehard NFL fans, not even or just casual NFL, casual sports fans. They're even like texting me like, "What gives? Like, what's going on?" My wife
Yeah.
in her Pilates class. People were asking her what's going on with the Sanders.
Yeah.
She identified some people I know follow football, others not at all. To your point,
That's right.
But
That's right.
To be honest with you, I'm in the portion of dad stage now. Because reasons are going to come out later, but for me, very quickly as we get ready for Ian, I'm thinking hugging this young man right now. I don't care how he's holding up. This is a very, very tough time for him. Ian?
Jay Rhodes, this is what he said on Twitter right now. J. Ro Faro writes, so if you're a black, you better come with hat in hand, on a knee, begging to be a good boy and obey, otherwise you're not drafted? Got it. Manning can force draft day trades. Manziels can money dance all over, but blacks better know their place. And that is the message that's been sent. That's been screamed out loud and clear, and it got louder in the combine, and it hasn't died down. And it's disgusting, folks. It's absolutely disgusting. Okay. And now we're comparing Shedeur Sanders to Colin Kaepernick. Echo Tango says what's happening to Shedeur Sanders reminds him of what happened to Colin Kaepernick. Wow. Once the NFL draft ends today and Shedeur is not drafted, what's going to happen next? Good question. Yeah. It's like they're trying to force Shedeur out of football. That's what it seems like, you know.
This is James Ogden, member of the UK Ravens flock, coming to you live from Tower Bridge and the Raven Pub in London. With the 129th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select
Teddy Buchanan, linebacker from Cal. Go Ravens!
They run the country.
Yep.
Even though
Well,
they can beat their
The theme here with these wide receivers.
Teddy Buchanan got drafted. Woohoo! Go Bears! To the Ravens. Great choice. Go Bears. Woohoo! Go. That's it. Yeah. Mess up Utah. Get them. Go Bears. Woohoo! Yelling. Woohoo! I'm not even taking a picture here.
His hair's on fire, too. That's what you like about him. That fits Baltimore perfectly. 1 year at Cal. Previously, he had been at Cal Davis.
Boom.
Well, the Eagles were, as you just
Boom.
mentioned,
Go Bears.
who knows, they had to take Shedeur.
Woohoo!
They traded out at pick 130. The Chiefs just traded in, flipping a sixth they got from the Chiefs in the Nicole Arthur trade back in the day. To do it, the Jets just took it a second.
Trade. Jets trade. Pick is in.
For lawns. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and I guess you can call that a lawn lawns. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your weekend. This stuff works for the rookies and the seasoned pros. This stuff works in Knoxville, Bronxville, Rockville, Marysville. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works.
The DQ freezer is opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for Blizzard flavor. It's the Confetti King Blizzard treat filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
That's sad.
It's time. Yes, the time has come for a fresh approach to dog food. Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time to quit the kibble and feed their dogs fresh food from the farmer's dog. Made by vets and delivered right to your door, precisely portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea whose time has come. Remember last time? Jess's version of packing legs. I'm gonna call her right now. We should call her. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Jess. We're downstairs. Only one bag, right? Of course. Hey. You gotta be kidding me. Jeez. Where did you even find this thing? At the maid, of course. Wait, I think I forgot. No. Grand plans need a Grand Highlander. Toyota. Let's go places.
Sorry.
Coming up Monday on The Insiders, we'll have all the news
Okay.
from around the NFL, plus live team reports and expert analysis as only NFL Network can deliver. Catch it all Monday at 7 Eastern on The Insiders.
What's for dinner? Shop Kroger for appetizing ingredients and big savings, like $600 in digital coupons and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump.
Okay.
Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Oh boy.
I hate that.
Yeah, it does hurt.
Toyota, let's go places.
Kroger Boost makes saving easy. With 2 times fuel points, unlimited free delivery, and your choice of Disney Plus, Hulu, or ESPN Plus on us. Discover all the easy ways to save with your Golden Boost today. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Okay.
So the latest pick is in from New Orleans. And then the Bears are on the clock right now. So we're almost caught up.
Almost caught up.
The Jets traded with the Eagles. And I guess, is it...
Yep. Hey, welcome. How you doing?
Taking an Alabama defensive player, and how he's like, if I'm going to trade you the pick, it's got to at least be on brand for me.
Part of the trade. They got it backwards. They flipped the script a little bit on this.
So they're saying, hey, listen, Howie, let us
see here.
It would have been the guy you chose anyway, right?
It had to be Alabama or Georgia. Malachi Moore, I talked to the folks at Alabama. They used the word trust. They trusted him. As soon as he got on campus, they could get him right on the field.
RG.
So he's the latest Jet.
3.
And now the Saints' latest selection. They're 6th of this draft.
I would like to thank the NFL and the Saints for being here today. With the 131st pick
2025 NFL Draft, New Orleans Saints select Quincy Riley, defensive back, Louisville. Let's go Saints! Who dat?
Louisville. I love that. I love this player. Quincy Riley is talented. Ultra competitive. Had a phenomenal week at the Senior Bowl. The practices there, you saw that competitiveness on display. Here he is in off coverage. He's got a little twitch to him. He ended up running in the high 4.4s. Some teams you talk to worry about his long speed. I didn't really have those concerns, and I thought the short area quickness was excellent. You see the toughness here as well, CD. He's not afraid to tackle. I love corners that are physical and love to get involved in the run game. He'll do that, and also add a little bit of production on the pass as well. So I just thought a kind of a twitched up.
I was trying to invite RG3 on, folks. See, I said, come on my live stream.
That same type of feistiness, get after you type of a player.
Two Cardinals just went to the Saints
On the day of the Bucs' funeral.
Indeed. So the Bears are now on the clock, which may have been why we're hearing some boos behind your Quincy Riley analysis.
I like how you say
See here.
You mentioned the Bears. You're here in Green Bay. Maybe some boos.
Okay, maybe we can get him. Who knows? Bears have had a heck of a draft. They have Loveland, Burden, Trapio, tackle, defensive tackle, Turner. But they have got two speed guys for the offense. Not bad. Not bad. So, folks, for those of you who don't know, I actually interviewed RG3 when he was drafted. Not once, but 3 times. And his dad, for good measure. So it would be a treat to have him on, especially since, why not? So I just threw out an offer, right? You little cute kids.
They went Luther Burden from
Burden, all right.
Ozzie Trapillo out of Boston College for their offensive line, which they really addressed in free agency. Jamar Turner for the defensive line late last night. Actually, not so late last night. They didn't have a third-round selection. This is their first pick since the second pick overall. They traded down earlier to get a 5th in their pocket when the Bills moved up to take Deion Walker, the defensive tackle out of Kentucky. So just kind of setting the stage here for your thoughts.
So see if there's any movement here. Trying.
Weapons in the draft for Caleb Williams. This is going to be a fun team to watch with Ben Johnson next year.
Yeah, normally a team with their record last year, you wouldn't expect much. They could be one of those teams.
Their selection, boo, they're booing. Wow.
With the 132nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rubenite, II, linebacker, Maryland.
In the National Football League. What do you think here?
Go ahead, Sidney.
Yeah, this is a guy that popped up late in the whole.
I thought he would be a 7th-round pick, like a flyer.
Absolutely, but speaking of flyer, he tested really, really well. One of those players that you're talking about traits, he can fly. And late in the process, I was talking with someone that I know pretty well. They're like, you might want to make sure he's on your board because he's tested really well. Obviously to get a combine.
They ran 4.42.
But guess what? He was one of those 5-star recruits that Maryland
wondering here.
And maybe he didn't play totally to that during his career. But if you like traits, if you think you can do things with him, put him on the field and go, that's how you end up going here at this stage. They've got a plan for him in Chicago about what they're going to do.
I almost think today that the draft somewhat has been done off of an Excel sheet, and they're just sorting by speed and then just picking all the players at the top of that list.
I'm wondering, is there, I'll ask the entire NFL Network research team, is there anybody in this draft class who's the 4th? Because they just took Hippolyte II, they took Luther Burden III, they took Colston Loveland the 1st, Ozzie Trapillo the 1st, Shamar Turner the 1st.
Okay.
Is there a 4th?
Wondering what's going on here.
Kids getting drafted by Chicago.
That could be that happen.
That could be their draft strategy.
By the way, I did mention it was a D+. It is Quattro, correct?
Please tell me, Mr. Please tell me, Please tell me Mr. Hernandez knows what you're doing these days, please.
I did not see that one coming, to be honest.
All right, so the pick is in for the Chiefs. Maybe the Chiefs will pick him.
We've got 90 seconds left. Oh, they just chose somebody. So,
with all these trades, it is apropos that they're playing jump around, by the way.
Did you learn Quattro when you ran it back the second time?
I'll tell you what, I got the grade up because you had to learn Feliz Navidad, and I nailed that sucker.
You and Jose.
Okay.
Don't do it.
People are jumping for, because it's the jump song. You know, jump, 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 jump. Jump, jump.
Let's not forget the tight ends coach here in Green Bay back in the day for
Oh, gosh. That's hilarious. Oh, and now they're all jumping around with their cheese heads and stuff.
And now the build up to it used to be just pop it in. Now, I mean, they milk it. Everybody, the anticipation that.
All right, folks.
Play this at graduation as well. So when you graduate University of Wisconsin.
Hi, everybody. It's NFL Draft 4th round, pick 133. We have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks toward the end of the 4th round. And if Shedeur isn't picked by that point, we go into the 5th round. And it's time to ask the question again. Is Shedeur Sanders being blackballed, and why? It looks like that to me. It looks like that to my mom. It looks like... So what happens if they don't draft him? I say if I'm the Sanders clan, I'm filing a lawsuit and I'm running to court to file it. Because there's clear collusion against the young man. He's only 23. He's done nothing wrong. And yet they're depriving him of his livelihood without a reason. Or trying to. So they're going to have to come up with some really good explanation for what this is all about, because this is a lawsuit that my prediction is, if it gets that far, could wind up in the Supreme Court. You can't just treat people as you want to treat them. There are consequences for actions like this. And they can wind up making Shedeur Sanders an extremely rich young man if they don't watch it. Yeah, Jake, yeah. So, hold on a second. Jaylen Royals, yes. The Kansas City Royal. So, I'm just saying that the league has some explaining to do, big time. And I've never seen anything like this. People on the NFL Network have never seen anything like this. It's 1:42. This doesn't go on all day long. We only have, another hour to go or two before the draft is over. And you have a lot of Saturday left, okay? So this is wild. It really is. Puppies in the house. Are they giving it away? Are you watching the NFL draft? What do you think? If you are and you want to share, come on our program. You can write your comments, or if you dare, talk on the screen, right? Hold on a second. Excuse me for a second, folks, okay? Sorry about that. So at any rate, come on the show and share your thoughts. Share your thoughts. Especially
America's most patriotic brand.
Yeah. Hold on a second, folks. I'll be back. Somebody was at the front door. Yeah, it said front door cam activated. Let me see.
Real vodka. Refreshing and goes down smooth. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser. The future is here.
I don't know who it is, but somebody's in a.
Years. From the most advanced technology to the broadest, most reliable network of sales and service dealers.
Small car there.
We lead, others follow.
See? But then they're out front.
Something amazing is happening here.
They're parked there now. It's not a police
Climate
car.
researchers are weathering a data storm.
So,
That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud
yeah, it does. Let me see what the front door is all about. Hold on a second. Let me see the front camera window. Hold on.
Make amazing.
Wait.
Lenovo and CDW.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Dak going for
Wait.
fumbles. Brilliant recovery with the Lowe's app.
He always delivers.
And so does the Lowe's app. In-store, online, our Lowe's team has you covered. Why 80% of NFL players...
Whoever's there is gone now.
The better I play. But that's not the only reason.
He likes a side
Oh, wait, they're standing.
Sleep Number does that. Effortless comfort all night. So sleeping on a smart bed is why you can play like this?
Yeah, because I also like to sleep cool.
And I like to sleep even cooler.
And I really
Oh, they're
like
still
it.
there.
We both get what we want.
Sleep Number does that.
Hey, Google Broadcast, they're still there, Mom.
Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. Visit a Sleep Number store near you.
None of us make it very far alone. It takes a team.
I'll be right back, folks.
A community that writes off no one and believes in the potential of everyone. Protect spaces where children don't just get by, but thrive. And chooses to not just listen to one another, but learn from one another. Having a team like that changes the game.
Verizon Small Business Days are here now through Sunday. And we are here on a Saturday towards the end of the fourth round. Another Alabama Crimson Tide defender has gone off the board. And the Denver Broncos just keep adding to the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, they've been aggressive, man. That defense was really good last year.
That's Vance Joseph, and that defense was really good last year. I don't think people expected it to be as good as it was, but you got increased production from guys like Zach Allen and Nick Bonito. Things really starting to take off.
All right, Q Robinson here. Looks like is the selection. He reminded me of Jaylen Hunt, just a little bit lighter version. We saw Jaylen Hunt go in about this range, a little earlier than this last year, the Philadelphia Eagles, and we saw what he developed into, especially once he got to the playoffs. Very fluid, very sudden, someone who's played a lot of special teams. He had to wait his turn to get on the field behind all those guys at Alabama. But you watch the Georgia game and you see him pull that guard. You'll see him pull and snatch guys on the edge. I think he's got some twitch. I think it'd be a fun one to develop.
He really hung in there, too, as you mentioned, had to wait all that time to play, then got hurt late in the season, and the team awarded him one of the highest honors about being the best teammate, which tells you what he was like during his time there, while he waited to get on the field full time.
All right, the latest pick from folks in Vegas. Fourth to last pick of this fourth round.
G'day, Green Bay. How are you?
I don't know if he's
I want to say hi to my kids back in Australia. Ilya, Aria, Roman, I love you. I want to give a huge shout out to my football teams back in Australia, the ACT Women's Monarchs flag football team and the Canberra Centurions. With the 135th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tonka Hemingway, defensive tackle, South Carolina. Just win, baby!
It's 3:47 in the morning in Australia, so this might be the most jet-lagged pick in the history of the NFL Draft. Tonka Hemingway. Is he built like a truck?
He's a versatile. So if a Hemingway, if you're Tonka truck, you got to be able to do a lot of different things, I guess. If you're playing with that little toy truck, he can do that. He's someone that moves all over the line of scrimmage. He's excellent on games when they'll be able to loop him and stunt him. He does that thing where he'll go to his knee and still be able to balance at the point of attack. We saw that with Murphy last year. Murphy from Texas.
That's part of his repertoire.
Part of that technique that he uses, how they score against Oklahoma. But they use him on offense. You'll see two-point conversions. They'll use him on a fake field goal. So a fun toy to play with there. For Raiders, is that one in? Yeah, so it'll be the Chip Kelly.
Him and J.J. Pegues. Also
So
they don't all over the place.
You see them all over the place. They'll play the Wildcat. But that one-handed catch off the fake field goal, it actually was covered very well. It was such a big body they couldn't get through it.
Let me jump in here, guys, because the Ravens are on the clock again. They just traded out, so Tennessee just popped in. Then the Seahawks, then the Niners. So that means the Shedeur Sanders looks like he's a fit and the Raiders had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chances to draft him and didn't. Does that mean he's not a top their draft board, or they just view Tonka Hemingway as more of a starter that can help them now than Shedeur, and they figure he could be on the board? And it's going to be a 5th-round pick at the very least at this point.
You mentioned theme of what Pete Carroll, John Spytek are doing. Go ahead.
Well, I just thought they wanted to go right now. They go out and get an older quarterback, go out and get an older coach, and it was right now, let's go win. But we've reached the flyer portion of the draft, right? There's not a lot of these guys are going to be starters at this point in time. You're trying to find a place for them. And I would argue that if you could hit on a quarterback here, even if he's a successful backup quarterback, it's a heck of a value.
But that's the minority owner of the Vegas Raiders about that.
I love how he's a minority.
That's all pretty.
I get the biggest kick every time he's such a minority owner, but he's making all the decisions. I mean, come on.
So allegedly, and essentially a swap of a similar range of draft choices. It's just 5 spots that the Ravens drop, but it is into the 5th round. I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
No, not at all. But Rich, you asked that question, and Daniel yesterday talked about the theme of what he was seeing the Raiders doing. It's John Spytek, new GM. Pete Carroll, head coach.
Physical.
Bigger, stronger, more physical players. Tonka Hemingway fits into that. Even if he's not going to be a starter right away, that's what they're adding to their ball club right now for their new culture, their new identity.
First pick of the draft was the Titans, and now here's the latest.
The Baltimore Ravens have traded the 136th pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 136th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Amanor, wide receiver, Stanford.
Well, this is a fun one here because you see that nugget at the very top, 294 yards against Colorado in 2023. A lot of that damage was done against a guy he's going to see inside his own division twice a year in Travis Hunter. Really, the only bad tape that Travis Hunter's had in those years at Colorado. But he's tall, he's long, he can go get it, a vertical wide receiver. I don't think you want him stopping and starting quite as much, CD, but get him on the move and give Cam Ward some shots down the field.
Well, they're making sure they're taking care of the young quarterback, aren't they, DJ?
Okay, folks, sorry about that.
And here's the game that you're referencing. Amanor had a big
false alarm.
One of these one-on-one balls against
Okay.
Travis Hunter. And this was a game that Stanford was down huge and came all the way back and beat Colorado.
False alarm. All right. Oh, somebody got like Amanor from Stanford. That's the guy that torched. That's the guy that torched Travis right there. Probably talking about it. He made Travis look super bad. Whoa. He made Travis look super bad. He really did. So, Amanor, he went to the Tennessee trade. Okay, so where are we? We are now 1, 2, 3, 4th pick 4. We're one round from the 5th round. That's where we're at.
Is formerly an arm wrestler. So can we get a matchup with Tom?
Tom doesn't want any part of that. I can tell you that.
We got to send Tom to Nashville now.
He'll take that show.
Okay. So the Patriots just they just popped in, and it looks like they moved up from the top of the 5th round, 144 overall, to move in to take this pick here. Only cost them their last pick in the draft that they have, which is a 7th rounder, 238. So their draft will end now at pick 220 unless something changes. They just moved up 7 spots from the 5th round to the end of the 4th round for this selection. So,
hey everybody, how you doing? We are now Waiting for the Niners. The pick is not in. The pick is in for the Patriots. And we are basically, let's see, 4, 5, 6, and 7. All right.
They upset Cincinnati in the opener. People went, oh, wow. And then it went right back to being what everyone expected. The expectation could be a lot different. I'm not saying they're going to put them in the Super Bowl, but people are going to feel differently about this New England team going into the season than they did last year.
All right, so I think, let's see here.
Free agency into this draft. It's going to be an entirely different looking New England team to start 2025.
One of the things, you look at the coaching staff they have, that's a good teaching coaching staff. So a lot of these good young players, talented young players, I think you're going to see them, get them up to speed and get them going early.
I got the band back together, the guys that really like working with. So they're going to hit the ground running. He doesn't have to do much coaching than his coaches. They know what to do for him.
All right, so the pick is in. It's coming from Brazil. Is that what I'm being told?
Okay, folks, we're still waiting.
Coming internationally, the pick is in. The 49ers are halfway through their allotted time for the final pick in the 4th round of this 2025 NFL draft that has been all about why Shedeur Sanders is still on the draft board. And man, would I love to have that storyline end for everybody's maybe sick and tired of hearing it. And that obviously is led by Shedeur and the Sanders family themselves. So, and you can see there's still a lot of other top 100 players still sitting out there on the draft boards, from Daniel Jeremiah's best available. It's the penultimate pick of round 4, and it belongs to the Patriots.
Oh, Patriots.
I'm Lourdes, defender for Flamengo and the Brazil national soccer team, proudly representing Pets Nation from the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And with the 137th pick, the New England Patriots select Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle, Florida State. Go Pats!
Did they fly past the Patriots down there, or just the...
Okay, we're still waiting, folks.
How do you put customs with that head?
Just wondering. Joshua Farmer, let's get to him.
Costume double. He was my 77th overall player. They just scooped him up with, what are we at, 137? So this was about some injury concerns and some durability and longevity, I should say. But this is a player who deserved to go much earlier than this.
Waiting. So I'm looking all over for clues.
I think there's what we saw.
Looking all over for
pass rush upside with him, CD. So to me, that everything's like
signs and clues.
Look, this guy, give me him for the next 5 years. If that was all I were to get, that's a heck of a pick at this point in time.
Absolutely. And again,
signs and clues are what I'm looking for, folks. Trying to find out what's happening here.
Positions on offense, but again, not sacrificing
Shedeur Sanders. Let's see here.
And how they want to play, because they're
breaking.
Their head coach. All right, Mike Vrabel is not going to tolerate anything less than that. Farmer fits that mold.
I have some teams talk to me about players, and not just him, but other
doesn't.
players that get labeled, okay, he might be a one-contract player.
Yeah, you get that a lot.
It doesn't help that people like Barstool are putting out fake news about Shedeur.
3 or 4 years, that gets all of us another extension.
So I like that. I like that. Even hanging out with me a little bit.
And someone wrote that the truth is Shedeur Sanders is a reflection of so many of us, fully qualified, deeply prepared, and destined for greatness, yet overlooked by a world that doesn't always recognize God's hand when it's moving. Shedeur is no underdog. He was never meant to be. Because of who he is, and even greater because of who he is, he's been set apart, placed in a category all his own. And that's the best place to be, because it's in the shadows, in the silence, in the waiting, where God does his most undeniable work. What looks like delay is only divine strategy. Confusion will be turned into clarity. Preparation will meet purpose. And the testimony will be even greater because of it. All is well, and it will unfold in ways beyond anything you could ever ask for or imagine. We love you, Shedeur. Wow. Niners selection.
I just want to say hi to my son Flynn back in Australia. And what an amazing place to be here in Green Bay.
Yep.
The 49ers and the Packers have had some
If Sanders was quiet, broken, desperate, he'd be signed already. Is what this is on Instagram. Okay.
Jordan Watkins, wide receiver, Mississippi. Go Niners. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is about the fourth or fifth wideout we've had. That's a 4-3 wideout that's gone just in this fourth round. I mean, it's incredible. He ran 4.37. I was a little bit surprised he ran that fast. I thought he'd be more in the high 4.4s. But this guy can play inside, outside. You watch the goal line fade work. To me, that's what I got excited about because he can adjust and go get the ball down there in the red zone. Another one, to me, CD, I think he's best on the move. You look at his teammate, Trey Harris, I thought was a little more fluid and smooth coming back down the stem. He was a little bit better at getting him on the move.
I like what you talk about there. Go ahead and explain that just a little bit more. What you're about on the move versus him running those type of routes where you're going to cut inside and present yourself to the quarterback.
Yeah, when you got to settle, drop your weight, get in and out of the break. I didn't know that was his strength, but to me, goes, crossers, posts, that's where he's at his
when
best.
He catches it on the move, he's moving past people.
And we are moving to commercial break. And when we come back, the fifth round will be underway.
Hey.
Making that first selection of round 5. 3 more rounds to go here in the final day in Green Bay.
Check out the new whip. Tight, fully custom. How many Bud Lights can you fit in that puppy? As many Bud Lights as it takes. A lot of Bud Lights. Well, give me one of those.
Right
racist.
now, spring deals are under $20 at the Home Depot.
Look at his dad. Come on, get out of here. This is racist. Straight up racist. See? This guy's like, thank you. Okay, it's people like this, okay? This guy is like, thank you.
It's memory.
He's like saying thank you, NFL, and all this stuff, okay? It's folks like that, it's ridiculous. Racist. Okay.
It's the journey.
But
most importantly,
and so he's mad that he's showing his $100,000 watch. And okay. And he's like, look at my watch. And so what? And he's just reading through and finding things. That's all he's doing. Okay. So, I'm mad because he's not humble. Ah, come on. So that's all it's about. That's ridiculous. That's straight up ridiculous, okay? All right.
The 2025 NFL schedule will be released soon. We're ready for the new era here.
It is adrenaline, excitement, the stage electric.
One of many revenge games. Quarterbacks, they define this rivalry. They've only gotten better. Unbelievable. A Super Bowl rematch for the ages. Welcome back.
So we have nothing. What else here? Latest.
Making them a true crowd pleaser. And we
This dog was just picked to play QB over Shedeur Sanders.
So join in and
Yeah.
Kroger brand products with a
UConn tackle is going to make it. This got to be a prank or something. I think. Wow.
When you need inspiration, it's
Just remember, ESPN, NFL on Fox, NFL on CBS all praise Johnny Manziel and Baker Mayfield for arrogance and bravado, and want to criticize Shedeur Sanders for the same thing. That's exactly right.
At Kroger,
Okay.
you always get big flavors.
So now we're on to the fifth round of the draft. Fifth round.
Kroger. Fresh for
Fifth
everyone.
round.
Ambition. When harnessed, it can change everything, turning oceans of data into waves of possibilities. And one day, the final frontier into our backyard. Unlock the promise of AI with HPE.
Back here in Green Bay, as round 5 begins, you'll notice some folks wearing coral-colored shirts in draft rooms across the NFL. Those were in honor of Colts Director of College Scouting, Matt Turpining's wife, Coral Cressman Turpining, who passed away unexpectedly on April 12th at the age of 45. Coral was a lifelong sports fan who loved cheering for the Colts, in addition to being a devoted wife and mom. Matt Turpining and the couple's daughters, Stella and Gwyneth, are in the Colts draft room together today.
Yeah, I've known Turp for over 20 years, and the scouting community is very tight, and you can see them all coming together. It's our way of giving Turp a hug as you look at the Pete Carroll and the Raiders draft room, all just trying to, Turp, let you and let Stella and Gwyneth know how much this scouting community, this NFL community is hurting for you. We love you. Turp, every time I saw Turp, I just saw him at the Big 12 Pro Day, and we sat there and we talked about the girls and how volleyball was going. Turp is a family man, and this was shocking, absolutely shocking to everyone. And I know that you guys are hurting, but I wanted to let you know
what happened here?
All of us here around the entire league, we're here to love on you. We're here to support you, Turp. We love you, buddy. And this is we're a phone call away. Anything you need, anytime you call any of us, we all love you. We're praying for you guys. Stella, Gwyneth, we love you too. We're praying for you as well.
Well said, DJ. We send our condolences, all of us here at NFL Network, to the Turpin family. May Coral rest in peace. You can see the support around these draft rooms. So when we show some draft rooms and you see the shirts, you'll know what it's about. Meanwhile, we're off and running on the 5th round. Minnesota is already on the clock for a second time. And you can see your best available, top 200. Yes, if you're just tuning in now, minutes after 1 o'clock local time here in Green Bay, 2 Eastern. Shedeur Sanders is still unpicked. He's gone through the first 4 rounds of this draft. And Minnesota is, again, on the clock for a second time here. This is their last pick in the draft. Once they're done here, unless they use some draft capital next year to trade back in, the Vikings will be done. They came in with the fewest picks in this draft with 4. And,
praying for a friend who's in the hospital, his brother who's in the hospital, triple bypass surgery. So I'm going to give him a prayer real quick. Excuse me. Wow. Praying for you. Praying for you, man. Praying for you, Bill.
He is the first pick of the 5th round.
Puts everything in perspective. All right. So
a bunch of them, and it's been like that for a long time. Inside, outside.
I was trying to find about the Turp thing. Daniel Jeremiah was talking about somebody that I didn't know had some tragedy.
And ended up, he also could have come out into the draft as well, CD. So he stayed there and showed that versatility as we look at big Cam Jackson, a monster defensive tackle from Florida. Big DTs in the SEC, Charles. I mean, that was a theme when you're watching all these DTs this year. They all came from the SEC, it seems like.
And had Cam Jackson and Deion Walker at the Senior Bowl. And when those guys came out for warm-ups and started running around the field, everything shook. You had to make sure you check your balance because those are big, big people.
Making calls, folks.
He went to the Panthers, the Titans selection. Well, I guess I need to be a little careful here. There's been so many trades all over the map. I believe this is the Ravens' next selection. Let's get that for the stage.
How we going, Green Bay? We having fun? Woo! Behalf of the Baltimore Ravens, the 2012 World Champions.
Hey, man, just trying to find out what's going on with Shedeur. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
That's the 141st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens will select Carson Benson, tackle, Alabama A&M. Let's go, Flock! Woo!
That's a big man. Let's check on Carson Benson here. There's just been a trade that of note once you're done with this Alabama A&M takes here.
Sure, yeah, he's massive. Baltimore loves to collect these big offensive tackles, and he's raw. CD, we saw that at the Senior Bowl. There's still development that needs to take place there. Didn't have the best Senior Bowl game, but they believe in their program there. They can develop these guys. But I mentioned size. When I started there, it was Jonathan Ogden and Orlando Brown. I mean, this has gone on for a long time. They've collected big tackles.
They haven't gotten smaller.
So the Seattle Seahawks just traded into this final pick for the Vikings in the draft. So the Vikings moved down to 172. And the Seattle Seahawks move up to 142. And the price of that trade was...
This is a good one. Amanor, that was a great This guy, talking about Amanor and Cam Ward are going to light it up, okay? They're going to light it up, straight up. All right, trade. So now the Vikings get the 5th round pick. Okay, so this is interesting.
For the Vikings to get a more veteran presence in-house for them to throw into the quarterback room with J.J. McCarthy. There was tons of talk about could potentially Kirk Cousins wind up back there again if something happens with Cousins in Atlanta. Would the Vikings even be interested? What will they do? Because they've given J.J. McCarthy all the opportunity to take this job. So Sam Howell now goes from Seattle.
Wait. I got. All right, I'm back, folks.
I just wrote down this guy's yes, he's just a winning player. This when he got hurt in the college football playoff. Chasing Nathan Ward and Lake just got
Okay, let's see here.
caught underneath, unfortunately. Not only that, he was at the combine for the medical and everything else. I had a chance to meet him down on the field, watching and encouraging. He's the type of guy you can't wait to add to your locker room.
All right, the Miami Dolphins' latest selection, I imagine, or we will get the Dolphins' latest selection. That pick is in. The Browns just traded into the next pick, so they're back on the clock right now.
Browns are back on the clock.
This pick is coming from where the Dolphins are playing this fall.
The Dolphins. Pick is in. Pick is in.
Hi,
From
I'm Hugo, live from Madrid.
Madrid.
The Dolphins will play the first
Beautiful day in
NFL
Madrid.
game in Spain this season at
Yes.
Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. And with the 143 pick, the Miami Dolphins selects Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle.
Jordan
Maryland.
Phillips. Wow.
Yeah, it reminded me a little bit of Javon Hargrave, just in terms of that thick, strong lower body there at Maryland. Has that wide
Okay.
point stance.
Let's move it along here.
Swim move, some pure bull rush. Not a lot of polish to his game, but you see a lot of power.
You see the power, and you also see that quick jump around. They get up
Yeah,
into
he
the
just
backfield. Loves to have that type of
may
ability.
go undrafted.
Transfer from Tennessee to Maryland.
It would be disgusting if that happened. Totally disgusting.
And the Eagles, Patriots, and Niners here in Green Bay.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability. What you might not know is performance and durability go right along with it. You see, we test, and then we test again. World-class engineering and rigorous testing to ensure our tools perform at the highest level and stand the test of time without testing your wallet. Now, it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshing and
Okay,
goes down.
let's see here.
Let the good times cruise.
There's Teddy Buchanan. Cal football. Go Bears. Teddy Buchanan is Baltimore bound, they say. And Teddy has been selected 129 overall by the Baltimore Ravens, as you know, and I both know, but I'm just celebrating and saying, go Bears. Pro Bears, as I say. Here, there's Teddy. Congratulations, Teddy. You're going to hit him up big in Baltimore, literally. And I'm going to give you a hearty retweet. Craig Woodson, the newest Patriot. Wow. Craig Woodson has been selected 106th overall by the New England Patriots. Go Bears, Craig. You've done a great service for Cal football and the University of California, Berkeley, my graduate school alma mater. Go Bears. With a 105th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Giants select, well, he's not a Cal guy. So, okay, I got no dog in that hunt. Good for him. Good for him. It's like a Jack Sawyer, Steelers. He's same height as Jack Lambert. Maybe he winds up playing in the middle. Interesting, all right? We'll just have to see what happens here, folks. All right. So everybody's left the building, almost everybody. All right. Now we've got, where are we?
Make more of what's yours. Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're also one of America's largest financial services companies. Like he's so much more than Saquon Barkley.
I'm also Stay Calm Barkley.
Oh man, struck my uniforms. Where were they?
Calm in. Stress out. I'll never remember all this. Relax, Rook. When things get intense, we get incense. What a nice cleansing surprise.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Rise and shine.
We're here, baby. Let's do it.
GMFB is live from LA, and we've got all things football.
They just don't lose.
If that's your jam, this is for you. Good Morning Football, Monday at 8 on NFL Network.
Shedeur Sanders has been your best available for darn near 2 days, Daniel. He's sitting there.
Wait.
Good culture. The Cleveland Browns just traded over the Eagles.
Okay.
I wonder.
The treater what?
I wonder. Obviously, they have Dylan Gabriel yesterday. Did the Browns do this thinking the Eagles would take Shedeur, and just maybe? We'll see.
We'll see what happens.
Well, that would be something.
Well, let's see. I have no faith in the Browns right now. We'll see what happens.
That would be something.
Okay.
And that's the only way I would say it. But let's see how the next 10 minutes plays out here. The Browns, as we all know, had a shot to. They were the team to have Travis Hunter right there, and they passed up that chance.
Yeah, they passed him up.
And then they passed up.
Right. We could have had Travis. It's ridiculous. They passed up Shedeur a whole bunch of times. 2, 3, 4, 6 times. Thank you. Right. Right. Browns are full of it.
Trophy finalist quartet from Manhattan being drafted in this draft. The other 3, including Travis Hunter, drafted in the top 5 picks in this draft.
Browns are.
They traded from 2 to 5 and got Shedeur Sanders.
Yep.
I don't think you would have thought we were saying you with the 5th round pick. All right, here's where you got it. Here's the Cleveland.
Here's the Browns. No news. Nope.
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur.
Oh, they did it! Oh, they did it! The Browns took Shedeur Sanders. The Browns took Shedeur Sanders. know what? I gotta put this on. I'm already on video there, folks. Oh man. Yes. Yes.
You hear me?
The Browns took Shedeur Sanders. We were just talking about it. They took him round 5, pick 144, 4,134 passing yards, 37 touchdowns in 2024. Single season school records at Colorado. He is the 6th most accurate quarterback in NCAA history. He is the legend who set a record for NIL deals coming out, most notably with Gatorade. Shedeur Sanders, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I couldn't believe it. And Don just said, oh, she was trying to be so. Donna Ponte, I'm talking about the NFL's CAO, was trying to be so just cool about it. Don, you did a great job. You did a fantastic job, Don. I was thinking, oh, come on, this is another false alarm, right? No, not this time. Yeah, and the Browns brass is clapping. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get a photograph of that. Yeah, there they are clapping. And, okay. All right. So, wow. They had an intense conversation early on, okay? I want to go back here, folks, because there was an intense conversation going on, all right, before that happened, all right? And it was very intense. They have a crowded quarterback room. They've got Deshaun Watson, Kenny. Hold on a second. Let me go back here. You should see this. I'm going to get this on there, all right? Because this was something else, all right? It was like this intense conversation. It really was. And I want to be on the fly on the wall. I'm going to text my buddy Sil because you should see this, folks, all right? Right about it's before this happened, and I hope I've got it. I know I've got it. There it is. Okay, right here. Okay.
Thinking the Eagles would take Shedeur.
Okay, fine. Okay, so right here, folks. You got to see this, all right? It's right here. Look at this, okay? Look at this, okay? Now look. All right? Andrew Berry, they're having an intense conversation. He's gesturing at himself. Kevin Stefanski is look like okay, all right? And whatever conversation they were having, it was just before this happened, okay? And I'm gonna show it to you right here as I get through the airdrop. Browns. Browns. See, I'm texting here like Browns. Browns. Hey, I see that again. That's worth playing again, folks.
44th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025.
Oh, wait. Let me go back again. I meant, hold on a second. Right about here. I got to get that for posterity.
All right, here's where you got it. Here's the Cleveland Browns pick.
Okay.
Is this the moment?
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur Sanders.
Oh. Nice. Nice. Oh, man. He's like, thank God. Oh.
Chose not to, including drafting another
feel we've talked about everything but the tape for so long now. Let's
get really.
What Shedeur Sanders is on the grass. He's got a point guard style of quarterback play. It is timing and rhythm and accuracy. You'll see that here on this tape. Also, the offensive line under a lot of duress over the last 2 years, a lot of collapsing pockets. He's able to hang in there, show his toughness. Watch, know you're going to get hit, sit in there, take your medicine, and deliver an accurate football that drops right out of the sky on the money. Now, this was the negative side of it. It was the drifting out of pockets. It was taking bad sacks at inopportune times. The thing to me was just playing faster. He just got to speed up his clock and play faster. But CD, when he's got everything lined up and getting his feet in the ground, he is a very accurate thrower.
It isn't playing faster kind of the norm that we say for college quarterbacks, because things are going to go faster in the league to begin with. So things that you could get out of in college, because you always think your athleticism is going to beat most of the defenses, and it usually does. You have to change that. But Rich, you
Cleveland Browns got it. I hope they win the Super Bowl.
Well, I think it's going to be the Raiders this year, Bob. But yeah, I'm sorry the Raiders didn't get them. But yeah, but the Raiders have something going.
There's no one there that he can't compete against. This is still an opportunity for him to be a starting quarterback.
So they have Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. And Kenny Pickett at one point said, well, I'm definitely going to be the star. I'm not here to sit down on the bench. So he's not happy. This is the most crowded quarterback room the Browns have had in a long time. And I mean crowded with, like, talented people, okay? So, yeah.
Let's talk about that. Because we have been saying for 2 straight days now, it's not where, when you go, it's what you do.
Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it a black person that owns that team?
No. Jimmy Haslam, in fact, gave his wife gave $250,000 to the Republican Party last year.
Wow.
And the general manager, Andrew Berry, however, is African American. General Andrew Berry. He's the general manager.
Oh, okay. To verify whether it was real, because I saw that video, which is insane.
Yeah.
That somebody would ever
do something like that. Thank you.
Who it is. But outside of that, how does that conversation go? Like, we're going to give you a shot. We're going to give you this. We'll give you that. And now, however you want to say a message has been sent or received, or whether it deserved to be sent or needed to be received, however you want to put it, he is now in a position of joining a team that not only drafted a quarterback, but one ahead of him, and could have had Travis Hunter on top of it and turned that opportunity away to get a draft choice in next year's draft.
Hey, folks, check this out.
A better quarterback draft class next year. I'll give you the floor on that.
This is how
Check
this
this out.
goes. First of all, congratulations. You just got drafted National Football League. That's a special moment. So enjoy that. I know you're frustrated that you fell this far. The next thing I would say is, I know you're a competitor. You know you're a competitor. Well, this is the biggest competition of your life, because when you were in high school, you were the quarterback. When you were in college at both stops, you were the quarterback. There was no competition. You listed off all these names. You have to fight, first of all, compete to win a job on this team. You've got to get a spot. Then after you do that, now you've got to compete to try and move your way up that depth chart. For some of the criticism of Shedeur, and some of it is, well, everything's been handed to him and it's been kind of controlled and the path has been laid out by Deion. He's coming into one of the most crowded quarterback rooms in the NFL as a 5th-round pick.
Yep.
He is going to have to earn everything. So that competitive nature, your dad's one of the most competitive people that's ever walked this earth. We're getting ready to find out how competitive Shedeur Sanders is. He's going to have to earn everything.
He's going to need the Baker Mayfield chip, their former quarterback, carry that with him. I co-sign on everything that you're saying, Daniel, and I think of it this way. I bet it's happened to you. I bet it's happened to you. There have been times where you have not gotten what you thought you had earned.
All the time, Charles.
You got news about certain things that you thought, you got to be kidding me. Well, how come I'm getting this? How come I'm getting something else I thought deserved this over here?
Yep.
But the opportunity remains. What are you going to do now that that's in front of you? Are you going to continue to say, well, I wanted this over here? That's not there anymore. This is what's here. It's right now. I've experienced it. I think a lot of people at home have experienced it. What's going to be the next step?
He has, because they used to treat him that way with the draft. I used to go to the draft when he was on with Mayock, and I said, no, you should be the guy that's ahead because you know more than Mike Mayock. They just have Mayock on. He's like, he knows it all. You know more than he does. They have you back here because he knew it, and that's what he was talking about. We used to talk about it all the time.
So Shedeur Sanders, I get it. The frustrations. I want to give you a hug for 2 days now.
Yeah.
But now's the chance to get up and go. I've been there.
Tell him, Charles.
But you got a choice to make. Battle or not. I think he's going to battle.
Oh, he's going to battle. I know that. No question about that. Yeah, that's right. Yes. Woohoo! Cleveland, it's perfect timing. Yes. Mm-hmm. He didn't do anything wrong. No, he didn't do anything wrong. He's just good. And what they don't talk about is he is a hard worker. You don't,
The other thing, he was Deion Sanders' son, and nobody worked harder than him.
Right. They're going to find out the hard way.
Pittsburgh did it in 2022 as well.
Look, the biggest one is RG3.
Cleveland Browns. I hope they win.
Yeah.
Because I remember we were there. And I remember I looked right at you guys. I looked right at Mayock, who was sitting in your chair.
Yeah.
DJ.
That's a lot of good news.
What is Washington doing right now?
Yeah. They took RG3 and then Kirk Cousins in the 4th round. Right. And then they engineered it for RG3 to fail. They put RG3 in a running offense. Mike Silver is actually writing about it in the book that he sent me. And the mom, they ran him, folks. They ran RG3 to death. I mean, literally, okay? They ran him to death. Oh, but I want you to see this, folks. Watch this. This is just before Sanders was taken. This is Andrew Berry talking to Kevin Stefanski, okay? And I don't have the audio of what they said, but look, okay? Okay, see that? It's like, if this doesn't work out, you can blame me or whatever, okay? And look at Stefanski, all right? And he goes, oh, whatever he said, okay? All right? That was an intense conversation. I want to know what was said there. Okay? And it's like he said, oh, go for it, okay? All right? Whatever it was, they resolved it. And then right behind that, he turned around and said, okay, go for it. Make the pick. It's intense. No.
No. And I thought, well, maybe they're just not going to draft him.
It's crazy stuff.
That's the worst I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
I have never seen in a all places. But the thing that I really hated was that they used to have all these pretty white girls and all these black players. It didn't make any sense about them. Purely.
In the future, they still need a franchise quarterback, one that can help them next year get whoever that ends up being. If Shedeur turns into the franchise quarterback that he believes he can be and other teams believe he can be, then they just have a free first next year. They can do whatever they want. It is a lottery ticket for the Browns at a very low cost.
Yep, sure is.
You guys want to chime in on that?
Go ahead, DJ. No, I'm sitting here thinking. I think he's right. I keep coming back to that competition, and it's going to start with Dylan Gabriel, like right there. To me, if I'm Shedeur, I'm going to say, okay, I know one thing. We show up to minicamp. I'm going to learn this stuff as fast as I possibly can.
Get down cold.
I think if you want a culture of competition, which every coach preaches, man, they drafted 2 big-time backs in this draft. Now they've got 2 quarterbacks.
They're trying to get back to
this is the purest form of sport is competition. And before you can play the other team, you got to compete with your own guys. Now, it's going to be healthy, and they're not going to be hating on each other and not fighting each other, but it's going to be a healthy competition, and it's going to be fun. Practices a rookie minicamp, man. We've got a quarterback competition at a rookie minicamp. How great is that?
I would run to Cleveland for the playbook and the opportunity right now. Because exactly what you're saying, Dylan Gabriel, that's who he is. That's what he's about. He's done it at 3 different places. UCF, Oklahoma, Oregon, and did it really high level, adapted, change, learn teammates, learn schools, all these things. I would run there if I'm Shedeur Sanders. I'd have my dukes up and we're going to fight. I've said this multiple times in different ways already today. We've all had these dings along the way. There's been days when I've gone and been in the fetal position and turned down the shades, and I got to find a way to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Either you find a way back or it consumes you. And that's where he is right now.
That's what life is about.
Mm-hmm.
Things turn out for you. They do. I don't care how much you go through. Some things you're going to hit the jackpot.
It's a lottery ticket for Cleveland, but it's an opportunity. Because I think Cleveland wants to play the best guy. They've gone through more quarterbacks again in the last few years. They're ready to play, and getting the backs, what they're doing with the line, they're signaling Kevin Stefanski.
Andrew Berry just saved this job. Andrew Berry just saved his job with the fans. The fans wanted him fired. I got to get the reactions on. Wow.
We'll see how it works. I know Dylan Gabriel's not going to look at it
I know he's not going to look at it that way. I'm telling you, if I'm drafting, I'm thinking Shedeur Sanders might be my starter. I know what I'm getting with Dylan Gabriel. I hope I get more. It's going to be a very interesting fight on his hands.
And then just to know, lastly, how does a quarterback competition work with four guys? Like, and two rookies?
He's going to have to narrow it.
I mean, I want to talk about the exact opposite of a rookie is somebody who won comeback player of the year pushing 40.
I don't know that you have all four there.
Or close to 40, I should say.
You really think they're going to have all four there?
I mean, once we get to, let's see when we get to training camp. The other thing is, Joe Flacco, I can imagine if, hey, Joe, we're going to take some reps off you. I don't know that you're going to get a big argument there from Joe, as much football as he's played at his age.
Came off the couch and got comeback player of the year. He's not worried about it.
Mm-hmm.
Moments ago, Shedeur Sanders, this is his reaction.
There he is.
Yep. It's time to take the plunge.
He's taking the plunge. Look, Ma. Woohoo! He jumped in the pool, Ma. I gotta get that's on his Twitter. That's on his Instagram account. Hold on a second.
The 2025 NFL Draft is presented by Verizon. The NFL, powered by Verizon 5G.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. Our experts?
Come in.
Closer than you think. Yes, great. Nice surprise, huh? Ready to help. Serving up deals, advice, wherever you are. Even on the job.
Hey.
Making sure
Wait.
it's good to go. April 21st to 27th. Don't wait. Get started today.
We were born on the battlefield and answered the call when America needed us most.
Trying to find that. Hold on a second, folks. Trying to find Shedeur Sanders' account here
Cash incentives
on Instagram.
Jeep, America's most patriotic brand.
With freedom of choice pricing, get $7,000 bonus cash allowance or employee pricing for all on 2025 Jeep Gladiator, Rubicon, and Mojave models. See your local Jeep.
Okay.
Graduates, today you enter the real world, ready for whatever lies ahead, except for the following, which you're likely to find exceedingly difficult. Going to a 9-to-5 job, doing your taxes, putting on a duvet cover, taking off a duvet cover, realizing you're never going to go to the gym. This guy knows what I'm talking about. In summary, life is hard, but saving money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive is easy. Oh yeah, deciding what's for dinner every night. For the rest of your life.
He's trying to find that, folks. I can't find it. The NFL Network posted him, jumping in the pool. Here's one that says, "Welcome to Cleveland." Hold on a second. I'll just show you what I see, okay? I'll just show you what I see. Right here.
Brilliant recovery with the Lowe's app. He always delivers. And so does the Lowe's app. In-store, online, our Lowe's team has you covered.
There. Welcome to Cleveland. See, there it is. Shedeur Sanders. Right there. So now Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders get to establish what I believe, because Shedeur is going to start. Will be a fascinating competition for years to come with Cam Ward, quarterback of the Tennessee Titans, and Shedeur Sanders, quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. That's what's going to happen. The Browns got him for cheap. Wow. Oh, gosh.
Cleveland Browns in the 5th round. Second quarterback.
Now everybody's partying. Look at that. They're all partying. Everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy. Yeah.
Yes. Williams, quarterback from UCF, went to the Philadelphia Eagles. Latest pick was the Cowboys. Just got their running back.
Yeah. No reason. No reason.
And the Texas Longhorns.
No reason.
Miami Dolphins have their pick in at number 1.
But whatever was going on, there was some weird reason. Okay. Because I was sharing this with Michael, because I think he's headed there to interview them. But I was showing him Andrew Berry's pointing at this chest like this, saying, like it's don't, national, it'll be my fault or something like that, or blame me if something goes wrong or something like that, because that happened right before they picked him. And he's the general manager, the guy with the beard, that's the head coach. Yeah.
Deion Sanders was the pick. I mean, he could do a whole damn football half of it by himself. So I know he's picked up all kinds of friends along the way.
In the Kevin Stefanski
So,
system here, Baldy.
Well, I want to know.
See, watch this. See how, Mom? Look at how these guys are talking. You can play it back, I think. But you see how he's talking to him? And Kevin says something to him? Kevin's the white guy on the left, okay? And he's saying something to him, and then he starts pointing at himself like that. See?
With the 94th pick in the 3rd round yesterday, they took Cleveland off the interest of drafting the quarterback.
Yeah.
We kept doing this to the 1st round, the 2nd round, the 3rd round. Once the team took a quarterback, Jalen Milroe, whatever, like you eliminated Shedeur from those positions. And now he is 2 rookie quarterbacks on this team. There's only so many reps. There's only so many preseason games. I don't even know how you evaluate what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
I know you've got some thoughts on that, MJD. We're going to get to it here in a second, but we got to get to Berlin for a
Set them straight, MJD. I know both these guys. I know exactly what MJ, because Brian could be a bit of a pill, especially when it comes to race stuff. Cowboys and the cheerleader. Colts. I'm sorry. Can't hear you.
Utah from the Olympic Stadium here in Berlin, Germany.
Ooh.
This season, the Indianapolis Colts will make history as the first NFL team to play a regular season game right in this beautiful stadium. We are excited to bring Colts football to fans around the world. Let me introduce you to star defensive player, team captain, Kenny Moore II.
With the 151st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select DJ Giddens, running back, Kansas State. See you in Berlin. Auf Wiedersehen.
All right, I love it. There you go, MJD.
And they must have been looking at look at this. They must have been looking at the rankings.
Yeah, they look at the Utah tape is what we're looking at. That's Utah. He's running. He's crushing it against. Yeah.
Look at that. You don't get that with big guys. You don't see a lot of that. Again, a guy that can make people miss. Look at that. This is the shiftiness, the suddenness, the ability to burst the house. Played injured this year, too. He's a little banged up, so that's a good pick. They must have been, checking out NFL.com.
All right, well, we're going to check that out. We saw their starting running back, Jonathan Taylor, announced their 2nd and 3rd round picks last night. JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State, Justin Wally from Minnesota, the corner, and then, of course, they took Tyler Warren with their 1st round pick out of Penn State. Let's get back to Shedeur Sanders, though, MJD.
Yeah.
You know this Kevin Stefanski system. How do you see Shedeur's fit with it?
I think this is a perfect fit. This system is ran all through the league. You talk about the Atlanta Falcons run it, the Houston Texans run it, the San Francisco 49ers run it, the Green Bay Packers run it, the Los Angeles Rams run it, the Miami Dolphins run it. And the reason I say the Dolphins, think of what Tua Tagovailoa has been able, what his strong suits coming out of Alabama. Timing and anticipation. That's what you see from Shedeur Sanders. He gets the ball out quick. You're going to have a great running game. A lot of half-field reads, play-action pass. To me, if you can just be a
point guard. We saw what DJ put on there as a point guard, just to distribute. They don't need to win the game. That's all you have to be in this system.
Yep.
Very similar to what Kirk Cousins was in Minnesota under Kevin Stefanski. So I love this fit. And you may talk about, hey, how do you get out there? I remember being in Jacksonville, and it was probably like 9 running backs. You know how you get out there? First, you do
work your ass off
by being smart and being on the board, answering questions, and gaining trust. Then you get on the field and you start making plays. And then you get in the preseason and you start making some big-time throws. Dak Prescott did that with the Cowboys
exactly.
in week 1 against Los Angeles.
I'll never forget he destroyed the Rams. Absolutely right.
Keep playing you because you're giving yourself the best chance. Competing is all that matters at this point. I think he's in the best situation to do that there in Cleveland.
So we had 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks last year. Shedeur Sanders, the 6th quarterback off the board, and it comes in the 5th round in this 2025 NFL draft. Okay, time now for Next Gen Stats, powered by AWS. Looking at the highest production scores of quarterbacks in this draft. And look, I mean, that is one of the crown jewels of that draft profile for Shedeur Sanders. His production was unquestioned there.
Yep.
Turned 2 programs around.
Over Cam Ward, Jackson, Dog, Gillian. Yep.
Of course, in Colorado.
That's right. Highest production scores.
Big piece of that success the last 2 years
Mm-hmm.
in Colorado.
But not only that, Mom, again, he is, and I made a video about it, he is the 6th most accurate quarterback in NCAA history. Okay. 6th the most accurate.
What do you do when things get tough? You don't give up. You stand your ground. If you've been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer and have tried hormone therapy, ask your doctor about Pluvicto. Pluvicto is not chemotherapy. It's a different treatment that targets PSMA-positive cells. It's now FDA approved after 1 hormone therapy and before chemotherapy. Pluvicto involves contact with radioactivity, which may increase the risk for cancer and cause fetal harm. Drink plenty of fluids, urinate often, use contraception, and talk to your doctor about ways to reduce the risk of the
No, what? Hold on a second. Wait.
Pluvicto can cause
Hey, folks, what you're looking at is something else that they haven't presented. I've talked about it before, but I want you to see for yourself. I want you to see for yourself what I have talked about seemingly ad infinitum. Shedeur Sanders is widely regarded as one of the most accurate quarterbacks in NCAA history, with a completion percentage for his career in college of 71.8%. He holds the record for career completion percentage. Other quarterbacks like Colt Brennan, 70.4, Colt McCoy, 70.3, and Kellen Moore, 69.8, also rank highly in career completion percentage. Okay? So here's listed as the most accurate. When I looked it up, it was it's sixth most, but they have him. This is right here. The most accurate passer. This is in history. This isn't, and they're questioning. Shedeur Sanders, the most accurate passer in college football history. Okay. And it goes on to say here, when you think of the most accurate quarterbacks in college football history, who comes to mind? Colt Brennan, Mac Jones, Bo Nix. Well, it's time to add another name to the conversation, Shedeur Sanders. According to recent statistics, Shedeur Sanders holds the all-time record for career completion percentage in college football, even when factoring in his time at Jackson State. At 71.8%, Sanders edges out Hawaii legend Colt Brennan, 70.4%, by more than a full percentage point. Even if you remove his stats at Jackson State, he remains in the top tier of accuracy kings. Yet, despite this historic achievement, it seems like the mainstream college football world isn't talking about it as much as they should. Last year, we couldn't escape the constant talk about Bo Nix's accuracy at Oregon. His 77.4% completion rate was lauded as the gold standard for quarterback efficiency. But for some reason, Shedeur isn't getting the same attention despite putting up similarly impressive numbers. Maybe it's because of the offensive system. Maybe it's because he played at Jackson State before Colorado. Maybe it's because the Buffs struggled in the later half of the season. Regardless, the numbers speak for themselves. This begs the question with what the Tennessee Titans are going to do. Should they draft Shedeur Sanders over Travis Hunter? While Hunter is arguably the most dynamic two-way player in modern college football history, the NFL is a quarterback-driven league. Teams without a quarterback are lost, and the Titans currently have zero stability at the position. Passing on a potential franchise quarterback for a generational defensive back receiver hybrid might sound enticing, but unless Tennessee has a plan to land an elite quarterback later, it could be a decision they regret. The best ability in football, this author writes, is availability. And that starts with having a signal caller who can keep your team competitive for a decade or more. But again, this is Glory, Colorado, stating the news that I have also told you again and again and again. And again, 16 for 16, college football's most accurate QBs. And what year was this, however? This goes back a bit. This goes way back. This was before Sanders' time. There's sportsreference.com, pass completion percentage, career leaders, and records. And Shedeur Sanders stands at number one. He is the number one since 1956. In another measure, this is where you add Jackson State. If you take him off, he goes down a bit, okay? But, I mean, but right here, he is, since 1956, he is the most accurate passer in NCAA history. Not sixth. He is the most accurate passer. He's number one. Colt Brennan of Hawaii is number two. Colt McCoy of Texas, that was 2005. Colt McCoy of Texas is number three. Kellen Moore, Boise State, number four. Graham Harrell, of Texas Tech at the time in 2005 was number five. Grayson McCall, North Carolina State in 2024 is number six. Will Rogers of Washington, 2024 is number seven. Brendan Weeden, remember him? 2011, Cowboys quarterback for a moment, went to Oklahoma State. 2008, he held a record of 69.5% completions. Case Keenum, Houston quarterback, 2007, 69.4%, and Chase Holbrook, New Mexico State in 2006, from 2006 to 2008, number 10 ranked, 69.3%. But Shedeur Sanders, measuring from 2023 to 2024, is number one. If you tack on Jackson State, he falls to number six. Okay? So I repeat, from 2023 to 24, 2 seasons with Colorado, Shedeur Sanders has the record of the most accurate passer in NCAA history. If you tack on Jackson State, he falls to number 6 all time. All time. And that should be talked about again and again and again and again and again and again and again, because we talked about it with Bo Nix, who was with the Broncos. So, by all rights, Shedeur Sanders should have went at least to the Raiders at 6. I say the Browns at 2, but the Browns got him anyway. So, no, this is glad it happened, but we have to recount. The stats are there. The stats are there. But it also brings up that old Rolling Stones song. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometime, you might find you get what you need. There you go. All right. Let's see what the Twitter tweets are. Oh, by the way, under Shedeur Sanders, who is possibly, I'll put this back here.
Grill for Chipotle heat with a touch of sweet and a perfectly balanced sauce. Chipotle honey chicken takes heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Mopping is hard work, but I thought it was the only way I could get my floors truly clean. And then I tried the Swiffer Power Mop and realized that I can get cleaner floors without the extra work. It has a built-in solution that breaks down dirt on contact, and the pad's hundreds of strips scrub away sticky messes, even from grout lines. Okay.
Here we go. I got it. Shedeur Sanders jumped into the pool after being drafted. There he goes, folks. Woohoo! Splash. Woohoo!
Did the position neutral.
Sorry, honey.
Mine's
also a work thing. I just need someone to cover my shift.
Oh.
So is mine. Alan says your business vehicle is. The ground turkey is the healthiest poultry.
Okay.
You know what? Never mind. Just be on your phone.
Round 5.
Right now, spring
Is
deals
in.
are under $20 at the Home Depot. So no
And
matter
don't
what
forget,
you're
folks,
working on,
for
we
Mr.
save big on
Irrelevant,
all your spring projects. Now through May 7th, shop spring deals under $20 at the Home
my
Depot.
friends Melanie, Satala, Fitch, and her daughter Alex will be there to announce the last pick, the Lowesman. Oh, which reminds me.
Is this your idea?
Enjoy the intense flavor of Lavazza Dolce Vito.
This is Las Vegas. This. I'm confused.
Look at that, folks. Hold on a second.
That is good.
Check out the new whip. Tight. Fully custom. 20 Bud Lights can fit there. As many Bud Lights as it takes. A lot of Bud Lights. Well, give me one of those.
It's always football season at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. In the spring, we're honoring remarkable off-the-field stories in our limited-time character exhibit. Also, backed by popular demand, we'll host our annual Memorial Day weekend celebration that includes a visit from the new Hall of Fame class.
144th pick. We had another piece on offense.
Certified rock band Nickelback. Plan your visit to the Pro Football Hall of Fame today.
Legendary.
Fans still packing Titletown. Draft Town USA this weekend as the 5th round rolls on here, day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. And soon enough, you're going to find out where some of your favorite rookies are going to be playing this year. The 2025 schedule release coming up for you just a couple of weeks now, Wednesday, May 14th, which of course you can catch right here on NFL Network. Let's take a look at the wide receivers taken in this year's draft.
Really? Travis Hunter, though? That's not a wide receiver. That's a football player.
That is a first-round wide receiver. And the best
first-round wide
right there. Tenero McMillan follows Emeka Egbuka, and then Matthew Golden, as we talked about just a minute ago. I guess technically 4th wide receiver taken. What was your favorite or the wide receiver you may be most excited to see, Bull?
Well, actually, I want to see what Jacksonville does right now with Travis Hunter and what side of the ball that he's going to start on. Yesterday we talked to the new general manager, James Gladstone, and he says he raises the space around everybody. Like, I just think, and then when they asked him, like, if Travis Hunter, the receiver, was being covered by Travis Hunter in the corner. Who's coming up with the ball and said Travis Hunter?
Easy
I thought it was a great line.
Yeah, easy answer. What about you, Jay?
To me, it's T-Mac, and I feel like if you're in the NFC
Yeah.
South, you have to have like a 6'5", 200-plus pound receiver. You got Drake London in Atlanta. You have Mike Evans in Tampa.
Yeah.
And now Carolina has that version of it because in the red zone, you want to make it easy for your quarterback. Now, I don't.
Oh, hey,
I would
folks,
say
I want
Carolina
to tell
and
you,
Dallas quarterback are similar in stature. But again, I want to give
if
my
you
guy
ever,
an opportunity to throw some.
I got one of these. If you ever get a letter from credit management company, I just looked them up, scam company, they're routinely known for making up fake accounts and saying you owe them money. Don't. You get that, the first thing you do, you call the authorities, you report them for phishing with a P, not phishing with an F, because it's a scam company. There are littered with scam reports all over the internet. Well, and by the way, if you ever get a text saying that your card was declined or something, that too is a scam. That's a phishing scam. There's all these things going around. They're trying to get folks, okay? I'm using my publication, my broadcast to let you know, scam, 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 scam. Be always suspicious. Don't take anything seriously. When you believe there's a problem, you call the authorities like that. There you go. All right. That's my public service announcement for the day. Well, one of them. There probably will be others. I don't know. Okay. All right.
I love that quick release of the fade. And then again, the ability to separate. That's the one thing receivers now have more than I've ever seen, is that ability to separate and create at the top of their route.
That's what Landon McConkey did last year for him.
Yeah.
Why he was so effective. That ability to separate and give Justin Herbert a real clean target to throw to.
I like that one a lot as the Chargers continue to upgrade targets.
Andre Labbert-Smith,
Yeah, for sure.
Auburn.
Trey Harris, too, on Ole Miss. I really like Trey Harris.
16.9 yards per reception. 19.6 yards per reception. Excuse me. Wow.
Off the Keenan Allen last year, so you're trying to rebuild that receiver room.
They're going to get more explosive.
Yeah. Got to be more explosive.
Yeah, no, and then I love the running back selection there for the Chargers at 22 with Amari and Hampton. I think it was your favorite. One of your favorite fits. Huh?
It was my favorite fit. I had him ranked a little bit lower, but I believe that he had to go to a place where he had to get on track. And when you're the Chargers, it is A-gap tracks. We're running downhill. We're going to let this offensive line move forward, and I think that's where he's going to be at his best. That's a wonderful fit with Najee Harris. Imagine tackling two guys like that in November and December. That's what the Chargers want to be.
Forget about November, December, the fourth quarter of the game.
Yeah,
They're going to start bouncing off them.
Indeed. So fifth round continuing to roll on here. Latest selection, Keandre Lambert-Smith, another wide receiver, just as we were talking about wideouts. We've seen the wideouts kind of really start to fly off the board. Last night. Yeah, indeed.
Well, every team has got at least two.
Yeah.
It seems like Iowa State had two, TCU.
Both of them went to the Houston Texans, in fact. Yeah, Jaden Higgins and Jaylen Royals. Kind of one of those strange kind of quirks of the draft that we've seen thus far. That area scout there at Houston got spent a lot of time in Ames.
There's Sanders' room. They're jumping up and down. Oh, that's nice.
Players for sure.
Huh.
All right, we're going to
Yeah.
get to our next
Doing the
pick.
dance. Look at that, folks.
For real here. Overseas once again.
I bet you Baldy been there.
You better believe Baldy's been
Doing the dance.
Germany has 59.
Doing the dance. Even the dog is dancing. Shedeur Sanders is in the middle of his friends and groups video, and he's dancing. Oh, his brother Shiloh Sanders, his brother, yeah. Woohoo!
They really missed last year due to injury, built their whole defense around it. Much more on the way coming up from Green Bay. We send it back to our draft dream team. Rich Eisen, Charles Davis, and Daniel Jeremiah resume our coverage on Jimmy
What makes iconic? It's moments. It's memories. It's once in a
That's nice, folks. I thought he was trying to do the Cotton Eye Joe for a second there. That's hilarious. That's
But
great.
most importantly, it's the destination.
It's time to be legendary.
Caesar's Palace. Seoul has a little bit of everything. And with a Sapphire Reserve card, you have access to all of it.
Let's see what other people are saying. Maybe we can get a...
Whether you're eating the world's finest hibachi or 5 courses of street food, you really can find anything in a city like Seoul.
Let's see here.
Experience the world like an insider with Chase Sapphire Reserve. Make more of what's yours.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces passing, I'm homebound.
For some of us, personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Loved ones, neighbors, the communities we call home, and the causes we care about. At Thrivent, we help you plan your financial picture with the bigger picture in mind. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're also one of America's largest financial services companies. Like he's so much more than Saquon Barkley.
I'm also Stay Calm Barkley.
Oh man, you struck my uniform. Whoever did.
Calm, man.
This is funny, folks. That's Good Sports says Quinn Ewer is the quarterback of Texas, is killing a new animal every hour he's not drafted. And we're all still talking about Shedeur Sanders. That was 14 hours ago. Oh, boy.
The greatest duo.
Shedeur Sanders.
There's nothing like a great duo.
Another playmaker in the mix. That's right.
New Jack Links duos.
We could tell you what it's capable of. Or you could find out for yourself. How we get there matters.
Hi folks, Johnny Stivers here for Stivers Decatur Subaru. Ready to elevate your drive? The all-new sporty and sophisticated 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, now up to $2,500 off MSRP and finance rates as low as 3.9%. This rugged, refined crossover is built for adventure. Exceptional fuel efficiency and advanced safety features that inspire confidence on every road. Add Subaru's legendary reliability and Stivers customer service, and you got a deal that's impossible to ignore. At Stivers Decatur Subaru, where price sells cars.
We could tell you what it's capable of. Or you could find out for yourself. How we get there matters.
You're watching the 2025 NFL Draft. Presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
Yeah, best available IA black nose tackle, really old school nose tackle, that 3-4 scheme. Will really be a guy because they can free up those linebackers and Miles Frazier.
Well, it's people out there. I would say it's about 60,000 today.
Spunky will tackle, and he's really good in terms of coverage, anticipating the route, and pushing on the football. He's got a really good chance that he could be a nickel corner slot corner in the NFL. All skills that Robert Bauer. Catching you up on some of the recent picks, we are moving at a more expeditious pace as we get deeper and deeper into the draft. We're about Colin Oliver. He was followed by another Big 12 defender, Marquise Siegel, going to San Francisco, and an upset of the draft. Shocking turn of developments. This just into the draft. The Eagles select a defensive player from Georgia, Smile Munden. It's shocking to me that ever happens. Finally, the pipeline has been established here, Reese. Jets got Francisco Malinois from Miami, and Mitchell Evans, tight end from Notre Dame, went to the Panthers. Let's have a look at
Smile Munden.
Coordinator Smile. And Reese, let's start here. It's a fifth-round pick, so I don't want to go overboard about the idea this guy could become a starter. But keep in mind, the Eagles drafted Jahad Campbell, who's banged up right now. He underwent labor surgery after the combine. We'll see whether he is ready for the available for the start of this upcoming regular season. But inside linebacker remained a need for Philadelphia after that selection. But London down there at the Senior Bowl, the kind of guy that's very comfortable covering a lot of ground in the passing game. Played for Kirby Smart, so by default, you know that he has some football instincts and some football intelligence as well. Has excellent size. Smile Mundun, a player that I thought would go quite a bit earlier today.
Smile Mundun Jr. Smile. Eagles have taken Jeff Campbell, Andrew Makumba, Ty Robinson, Mac Williams, and Smell Mundun. Okay. Whew. Great day, folks. Great day, folks. I said, hey, Ryan Spoon, come on, man. I know personally, Ryan's the president of Yahoo Sports. I know Ryan for a long time. He got to be ashamed of himself for putting that out there like that.
The guys that got knocked most recently was also impressive. Ty Robinson, the Eagles had their eye on him for quite some time. There was no way today he was getting past him, and he did. Also took Makuba. By the way, Mac McWilliams, the pick after Shedeur Sanders, so understandable didn't get a chance to really discuss him. I think of Amik Robertson, most recently of the Detroit Lions right now. I thought of Mac McWilliams' tape during his days at UCF. Undersized, yeah. But, man, that guy is a pest in the secondary. He was up for the challenge regardless of the size of the player that was playing opposite of him. Had some feistiness to him in the running game as well. And some very good ball skills. One of two UCF defensive backs that could be drafted. His teammate DJ Adams perhaps a little bit later on in this exercise. A nickel
trying to save this thing. Hold on.
Traded away Chauncey Gardner-Johnson back to the Houston Texans earlier this summer. All defense for Philadelphia Eagles. So you think about where they are right now, the football team, bringing the kind of personnel. They're afforded the opportunity to wait on Jahad Campbell, but would have gone much higher. That was kind of the theme of this draft. A lot of guys banged up that were being pushed down the board because of injury, and Campbell being one of the top guys in that area would have gone probably top 15 overall. Look, I think Andrew Makumba, it's just, I know there's a lot of teams right now and a lot of fan bases that are going, how did Andrew Makumba wind up in Philadelphia? Like, how are they cornering the market on guys like this? Pound for pound, maybe the toughest player in this draft, one of the most explosive players in this draft, and one of the best hits I've seen in college football in years in that SEC title game. I tell you what, man, they had a couple of guys back there in the secondary for that team. And just tell you, Dave Barron gets selected as well earlier in this draft. Most recent pick off the board, Mitchell Evans, outstanding, kind of quintessential big fella tight end from Notre Dame, going to Carolina. And now the Pittsburgh Steelers about to make a pick in a place that has grown to love American football, Dublin, Ireland. Hello, everyone. I'm here in beautiful Dublin, Ireland at the historic Croke Park Stadium, where the Pittsburgh Steelers will take the field this fall in the NFL's first ever regular season game in Dublin. With the 164th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the six-time Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers. Y.A. Black, defensive end, Iowa.
There you go.
And another one to move off the Bell's best available board. Brief, everybody wants now guys to get up the field and be disruptive. It's hard to find the old school guys, the throwback guys, the 6'6", 336-pounders like Y.A. Black. They're just not out there anymore. This kid is for the Pittsburgh Steelers, that nose tackle. And Lou, you talk about the field and that, a guy who can block it. He can free up those linebackers. And I'll tell you what, good recognition skills, I thought. He was practicing against Tyler Linderbaum early in his career. He got beat up a little bit by Tyler, right? He grew from that and developed the season into a guy that became more productive, 34 tackles, 7 tackles for a loss.
I'm writing, hey, Ryan, how about walking back that tweet?
Find guys this size, that type of talent for that 3-4 scheme on a regular basis. Well, he had his best year, and that's what I always want to see with these guys. Are you an ascending prospect? Now, he struggles with pad level a little bit. They'll mention the size. His best trait and his biggest curse at times. So I think he has to learn to play with a little bit better leverage. But the Pittsburgh Steelers, when you think about big nose tackles, someone that can just play in that Casey Hampton role and control the line of scrimmage, Black is that type of fit and that type of scheme fit for Pittsburgh. once we get that pad level down, it's going to help out. Chargers made the pick.
Yeah, Ryan, I got you, man. All right, so we are Los Angeles Chargers. Pick is in, pick 166.
165th pick to the Los Angeles Chargers.
With the 165th Kevin Booth, NFL Senior Director of Management Council.
The Los Angeles Chargers select Oronde Gadsden II, tight end, Syracuse.
He was one of the more dangerous tight ends in college football. He was a third-team All-American. Of course, Syracuse played for Fran Brown last season. Of course, he's got the great bloodline with his father playing in the NFL. Yeah, Mel's got him his dad way back in the day. And this is a player's a quick study, Reese. He began his college career as a wide receiver in his first year playing tight end on a full-time basis in 2022. What did he do? He led all FBS tight ends in receiving yards. He had the most catches by a Syracuse tight end in a single season in program history. This guy is excellent at generating separation at the top of the routes. You see him playing a lot of his snaps from the slot or even lined up outside here. Here's the reality with Oronde Gadsden II. If you're asking him to get moving in the running game as a blocker, you've chosen the wrong player. But if you want to find a guy that can help you stretch the middle of the field up the seam route, you got a chance. Yeah, he came back from the foot injury, and he caught everything. So Oronde Gadsden II is that. Obviously, talking about Winston-Salem State, undrafted free agent, 1995, caught Dan Marino's last touchdown pass in that. When you think about Oronde Gadsden II, this is the kid that can. You get him in his area, Lou, there's off target one time, and he can catch the football. Again, think about how Joe Horowitz and Jim Harbaugh built this football team. Look at the profiles of people that they pick. Size, big, strong, size. They want size all over the field. When the Chargers come out of the tunnel in 2025, that's a nice, big, young draft prospect right there that they're going to get a lot of mileage out of. And the Chargers needed a tight end. That's an area of concern. We talked about maybe they could even go there in round one if a player fell. They were all over players last year, so this is a team that has a spot that he could make it up into the starting lineup as a move tight end. So the Chargers celebrating the drafting of Oronde Gadsden II deep in the 5th round here in Green Bay.
Pete Courtyard's official ambassador has opened a new world for me. Now I get to hang out with NFL fans all season long.
Wait, what?
See you on game day.
I have 10 years of experience.
This job requires a college degree. Any degree. Any degree. Just...
Indeed matches you with jobs that actually match your experience. And what was your major?
Dance.
Oh.
Gary, used car shopping can't hurt you.
What if I overpay?
Come out and I'll show you a better way.
Well, show me, Carfox.
Knowing how a car's accident history impacts price means you don't have to overpay. No fear, just Fox. Say show me at Carfax.com.
You know what this program needs? New Dr. Pepper Blackberry.
Sweet blackberry flavor!
Bingo! There's even zero sugar. And we got a new mascot too. Try new Dr. Pepper Blackberry. It's a pepper thing.
Strawberry weekend.
Keep it together, old girl. Oh, this thing will be fun.
Justice says, I think the NFL should still investigate how. Justice says, I still think the NFL should investigate how that frat kid at Ole Miss was able to get Shedeur's number he had simply got for the draft. Yeah, I agree with you, Justice. That is a major scandal in of itself. And then he posts this stuff on social media like he thinks it's something cool, and it's not. And I'm going to investigate that after I'm done with the draft myself. And I know I'm not the only one, but how stupid. You know, it just goes to show you racism is stupid as stupid does, right? So, hey, there you go. I keep saying it. I keep saying. Robert Griffin says Shedeur Sanders didn't need to be humbled. His confidence. I repeated this before, and I believe I retweeted it. No, I favored it, and then I out there putting out there, yeah. And Robert Griffin on YouTube says Sanders' draft day fall isn't about talent; it's personal and it's wrong. That's right. Okay. And hold on a second here.
Gladstone, James, thanks for joining us here on the East
Mr. Gladstone, he's the man of the hour.
Listen, James, we got to ask. This was a big pick.
Yep.
First-year head coach, first-year general manager.
That's him.
And you guys were not timid. Take us behind the philosophy and the courage to move up from 5 to 2 and getting your guy, Travis Hunter.
You know what? I think where it starts is that when we went through the interview process for the general manager position, one of the things that I articulated that my hope for our leadership group was that a trademark would be that when there's an opportunity to be bold, we won't flinch. And I think this was a reflection of that, while at the same time acknowledging that this is a rare talent in the game of football, but also a rare person. And I think it says a lot about who we are as an organization, how we plan to move, and can't wait to get to know Travis on a deeper level, get him inside the building and on the grass with his teammates, and just see how this takes shape here over the course of the offseason and into the 2025 regular season and beyond.
And as for Hunter himself, what made him stand out? What made him feel like this would be a cornerstone to this franchise? And when you see Travis Hunter now in that Jacksonville colors, what does it mean to you?
You know what? Obviously, the on-field talent speaks for itself. The idea that he has the capacity to play on both sides of the ball is certainly unique. But when you get a chance to understand who he is as a person, right? Him being on site with us over the last 24 to 36 hours, it's been very vivid, the mode in which he operates, the way in which he thinks, right? He's got a joyful personality, but when he talks, there's some things that hit you in a way that are jaw-dropping, and it's hard to even comprehend that somebody of his status and his age can even be thinking the way that he does. And clearly, it's something that is special, not only on what is showcased on the surface, but what lies beneath it.
James, I'm curious. You're 34. You're the youngest general manager in the league. You made that huge historic trade on the opening night of the draft. What has it been like for you to man the helm with your first NFL draft as a general manager?
These are the Jaguars, folks.
Obviously, it's a collective effort. We're leveraging the insights from our coaching staff as well as our scouting staff and everything just outside that within the organization, from sports performance to strength and conditioning. So this has been an enjoyable process so far, and I hope it's truly fulfilling by the end. Obviously, we got 4 more picks on the horizon and look forward to really rounding this thing out the rest of the way.
All right, I know this is more of a question perhaps for the coaching staff, but here's Travis Hunter, this unprecedented player, and we have heard that he has spoken to both your offensive coordinator and your defensive coordinator. Is there a defined plan for how he will be rolled out onto the NFL in his first NFL week?
Yeah, it's a logical question to ask, and I think his intent is on playing both sides of the ball, as is ours. Now, when it comes to his onboarding process, we'll give him a heavy dose of offense and sprinkle in the defensive side of the ball, knowing that by the time we get to the regular season, those should be balanced out. But that's the initial onboarding plan as it stands today. But we'll know that, there's going to be a requirement for agility and fluidity to that plan, because certainly this is uncharted territory for many, but we look forward to executing.
James, you mentioned the 4 picks you still have left today. Thank you for joining us before them. What is this team still looking to do the rest of the day?
You know what? We'll see how the board unfolds. Certainly want to continue to tap in and keep our North Star of acquiring players who are intangibly rich, top of mind. And I think with however many picks I've missed since I've come on air, I think that'll help me understand who's going to be left on the board when I get back.
James, I can't help but say this. I feel like I'm talking to Les Snead and Sean McVay here. Intangibly rich? I mean, this is incredible. I hear the same vocabulary. It's got to be that Los Angeles Ram history we had.
Well, you know what? It's very challenging when you're around a group of people who are as special as those two in particular. I think each of us probably take a little bit and give a little bit, and certainly grateful for my time there. They both altered the trajectory of my life, and really looking forward to sort of building those same relationships here in Jacksonville and continuing to grow with this group.
James, thank you for the time today. Congratulations on a huge weekend for you and your organization. We appreciate the time today. We'll let you get back into the room and make those final 4 picks and get to work on those priority undrafted free agents.
Appreciate the support and the opportunity to come on.
Thanks very much. James Gladstone, the general manager of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who pulled off that huge trade on Thursday night to land that player right there. That's Travis Hunter. Yeah, that is intangibly rich, and he's going to make them richer on offense and defense, Peter. We'll be back with the 2025 NFL Draft from Green Bay after this.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. Or you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sport Hut. DSG, only at Dick's.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. McCaffrey with a tough call. You can't.
Yeah, I agree. Again, this is something else. I agree. Let's see what else is being said here.
Or tile finish. Which one you gonna do? This could make or break the whole kitchen. Call a timeout, Christian. London Sky. You sure?
Sure.
Get the man some London Sky and a decisive win with the Lowe's app. In-store, online.
Let's see here. Still, search.
Dr. Rick, we are thinking
Are
sandwiches
you
again for
trending?
lunch. What should I put you down for?
Browns are now trending. They're number one in search. Then Mel Kiper. Everything trending has to do with the Browns until you get to number 9. Wow. So the Browns benefit from getting Shedeur Sanders. The internet exploded. Mike Golick. Oh, boy.
It's a very important announcement. Use PayPal checkout online and you could get paid back. 1,000 winners every day.
Someone put up a really cool, I don't know who this was. It was really cool animated of Shedeur Sanders literally transforming, raising a fist. Bleacher Report. Sanders raises a fist and transforms from his Colorado uniform to his Browns uniform. That's pretty cool. That's almost Avengers stuff.
But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's. Make health a treat. Also, try Greenie's dog food and toppers.
Verizon Small Business Days are back.
It said Front Office Sports said Shedeur Sanders has been drafted 144 overall by the Cleveland Browns. Once projected top 3, his slide to the 5th round cost him over $40 million. Remember I was saying they're costing him money, Mom? It cost him $40 million, over $40 million, contract-wise.
April 21st to 27th.
And sue him. Sue. Sue anyway. His lowest contract, if he was drafted in the top 3 according to the Front Office Sports, is $45 million. And he was actually drafted at $4 million. Wow. And forget about him holding out. He's not holding out. Be ridiculous. Just go. Go deal with that blanky contract because I will bet you Shedeur will offset that in endorsements. Shedeur Sanders will flip the table regardless. Okay, he would have done it as a top 3. He's going to do it after 5th round. Period. Green Bay. Hey, Google, what's the temperature in Green Bay today?
Today in Green Bay, expect a high of 55 and a low of 37.
Only Germany.
Time to the new Detroit Lions exhibition at the German Sports Olympic Museum in Cologne, open until June. So without further ado, let's get to the pick. With the 171st pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Miles Frazier, guard LSU, won Pride worldwide.
Going from Tigers to Lions, part of that veteran LSU offensive front.
Miles Frazier, LSU, goes to the Lions.
Will Campbell's first in the most recent one, Miles Frazier, the guard. Yeah, Florida State, Florida International recently, where he began his career 2 years there at Florida International and 3 years at LSU. 28 starts for LSU at right guard, 9 starts at left guard, and 2 at right tackle. So the first pro game this year at right guard, then he shifted to right tackle for the bowl game. But Emory Jones opted out. Didn't allow a sack at 578 pass blocking snaps. Again, high level for a guy, 6'5", 317. He's going to be important moving forward. I love the versatility of the guy. Can fill various roles if you have an injury along your offensive line.
So, I don't know who that is. Dylan Gamer, look at Shedeur Sanders in the Browns QB room.
Somebody who can get it done in the run game. He's just got to go a little bit smoother of pass throw to find his way onto the field. 125th player of my big horn, so a good value here for the Detroit Lions.
I can tell you Dylan Gabriel is not doing that. Dylan Gabriel is scared to death, literally shaking in his boots.
Before I announce this pick, I have to say the people of Green Bay are the best and nicest people I've ever met.
Oh, that's nice.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 172nd pick to the Los Angeles Rams. With the 172nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Chris Paul Jr., linebacker, Mississippi. Go Rams!
Oh, Travis Hunter's reaction to Shedeur getting picked. Happy. Let's see if we can get this. Hold on a second. we here? Draft tracker. Let's see here.
How much are you willing to lose? Take the 65 game.
We are at
Losing players.
the 174th pick. Seattle's 175. Baltimore's 176. And we're in the 5th round. So we're closing on. Now you can run the Gatorade commercial with Shedeur in it. And it means something.
Expectations, you wouldn't understand. Believe in yourselves, because I'm on, you wouldn't understand. So how much sweat are you willing to hold, Justin? Pickable, that's how you know how much you willing to win. Pickable. Yeah, the NBA playoffs are here, and it's about to be ridiculous. This isn't about who's next. This is about who's that. The NBA playoffs on ABC.
It's the greatest quiz show of all time, played by the greatest players of all time. Wednesday, Jeopardy Masters is back. 9 elite champions, one incredible tournament.
Jeopardy Masters primetime event begins Wednesday, 9, 8 Central on ABC.
My spot, my job.
The old me was stuck in the daily grind. My routine didn't allow for any self-expression. I found clay, and that changed everything. I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative, to build something. And that's how clay was born. Having a chasing card has allowed us to grow and bring people together. There's a creative side in all of us. That's what I hope.
Okay, folks. For those who think that Deion is going to leave the Colorado for the Browns to coach his son, forget it. He is at Colorado. Okay? He is at Colorado. Period. And it's important to realize that Deion has brought a lot of money to Colorado. He's made a lot of alumni happy. You don't want them against you, people located around the world, and you don't want your sponsors against you, especially who expect you and are paying you and the university on the idea that you're going to remain at the university and not bail. Okay? That's what this is all about. So all those people who, for some crazy reason, have this stupid idea that Deion's going to run off and bail out on Colorado like they had this idea last year, and I said he's not doing it. Forget it. He's not doing it, okay? It's not happening. This is a great clip on great. Listen, Abel here. And so, whoa, there he goes.
But that's exactly what you're looking for. Number 3 tight end, to see if you can get him more rest, develop him a little more.
I like ESPN is and ABC is okay, but I like my friends at the NFL Network. I'm going to go back to that, especially since I want to participate in Stump the Truck. Right? Stump the Truck.
Its performance and durability go right along with it. You see, we test, and then we test again. World-class engineering and rigorous testing to ensure our tools perform at the highest level and stand.
See, we got to Stump the Truck yet. And look who the NFL Network has. See, look at that. The NFL, look at this. The NFL. All right.
I like to sleep cool.
Okay.
Even cooler.
I really like it when both
NFL has put Shedeur Sanders up there. They're not stupid. Okay.
The DQ freezer is opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for blizzard flavor. It's the confetti cake blizzard treat filled with confetti.
I'm waiting for Stump the Truck.
Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
Thank you so much.
That's why we do it, Marcy.
It really makes all the effort worth it. Gathering the most in-depth info, making a clean new homes.com that improves home shopping, creating a better way for
People to find the perfect home to build their lives.
Are you okay?
No, it's a dust-based allergy.
Oh, there's another one. That's why we do it, isn't it? Got a lot of dust in here.
So dusty.
Yeah. Ding dong.
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
It's our turn.
Freewheeling style.
All right, we're back in Green Bay. We're going to take a quick break after showing you the last 10 picks. Mike Tomlin is settling into his chair, and we will talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers draft. And Robbie Oots just went. Oots. All right. So, this party in the front. Down in Seattle there from Alabama.
Shorty, really? Bro, you really think you can outfit me? That's cute.
Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
So, we really need to see your LDLC come down more to lower your risk of another heart attack.
I was afraid we had to do more.
Like what? Already exercise? Take my statin? Eat kale?
I can tell you're trying, but there's a high chance you'll have another heart attack.
I don't want to go through that again.
What else can we do?
Let's add Repatha.
Repatha plus a statin dramatically lowers LDL-C by 63% and drops the risk of having a heart attack by 27%. Do not take Repatha if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Common side effects include runny nose, sore throat, common cold symptoms, flu or flu-like symptoms, back pain, high blood sugar, and redness, pain, or bruising at the injection site.
So, I have your latest blood work here, and we did it. Your LDL-C came way down.
Listen to your heart. Lower your LDL-C and your risk with Repatha. Talk to your doctor.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Dak going for it, and he fumbles. Brilliant recovery with the Lowe's app.
He always delivers.
And so does the Lowe's app. In-store, online, our Lowe's team has you covered.
When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious...
Guess who's back? Check me out.
I'm writing something, folks.
Still doing my thing. Since I left, ain't too much change. And even when I was close to defeat, I won't.
Hold on a second.
It's just tough to consider again, Oregon. They are the most recent conference champions of the Big Ten, right? And then, of course, the legend in Columbus, Jack Sawyer, was selected 123rd overall and joining us now live on NFL Network's coverage of the 2025 draft, stepping out of the Steelers draft room.
Mike Tomlin.
Other than Coach Mike Tomlin. Good to see you, Coach. How you doing, sir?
Doing great. Always good to be on with you guys, Rich.
Thank you. Walk us through the conversation you had 21st overall and why it wound up being Derek Harmon is your choice.
You know, as you guys can see, not only in that pick, but all our others, there's a commitment here with this draft group
to reestablish physicality and big man presence. And certainly Derek Harmon fits that bill. We like his physical stature. We like his style of play. It's just what we covet and what we need.
And then, of course, we learned about the passing of his ailing mom and how she was able to be told by him that you drafted him before she passed. How is he doing in this moment of clear elation, but also...
Mike Tomlin's on the NFL Network.
He's doing remarkably well. We've had an opportunity to touch base with him at every step of the journey. And, at every step of the journey, he has mentioned her as being his wife. And so we have so much respect for that relationship. And we're just honored to have him. And obviously, we're going to surround him during this tough time. And, as difficult as this time is, it's also a great
Poor fellow. That's so sad. Wow.
And to provide us an opportunity to support him when needed.
Coach, you mentioned it there a minute ago, the way you wanted to approach getting more physical and stronger, get back to that Steeler approach up front. How long after that playoff exit before you guys put this plan together to be this aggressive, to really put some reinforcements in this front?
I doubt that I've even gotten in the shower yet. To be honest with you.
Yeah, well, you definitely had a plan, and whatever you thought in that shower was well executed here on the draft. By the way, I got to ask you, tell me about this second-round pick, DK Metcalf. I don't know him very well. Can you tell me a little bit about him?
Really, the agenda's the same.
Hey, football is back. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Presence and physicality. He just does so at the wide receiver position.
I can't tell you where I'm talking about, folks, because I'm about to stump the truck.
As well, in terms of that agenda, no doubt.
Hey, Coach, in the past, you've had big man presence and physicality at the quarterback position when he had Big Ben. Aaron Rodgers, we've heard so much talk about the possibility of him joining. Where do things stand right now, and how fast can you get him going if you do get him?
That's certainly a possibility. But, I'm not going to forecast the ifs and the wins regarding not only him, but any potential free agent. Just rest assured that we've had really productive talks with him, and personally, I've enjoyed having really productive talks with him and getting to know him.
Well, we're always looking for breadcrumbs here in the media, Coach, and I know you don't usually
Wendell Netterman. Yep, remember him. President
well,
Netterman.
The fact that you haven't chosen a quarterback in this year's draft yet is a sign that a lot of us in the media take that you do expect Aaron Rodgers to come. Is that fair to connect any of those dots in your mind?
Rich, I will give you the latitude to run with it because I know you will anyway.
Thank you.
But we've had good conversations. We feel good about our plan at the position. Certainly, it's yet to be revealed at this point, and I understand the angst, not only in your community, but this community that supports us. We're excited about what potentially awaits us there. But really, I have nothing to add other than that.
Was adding Jack Sawyer from Ohio State a Cam Hayward pick? Is that a Cam Hayward pick right there?
It's certainly Cam Hayward endorsed. But Jack is our type of guy as well. He's got Steeler DNA. His relationship with the game is impressive, and his resume speaks for itself.
Lastly, we're coming there next year, Coach. I'm wondering if you
Steelers.
And everybody
NFL draft is in Pittsburgh, folks.
In Green Bay, and imagining what it looks like in your town.
It's going to be fun.
Next year.
Man, we are. We're so excited to host it next year. Hats off to Art Rooney and company, man, for working to make this a real thing for our organization and our community. We're excited about what it's going to do for our community. And we're excited about hosting this event and representing the National Football League in that way.
Well, always appreciate you taking time out of the draft because you do have some selections remaining. And I do look forward to you choosing the best Michigan man available so you can be fair and balanced after choosing Jack Sawyer. Just keeping an eye out for that,
Rich, Big Blue's always in consideration.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. You're smart, and so is the franchise. Thanks for the time. Greatly appreciate it.
Let's go, baby.
It is Mike Tomlin, our host for next year's draft in Pittsburgh. We'll be back to unlock some of those breadcrumbs that we might have caught.
That's going to be a
2025 NFL schedule will be released soon.
We're ready for the new era here. It is adrenaline, excitement, the stage electric. One of many revenge games. Quarterbacks, they define this rivalry. They've only gotten better. Unbelievable. A Super Bowl rematch for the ages. Welcome back.
The DQ freezer is opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for blizzard flavor. It's the confetti cake blizzard treat, filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
Hey, you know you're not actually allowed to drink in a beer commercial?
Since when?
You gotta wait till it's done. Oh, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Home Depot has fast, free delivery, so you can refresh your outdoor space in no time. We bring what you need, and you bring it to life. Order today and get fast, free delivery from the Home Depot.
Got one more, Antoine.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like you're with us every step of the way.
Taking some stuff, folks. Do a little work here related to this.
Just can't say that legally.
What if we said it in Spanish?
Homes.com es el mejor.
No. What if he said it?
Homes.com.
Hey.
It's the best.
Homes.com.
It's the best.
I see it. I like it. I want it. Yes, I do.
With Chase, you can get a debit card for your kids' independence. And parental notifications, so you can keep an eye on how they're using it. Still on budget.
Just checking something,
Pro for
folks.
parents, freedom for kids. That's family banking from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and I guess you can call that a lawns. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your weekend. This stuff works for the rookies and the seasoned pros. This stuff works in Knoxville, Bronxville, Rockville, Marysville. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works.
Well, from round 1 to round 6 now.
Round 6, folks. Picks. Baltimore has pick 178. We got 2 rounds to go before we're done with the draft.
Fullback-ish type there. Rodney Utes from Alabama ends up going in the 5th round. But 16 running backs have now gone off the board as we welcome you into our NFL Network studios here in Los Angeles. Brent Lewis, Brian Baldinger, Maurice Jones-Drew back here with you. We'll get you back out to Green Bay here shortly. First of those running backs, Ashton Genty, 2,600 plus yards in JD. An incredible player for Boise State. Blue turf, blue chip player.
Blue turf, Boise State, blue turf.
Woohoo! Carroll. Tell us a little bit about what you love about Ashton Genty.
Well, he also led the country if you took his yards after
Nick Nash. You're surprised to see Nick Nash currently drafted? Actually, hold on a second. I think he was. Justice.
He gets the top speed in 2 to 3 steps.
Hold on a second.
That speed. This is where he's exceptional and generational. His contact balance, right? Guys just can't get their arms around. We talked about this. As a defender, when you have smaller, compact guys, it's hard to get your arms around.
Yeah.
It's tough, right? And this was my favorite.
You're right. He's still not drafted.
So a lot of times he'll just fall. And like I got in there, but he's like, no, I'm not going to give you.
24 years old. Went to Woodbridge High School. San Jose State football. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Taken in this draft, he goes 22nd overall out of UNC to the LA Chargers. Playing now for Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman. That feels like a fit.
Right, it is a good fit, and he is an explosive workhorse back.
Fun fact: Plessy Crochet, the director of football down there. It was the alleged girlfriend of Brian Harsin at Auburn. She was, in reality, his assistant.
But the breakaway speed, and that's a pass, by the way. Right. He catches the ball. He does that a lot. A lot of those spot screens up front let him finish in the paint. He did that a lot.
Okay, so pick is in for the Dolphins. And we have not heard the Ravens pick yet.
I just love that shit. I love that stance. Oh, right? It's like Michael Myers in Halloween.
All the kids do it now in high school. It's crazy.
I asked his head coach about that. He's like, I have no idea, Spencer Daniels, no idea where that came from, but I go around recruiting players now, and that's all the high school coaches.
He comes to our school all the time. It's unbelievable.
That's incredible. All right, so as you look at all those running backs there that have come off the board now, MJD, which one do you feel like is in the best situation?
Well, I thought the Cleveland Browns did an awesome job in the second round of really going to get Quinshon Judkins, who is a physical guy. When you hear their draft
running back,
Kevin Stefanski says, I want to see that physical style because that physical style plays here in Cleveland with the weather. It reminds me a ton of what Nick Chubb was doing there, right? And
He's got a great big back.
Yeah, a really big back
touchdown.
that can carry the load. And so you get this guy, you have the chance right now to go in and be a starter, be an every down guy.
Plus, he stays in state. Cleveland, Ohio State, right? Pick is in for the Raiders.
We're trying to figure out who we want to be, but we want to be run first. I like that.
Oh,
yeah, I do. I like it. Not just because Mike Tomlin just joined us, so gracious with his time, but the Steelers took Caleb Johnson at Iowa with the 83rd pick. And I'd like to
wait a minute. Okay.
Walking up nicely up there in Iowa.
Hey, so anyway, I'm preparing to dump the truck. All right, I'm every year the NFL Network has a little game called Stump the Truck. And the idea of Stump the Truck is to find the one player around that they cannot spot in their database. Okay, that's the idea.
Downhill runner can catch the ball, solve big back, but he's huge.
Well, I mean, 2 years ago, he won the
So let's talk Stump the Truck. I'm ready. I'm ready.
We've got another pick now. We head back to Green Bay where the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock.
All right, folks. So we are at pick one. We're 82, round 6. We have pick. We have the 6th round and then the 7th round to go. And I'm gearing up to stump the truck. So I'm ready to do it. This year I'm going to stump the truck. That's right. So who do I have? Well, that's my secret. Hold on a second.
I thought O-line wins championships.
They got that covered too.
One more.
Right? Okay, so we've now seen 7 quarterbacks drafted after Kyle McCord just went to the Philadelphia Eagles. They always draft the quarterback too. They do.
I would.
Check it.
I would always take a guy.
And then they never know. Flip it. I mean, did that with Kenny Pickett. And he's now in Cleveland competing with Shedeur Sanders, who went right before Kyle McCord in terms of quarterbacks coming off.
Shedeur says, "Thank you, Cleveland Browns, for an opportunity. Thank you, God." Right there, see? There he goes on Twitter.
Who gets the opportunities and how they work
Yes.
this out is kind of one of the intriguing things here. This is
Let's see if we can find that tweet.
We're not expecting to see Deshaun Watson at all, though he's still technically there. They traded for Kenny Pickett, re-signed Joe Flacco, bringing him back. He's, by the way, already included in those 40 quarterbacks that have made starts for the Cleveland Browns since they returned. So he doesn't
See
count.
here.
But then Dylan Gabriel, so how do you kind of work the rep share here?
Well, Maurice talked a little bit about when he went to Jacksonville, and he was number 8 running back. When you first got there,
8, man.
Okay, and I was undrafted, and so when you're an undrafted player,
Somebody just made a fake account of Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. Revenge is like serving cold cuts.
It's all about production now. Cleveland needs a quarterback. Go become that quarterback. Like, you believe in yourself.
See here.
You said you were the best quarterback in this draft. If you are, and you believe in that, and I think he believes that, go prove it and go show everybody that everybody else made a mistake. Cleveland got it right. And so I think that's the mindset that you got to have right now.
Yeah, Baldy, the thing about the league, the National Football League, different than any other, like high school, college, all that, winning matters. They're going to play the best player. And I truly believe that. And for me, personally, my story was I got on the field as a third down back. I was picking up blitzes. I accepted that role. I had some screens, maybe some runs here or there. But I was pretty much an O-lineman, the 6 O-lineman out there to pick up blitzes. I just want to get on the field. Yeah. Just get me on the field. So if you're Shedeur, you have to find ways to make yourself valuable to this team. That you know the playbook, you know where the ball, you're playing faster, you're making the tight window throws, you're anticipating all the things.
Thank God for everything. Thank you, God.
The reps are take care of itself.
Thank you,
all
God.
Of a sudden, you'll go from 2 to 10 to 15
Here it is, folks.
to then playing more in the preseason to then, we need to see more.
Thank you, God.
It just, again, you earn once you're there, you earn. Because I've seen second rounders get cut. I've seen first rounders get traded.
But you know the thing is, Maurice, and you know this.
Yes, indeed.
The team.
God is good.
When you're the best.
Oh, dude, that's right.
You can't lie to the team. And so the team sees you every day in practice and every drill. They know who the best quarterback is.
Yeah.
And the players, for sure. Like don't get it twisted. If the players if they think you're the best, Myles Garrett will step up and say something.
Yeah.
Right? Like, guys will start to say, like, hey, we need this guy to play because he's doing what he's doing.
Okay, we've got much more on the way here. We've got the Tennessee Titans pick in right now at 183. The Saints are on the clock at 184, and we'll talk Travis Hunter.
See what our friends are saying. Duval.
A little bit better. Yeah, a little bit.
Gotta get that accent just right.
The 2025 NFL Draft is brought to you by Lexus.
Jameis Witz's message: Young Kings, whether you're drafted or not, you must have unwavering faith. This is just the beginning. Be obsessed with what you love and always do your best. Congrats and blessings to you all. #Dream Forever. #NFL Draft. That's Jameis on the day that he was drafted. Next day is grandma in Bessemer, Alabama. Yes, indeed. So it doesn't matter how long it's been. Watching this Jameis Winston TD run always gets this guy pumped. Don Cleveland, whatever.
Technology to the broadest, most reliable
Author was saying, trade for Jameis Winston, let him mentor the trio of Show, Rattler, and Hayner while maximizing the receiving core potential and true representing New Orleans Saints. Hashtag Saints. Dog, Winston is locked in this offseason and already putting the work to be the Giants' QB1. Russell Wilson will have a tough competition in New York. That's Jameis. Yeah. That's right. Yep.
And more access with a subscription to NFL Plus.
So I've seen these before. Shedeur Sanders under Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston as two veteran QBs would have been unstoppable. I agree. That would have been a heck of a core QB room. And they would have kept him straight. You know, not that he was crooked, but they would have given him the best advice he ever had in his life.
Since the pandemic, the number of people reaching out to the hotline has nearly doubled. Every day, more than 3,000 people reach out to us for help. Our advocates are available 24/7 to provide safety planning, support.
Skip Bayless an hour ago wrote, Shedeur Sanders should have gone first to Tennessee. I agree. He went 144 to arguably the NFL's worst franchise in a division featuring the two best quarterbacks in the NFL and pretty lousy weather. After they already took in Dylan Gabriel. So is Shedeur now just a valuable trading piece? I never thought about that. Shedeur Sanders is a trading piece. That's interesting. And someone says, is this really Skip Bayless? The same guy who wanted to get DeMar Hamlin's body off the field so they could get the game going again? Ew. Cam Ward is a great talent. I don't want to – anyway. So, anyway, that's Skip Bayless doing Skip Bayless things. Aw, they're having a good old time. Kids. Miss Natasha writes, Shedeur Sanders, all it takes is one opportunity. Get ready, Browns. It's time. I love the confidence. Despite falling out of round one, he's ready to prove doubters wrong with 4,134 yards and 37 touchdowns from 2024. Cleveland, you with him? She asks. And there's show more. Yeah. And
Attention super markup shoppers. It's about time.
It's going to be an interesting season. All the seasons are always interesting.
And these sales, they're not really sales.
Okay.
We're getting hustle, people. Hey, buddy, that loyalty card, useless. Because at Aldi, you don't need one to get a big deal. Here at Aldi, they don't play pricing games. You just walk in and save. That's why they're number one in everyday low prices.
Everything we don't do is for you. It's an Aldi thing. It's a second-round pick, fourth-round pick this year, and a 2026 first-round pick for the right to go up and get the two-way star who was presented with a very unique scenario upon being introduced to Jacksonville.
We'll give you a hypothetical real quick because of your competitor.
Oh, there he is, Mr. Hunter.
You break the huddle, it's one-on-one. And Travis Hunter, the wide receiver, sees Travis Hunter, the corner, across from him. And the ball's coming your way. Which one of y'all comes down with it? Travis Hunter.
Good answer. You hear that? He tried to. Oh.
Travis Hunter here in just a second. We just heard from Mike Tomlin. Now we hear the 185th selection.
Great job, Green Bay. So many people from 8 to 98. Thank you for having us. Fantastic. Thank you. We look forward to see you in Dublin. Maybe with the Badgers in 2027. The polk and the Irish dancing are very similar. We also hope to see you in Pittsburgh at next year's draft. Thank you. Before an honor dome, I am Pioksha to the Pittsburgh Steelers, Ogert. With the 185th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Will Howard.
Will Howard finally went. Wow. The Steelers took Will Howard at quarterback, 6th round pick, 185, national champion Ohio State. How about that? Wow. Will Howard, who that would be another story if he had not been drafted at all, because he was the quarterback for your national champion Ohio State Buckeyes, and also has a history of being passed over and looked over, and she's talked about. So hey, yeah, this is a guy who, well, I wouldn't have taken him in the first round. I definitely would have taken him second round, third round, fourth round. That was a steal.
Took it to the next level in the playoffs. And when we talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers, what do we talk about? Playoff wins, right? How do you play under pressure? Can you handle the pressure of being here in Pittsburgh, seeing all these Super Bowls? This throw, it wasn't even this throw. It was the one before his where he threw it in cover two, and he literally, I don't know if you could have ran it and handed it to the receiver better than what it was. And so his game elevated each week in the playoffs, and that's what you're looking for if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, a guy that can really elevate their game each round as you go forward.
I think Steelers are always looking for a big, strong quarterback.
Yeah, I mean,
go back to Bradshaw.
No question.
You know, it's a Big Ben. I mean, that's what you're going to get.
Yeah, that does make some sense when you think about that. I remember talking to Will Howard this summer as he was making the transition from Kansas State to Ohio State. Said he was really looking forward to the coaching there with Ryan Day, with Chip Kelly, and it really paid off for him. That throw to ice the game to Jeremiah Smith at the end to Notre Dame in the national title game. Hang your hat on that one.
Took the air out of the stadium right there.
Exactly. All right. Pretty good value here for the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 6th round to get this kind of quarterback now. But how about the best value pick in this draft? Baldy, you got one for you?
Yeah, the Baltimore Ravens with the 59th pick in the second round. At the end of the second round, they took Mike Green, who was thought to be a mid-round, first-round pick, that type of talent. Now, there's some things that, have to get cleaned up. But, you go to Baltimore, right? Chuck Smith is a pass rush specialist coach. Like, everybody moves. Kyle Van Noy is like, he's ageless right there. Justin Madubuike, Adolfo Owe. These guys are improving because they never stop working on pass rush. This is a great spot for Mike, who led the nation in sacks a year ago at Marshall. When I was at the Senior Bowl, though, this guy led every single defensive line drill. He was the first one to lead every single drill. The leadership was there. And then you saw the ability to bend, to dip. The pass rush
run through people. Yeah, they did all that. Look, Baldy, it seems like we always talk about the Eagles when guys fall to them, and it's like, but Baltimore's the same way. I'm going to go with Malachi Starks. You lose Marcus Williams, and then all of a sudden, to me, arguably one of the best that I've seen at the position, the ability to play the slot, to play the run game, to blitz, and play the single-high safety, falls to you at 27. Now you have Kyle Hamilton and this young fella that can be interchangeable. This defense for Baltimore, even though, again, I feel like the defense has been doing a great job and they've been making things go, you have some young guys that can step in right away. And then listening to John Harbaugh talk about it, he expects Starks to come in right now and be the guy and be able to lead that back in right away. And that's what you're expecting. That's what you want. And that's great value at the 27th overall pick, a guy to lead the back end of your defense.
Yeah. Kyle Hamilton back there as well.
Now we can really utilize him.
No question. It certainly feels like you talked about the Eagles, talked about the Ravens a lot there too, man. Those are those type of franchise picks that just feel right, that fit, felt right. What do we got going on here?
brother. Okay, folks, we are now at, well, of course, 6th round, as I said before. Hey, everybody, welcome, by the way. I was going through the tweets. Texas football. Aaron Rodgers watching the Packers draft. Ha ha. Yep. Oh, the nightmare is over.
Back here in Green Bay, just the tears that flow when the realization hits.
Yep.
The wait's over, or just the dancing that happens. I mean, Travis Hunter was loose from the minute he arrived here, right? When he was dancing for
Yeah, Travis was just cutting up a rug.
Raiders logo and his Crocs and his suit on his way out to hug the commissioner. Just the great moment. Tyler Booker realizing he's the latest Tyler to work on the offensive line for the Dallas Cowboys, right? Ted McMillan and then John Campbell realizing the inevitable. You knew it was going to be good, right? Even the dogs enjoyed like when Tyler got drafted. Murphy the dog. Foreshadowing the Peppers coming here. I just love watching these scenes play out one by one across the country, whether it was in the green room, on the stage, or living rooms with family and friends, all sharing in the moment. And the emotions as well that come out because of the journeys and then the long waits being over. The Sanders family celebrating Shedeur's name finally called, even though it was the 5th round. But now it just happened. It just matters about what happens from here. Cam Scattebo's a giant. And he played like one in Arizona State, doing absolutely everything. You know what it is? Yes, it is. It's time to be the New York Giants. And the latest dream come true, Khalil Mullins of Michigan, who ran the football with distinction, certainly last year when it was kind of like our guy Chris Wirtz. It was all we got. Michigan had only Khalil Mullins sort of running all they needed that day. He is now a Tennessee Titan. He's the latest pick of this draft for the Titans, and the first pick of the draft was obviously Cam Ward for the Titans. Daniel, I'll give you the floor on a couple of things. Last 10 picks, anybody jump to mind here?
Yeah, I want to talk about this guy here. Just one of the more fun players to watch than JJ Pegues. He's a very thick, strong.
Ole Miss. So he's one of those Ole Miss types that shoots the gap. He goes right through the gap real quick, and he gets you like that. Sack. Boom. Yep.
They use him on offense a ton. Wildcat quarterback.
And
Jump cut, just pulling tacklers into the end zone. He's not afraid to go over the top as well.
And Kyle McCord, congratulations, Kyle. Coached by my friend Jeff Nixon, offensive coordinator of Syracuse. Great. Okay.
And essentially puts Miami out the college football playoff with Cam Ward.
Yep.
Keeps them from winning the whole thing, winning the conference title. It's a big-time shot. There's a Rondé Gadsden that's coming into the league as well. But McCord, he's got one of those chips on his shoulder. Oh, you disrespected me? I'll show you that I can play.
And Will Howard,
Mr. Howard.
Steelers, something I thought might be a possibility much earlier, 3rd, 4th round. They get a tremendous value with a national champion quarterback with outstanding size. He can hang in there. He can deliver with accuracy. Had an epic postseason run for the Buccaneers. He looked like someone who used to play in Pittsburgh. And it's a local pick, too, so it's going to be a popular pick. We'll see what happens with Aaron Rodgers, but they do end up drafting a quarterback, and it's the national champion, Will Howard.
Andres Borregales.
Andres Borregales from Miami. He's going to the New England Patriots. He's kicking in the cold.
JT says Will Howard goes off the board at pick 185 to the Steelers.
He's a Raven. Anyone you want to read into
Assuming Aaron Rodgers signs. Can he sit behind and develop him? Good value in the 6th. Let's see here.
Maybe he starts kicking for them week 1 with whatever's going on, obviously, with Justin Tucker and his career and off the field. Now coming into the draft right now, we're going to take the.
Mel Kiper is not wrong. He says the NFL has been clueless For 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks, clueless. He's absolutely right.
In the Tom Brady spot again. That's just a message to everybody that's still waiting to hear their name.
Raza Sharp International says Shedeur Sanders will be the best quarterback in this year's draft. I'm a Steelers fan, and I trust he will have the games with them. Raiders, Giants, Saints mark the calendar. I'm rooting for him. Let's go. Workness says Allah's mercy is greater than your sins. Forgive.
Hello, Colts fans. I hope you're still in the building. With the 189th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts, the best team in the world, select Riley Leonard, quarterback Notre Dame. Go Colts!
Riley Leonard. Wow, another. He was not a great quarterback to me. That he's going at that position does not surprise me. He's a better runner. He was the victim of bad coaching in Notre Dame. I have to say that. They did not have it down, their coaching of their passing game. They didn't have enough variety of passing plays for him. They didn't vary where he throws the ball in terms of where he goes. It was very disappointing, and the poor design and coaching of the offense is the reason why Notre Dame lost the national championship game. They should have been national champions over Ohio State, but that cost them, right? You know, their inability to move the ball. They have the talent. That's against Ohio State, okay? That's the national championship game. They have the talent, but they rely on this guy to run a lot. And when they really needed a downfield thrower, they put in the guy behind him. Then they moved the ball until he got a little injuries, getting beat up because they knew that they didn't have a lot of plays to really help out the passers. So, not sold on Riley Leonard from Notre Dame at that place. That's about where he goes, and it wouldn't have surprised me if he fell right into the 7th round and maybe off the board entirely. But it's hard to really justify that if your quarterback played in the national championship game, and he did. He was the quarterback. He did. I'm sorry? Let's see here. Hold on a second. Oh, that's Lambeau Field. That's the stadium. Yeah. It's kind of a square box around an oval. And that's a new add-on. That whole area is a $115 million add-on they put in, I think, 5 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago.
He's so much more than Saquon Barkley.
I'm also stay calm, Barkley.
Oh, man. He shot my uniform. Whoever did.
Calm in. Stress out. I'll never remember all this. Relax, Rook. When things get intense, we get incense. What a nice cleansing surprise.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Yo, I can go all pro in these. I can guard you and route you up. You sure about that? Yeah.
So I was looking for a quarterback.
No.
You're right, Billy. He's too great on that.
Every shoe for every athlete. 6 is the GOAT.
Right now, spring deals are under $20 at the Home Depot. So no matter what you're working on, you can save big on all your spring projects. Now through May 7th, shop spring deals under $20 at the Home Depot.
That's sort of word.
somebody.
Right. Okay, hold on a second.
But I am somebody.
I may be small, but I am. I must be respected.
Protected. Never rejected.
Somebody.
It's always football season at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
All Football
In the
Hall of
spring,
Fame.
we're honoring
Never been there. I
our
want to go.
off-the-field stories in our limited-time character exhibit. Also, backed by popular demand, we'll host our annual Memorial Day weekend celebration that includes a visit from the new Hall of Fame class. And tickets are on sale now for the Concert for Legends, featuring Diamond certified rock band Nickelback. Plan your visit to the Pro Football Hall of Fame today.
Oh, here's Anthony. Finally.
I'm here.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
It's Anthony Carrillo.
Hi. It's been a crazy day. Come on, say hi.
Hi. He's here. Woo, he made it. Hey, kids. How you doing?
I got all the kids here, so it's
Kids
been
with him. Hey, everybody.
it's been a wild day, but been watching the draft and going over all of this. The Shedeur Sanders saga. Happy that finally is over.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
It's crazy, and you know what? It's my first take on it is that he couldn't have gone to a better situation because Deshaun Watson's out for the year. Joe Flacco's not there for long. Kenny Pickett's okay.
Right.
Dylan Gabriel is, my take is that he'll be a career backup, so he's not going to start. This is a huge, if he pans out there, he'll fly up that depth chart. Now you have a starter in Shedeur and a backup in Dylan Gabriel for years to come, but still don't know why he moved 5 rounds south.
He lost $40 million, according to Front Office Sports.
I don't understand it at all. Because he's a good quarterback. He is. But
hey, man, he is. I just went over the stats for his career. If you take 2023, 2024 only, he is the most accurate in NCAA history behind only Bo Nix. Bo Nix had the 1 year, his senior year was 77%.
Yeah.
If you add Jackson State, he falls from number 2 to number 6. That's in his career.
Yeah.
I mean, his stats are of superlative nature. And
and look at the people that are being drafted. It's always look at the offensive players, that look at the weapons around them. If they're being drafted high, it's that Mike Evans, Johnny Manziel thing. So sorry.
Bless you.
But yeah, Jimmy Horn hasn't been drafted yet. Travis Hunter got drafted. Like, he did a lot with what he had. He also had a decimated offensive line in Colorado. He had zero or almost a non-existent run game.
He had bad offensive coordinators, including Pat Sherman. I'm sorry, man. They were all like, hey, why don't you move the pocket for him? And then you let him sit there like a duck, and then it's like, well, he takes the sack too early. It wasn't that he took the sack too early. It's just that they were running. I would track it, Anthony. They would, at the snap, go down, and right at when the blocking was breaking down, they're still running their patterns. So as an offensive coordinator who's engineering oriented, what do? You shorten the patterns, right?
Yep.
Well, duh. Well, guess what they didn't do? Ta-da. I mean, this stuff is just, it's not even borderline idiocy. It just is. And he had to deal with all that.
It's crazy. I mean, it's just a lot. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff that it's going to be. He's going to come in with a giant chip on his shoulder if he didn't have one already. And it's going to be good. It's going to show how bad he's going to compete. It's not somebody like, oh, he's a 5th rounder, he's a throwaway. Sorry, my allergies are killing me up here today. He's going to compete for this starting job. I don't see. I see that he's just going to get in there, get into the playbook, and just start learning this thing.
Let me ask you a question. How do you think the coaching staff is going to handle him? Because my concern is, here's where I'm going. Here's where I'm coming out with this. I don't believe that Kevin Stefanski and his staff is the best at it, okay? I think that they don't pay attention. Like, I started on this tear before Jameis Winston. I'll take you all the way back to Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield had this ugly windup, almost reminding me of Roger Staubach in the days of the past before we realized that, hey, you know what, the defenders are really fast now, and you should, shorten your passing mechanics, which is now a standard thing. Back in the 70s, it was kind of like, huh, what? Yeah. But my point is that you look at Baker Mayfield's throws with the Browns, and there was this consistent windup, and hey, it was like a telegraph to the defensive back, hey, I'm throwing now, throw this way, right? And they did nothing about it. They let him go with the problem. They blamed him, and that's where I lost all kinds of respect for Stefanski. But you know what? He's getting lucky here. So having said all that, what do you think about the staff this time? They've got a new offensive coordinator, all that.
You know what? I think that they have to go away from being who they are, because now it's a totally different ballgame now. And the offensive staff in Cleveland and everything else, because now you have different types of quarterbacks in that
room. Yeah.
You have to gear for the future. Don't build an offense around Joe Flacco. Build an offense around Shedeur, Dylan, Penny, one of the younger guys, because those are the guys that are going to be there fighting long term. So these large, wild passing concepts and everything else, you got to shorten the game. Shorten the game, get the ball in the hands of your playmakers quick, early, and everything else, and let them make the plays. Don't have the quarterback holding the ball 3-4 seconds, because in the NFL, as we know, it's defensive line's even faster and it's even harder than anything else. So shorten it up and get it going. That's it. And that's where both Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel both excel at quick, short, get it in, get out throws. And those two are your future. Kenny Pickett's not the future. Deshaun Watson's not the future. Neither is Flacco. It's Shedeur, and then it's Dylan Gabriel. So we're gonna see if they know what to do. This is what coaching comes into play: is that you have a concept. Can you alter it to fit the players, and don't force the players to fit your concepts? That's the hardest thing here.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm curious to what you think regarding why. Here's my issue with how the Browns were. I talked about Baker Mayfield, and let's talk about Deshaun Watson. They had a good year with him, 2023. 2024, they brought in Ken Dorsey. Then Watson gets injured, but during that time, his best game was just barely over 200 yards passing, and that was it. And then, of course, he got injured. I was wondering, why didn't they just simply copy what Tim Kelly was doing with Deshaun Watson? I know people will point at the record, but look, an offensive coordinator's record is also in part the blame of the defense, right?
Yep.
So, right. So it's kind of like the wrong measure,
Yeah, you're 100% right. You can't just go like, oh, well, he was 10-15 because of this. Well, how many games did he score? Dive into the metrics of it. Was the score 48-42? Was it something psychotic? Was the offense consistently on the field, just trying to play catch up because your defense was lighting up point after point and all these things? Like, no, it's one of those. Like the Deshaun Watson thing, it's just one bad thing after another. It was get him in, pay him all that money, this, that. Then he gets hurt. Then the allegations. Then he gets hurt again. Now he's hurt again. But yeah, it's once again, coaching is not as easy as everybody thinks. Like everybody can sit on the couch and just say like, oh, I should have done that better. When you're standing on the sideline with thousands of people screaming at you and you got to try to figure it out at warp speed, this is why you always have to lay the foundation first. I say it to everybody, lay the foundation and the roof will take care of itself, because it's somebody like Deshaun, even with these rookie quarterbacks coming in here to Cleveland. Spend the time now to build that foundation. Don't wait and see, like, well, let's see if you can figure it out, and then we'll adapt from there. Adapt now, so that when they get to rookie training camp and they get to OTAs, they're going to be ready to go because they know exactly what's going on. And then it also gives the players a sense of ownership in the offense. So instead of like, oh, my coach told me to do this, it's, oh, I want to do this because I understand.
Yeah. Like what Chip Kelly's a great example of that. You have players now already talking about how much of a difference he's making in the Raiders and how excited they are to just be coached by him and what he's doing. They're excited not so much to be coached by him because he's Chip Kelly, but it's what he is teaching them to do, which they haven't elaborated on, but they've explained that they're really excited about it. And that's why I say the Raiders are headed to the Super Bowl. It's a totally different energy. You can feel it from a distance, and it's coming out of the mouths of the players. They have a structure, and they're enthusiastic about it, you know?
Absolutely. I also love that once, like, because with Tom Brady brings a certain aura to him, so it's really he's got them headed in the right direction. Even I do like when just to go back to Sanders for a second, when Sanders got drafted, Denzel Ward immediately tweeted out to show him, like, okay, like, let's, like, this is it, and there's support there, because you could see the changing of the tide. Because I think at the end of night one, you had the most people saying, like, well, he's not a first round pick, he's not this, he's not that.
Mm-hmm.
Then round 2 came, they were like, well, no. Then round 3 came, and then you started seeing everybody starting to change their attitude almost of like, okay, maybe he wasn't a first round pick for whatever reason you want to call it, chalk it up to whatever it is. If that's what they thought, okay. But then they're like, wait, no, he's got the stats, he's got all these things. What's going on here? And you can see that they're building something. Cleveland, I think Cleveland botched it, because they should have taken Travis Hunter at 2, and then taken, if Shedeur wasn't a first round pick, taken Shedeur at 34, and then you put them back together in Cleveland, which now you have familiarity through it all. It would have been good, but yeah, here we are.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, they're at a place where I think they've got to really design out, talking about the Browns now, design out what they want in general, and avoid what I fear could happen is this, once again, this revolving door of quarterbacks, because you've got the Stefanski impatient and Haslam breathing it down his throat. They've got to work on themselves wanting to work with a quarterback and sticking with that quarterback and letting the quarterback make mistakes. Look, for all the talk about Jameis Winston, he threw 3 interceptions. He didn't throw 4 at all any time. He didn't throw 5. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions in one half. One half, right? And so we have a number of quarterbacks that threw 4 interceptions. Why? Everybody's throwing the ball all over the park. So you're going to get that. What wasn't talked about in the Browns case, and you and I talked about it before, is they really did leave. They let Jim Schwartz off the hook. I thought he should have been fired.
Yeah.
Because offense sells tickets, which arguably offense did do under Jameis Winston, right?
Yep.
Defense brings championships, which the defense did not do.
Nope.
I go all the way back to the Ravens in 2000, and I remember the day I discovered, and actually I was talking to a friend of mine, and the Jets-Ravens preseason game happened to be on, and the Ravens were coming off the ball so fast, it scared the crap out of me. And I said, you got to see this. This is unbelievable. I mean, they are super fast. Yeah. And sure enough, and I wound up at the Raiders game, where I thought we were going to stomp the Ravens.
Yeah.
And they blew us out. And I sat there at the Coliseum, and my stomach, I still remember how my stomach felt sitting there on the east side, about 32 rows up. Oh, it was just the worst feeling. And punctuated by Shannon Sharp running downfield, going from my right to my left, 96 yards for a touchdown.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, and everybody's like, somebody stop him. Nope.
Nope, you could. You can't. And then you're 100% right. In today's day and age, you have to account for error and mistake. It's not like the 80s. It's not like the 90s, where it's just these guys are going to throw the ball all over the place. They're going to throw it all over the yard. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to take more risks. There's a lot more confidence in the quarterback position now than ever in today's football, that checkdowns are few and far between anymore. And like, people think of that, everybody's trying to push the ball downfield. Everybody's trying to do a lot of things. So you're going to get more interceptions. Jameis Winston really has gotten a bad rap for a ton of different things, just because he'll throw 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns, but he'll have 28, 30 picks. And those Buccaneers teams he was on, he was lighting things up when he was in Cleveland. He was throwing the ball all over the yard. He was doing all these things.
And he just got there too. Remember, he just got there.
And the defenses just keep failing.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. It's I could throw touchdowns in a game, but if my defense lets up 7, then they're going to blame me that we lost.
The Browns gave up 3 over 60-yard chunk plays against the Chargers alone.
Yeah.
No, it was miserable to watch because, I'm a fan of the Jameis Winston going back to when he was at Florida State and they started all these allegations, and I started covering him because I knew it was, and I later found out it was a fake. And so, but this guy was, let's forget all that aside, he was described as the chosen one. So every coach has blown it with him except Sean Payton, who got 14 touchdowns and 3 interceptions out of him in 2021. And then what did the Bucs do? They carried out their bounty, and Devin White had the nerve to make fun of him and continue to do so on the plane. Okay? So my point is, at no point has there been a perfection of any of these organizations with Jameis except the Saints for that one beautiful stretch of 7 games in 2021. When they were definitely playoff bound, without question. But now the Browns have to prove how many quarterbacks have they had coming through their door in just the last 5 years?
Right? It's a revolving door.
Wow. I mean, it makes you dizzy just thinking about it.
Yeah, they want that immediate success, and you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it, especially with the culture and the atmosphere and the environment you have in Cleveland. You're not getting that. You're not getting that immediate success, that Patrick Mahomes level of success. Because guess what? Mahomes sat for a few years under Alex Smith and everything else. Jalen Hurts came into a very good organization in Philadelphia. He's panning out now, Super Bowl champion MVP. Lamar Jackson went into, and Lamar Jackson's another guy, sat till the last pick of the first round that year because nobody thought he was a quarterback and everything else. He's a 2-time MVP now. And he's on pace to shatter all of Mike Vick and Cam Newton's rushing records. And he's still throwing the ball all over the yard. Like, it's one of these things that you have to let people develop. That's why I think.
I remember Bill Polian said he was a wide receiver and he couldn't throw.
Yeah,
and he was throwing then.
Yep. I really think the best place for him that he could have gone to was Cleveland. But yeah, like the whole Jameis Winston thing. Now Jameis Winston's in New York. That now the quarterback room is 4 people deep. It's Russell Wilson, it's Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart, and now Tommy DeVito. But Tommy DeVito's on his way out. I think we all know that.
You know what? I'm gonna take a wild bet. I'll bet you he outplays Jackson Dart.
I think so.
There's something about DeVito. He's got a magic about him.
He does. He definitely does. But it's going to be one of these things that we're going to.
Oh, here's the other thing, because I don't know about this aspect of Jackson Dart. Is he at all religious? I mean, he might be in a Southern since he's from around here in Georgia, right? But
yeah,
all I know is he likes to hunt, but I don't know what he's like. Well, he says he's got a good relationship with Shedeur, so I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna assume the best of him and believe that he's gonna mesh in the locker room really well. It's gonna be interesting. For sure.
It is. It really is. Like it's also New York, so there's always that added pressure of being in New York for anybody. That it's how are you gonna, like, the SEC is one thing and Mississippi's another thing. Going to Ole Miss and the SEC, that's one level. You crank it up to 11 when you come to New York because there's media capital of everywhere that you're gonna have the microscope underneath you, and you also have a Super Bowl champion quarterback in Russell Wilson in that quarterback room. You have Jameis Winston, who is no slouch by himself. Like
national champion.
Yeah, I think
Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, and I think people keep talking about how this is Russell Wilson's starting job. I'm not so sure about that.
No, I am.
Yeah,
it's 1 year.
Yeah, like he's gonna have to compete with some chiseled veteran in that room. And we're gonna see how it plays out. Like that's it.
And didn't he get injured last year?
Was it last year or the year before or something? Yeah.
Let me check. I'm gonna check on that because I believe. Let me see. Russell Wilson. injury history. Russell Wilson experienced a calf injury during Pittsburgh Steelers training camp, which he subsequently aggravated before the start of the season. This injury led him to being ruled out for the season opener against the Falcons. That's right. Because then Justin Fields came in. That's right. With Justin Fields taking the starting quarterback position because he won. In fact, he won a game the Falcons should have lost. But for an untimely interception, or timely, depending on how you look at it, that Kirk Cousins threw, which started the first murmurings about, hey, this guy, his velocity doesn't seem like what we expect, but that's another story. But at any rate, there's a more detailed breakdown of his injury history. He was out for week 1. Fields came in. Then they had ongoing concerns about his health and readiness overall. And then Draft Sharks has an even deeper breakdown where they've got his body. I should post this. I think this will help out a lot.
Autopsy report of just all of his injuries.
It's kind of like one of these things where they basically take your body and they make you look like you're the human on the operation game.
Oh yeah,
right,
yeah,
right. You know, well, that's what they did to Russell Wilson. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second here. Russell Wilson injury history and update. Come on, Zenny. There we go. And yeah, here it is. See that? Look at the red dots.
Yep.
Right? He's got, okay, I'll break it down for you folks by getting the text. The first one, let me get that right. Okay, the first one is, they say he's a low risk chance of injury overall, 38.4%. Chance of injury per game is just over 2%. Projected games missed for this year is a game. Durability is a record of 5. They have no active injuries. It says here that January 8th of 2023 had an unspecified knee strain. December 11th, 2022, he was injured on a scramble. He had a cranial concussion. October 17th, he had a thigh hamstring tear. And then basically he had, in 2022 alone, 3 injuries. 1 in 21, 1 in 2023 before that. I don't believe this doesn't cover 2024. I'm going to assume that maybe they're sort of late to the party in terms of updates. So let me try 2024. Here it is. Yeah. It says he didn't play. He didn't return to play for the Steelers until week 6.
Yep.
And then he started in week 7. So you have to keep an eye on him because Jameis Winston is sitting right there, and there's a reason that Dayball and company decided to they got Winston first, and then they got Wilson.
Yep.
That's basically almost a bet on. That's kind of a bet, you know.
100%. You're banking on him.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's 100%. It's you're banking on Russell Wilson missing games. Jameis Winston's going to be the person that needs to be. Jameis Winston's going to be the quarterback of the Giants. I'm telling you now.
Yeah.
That Russell Wilson's past his prime and all these things like that. Jameis Winston is still a very good quarterback.
Yes.
And
he's outstanding. Yeah.
Yeah. With all of the tools that they do have in New York right now with Malik Neighbors and things like that, it's going to be good for him.
By the way, speaking of which, if I may.
Yeah.
For all the talk of one of the possible reasons for Shedeur Sanders falling being not following what the coach tells him.
Okay.
All right. Some of that someone tried to stick on Jameis, but really that's not true.
No.
You know what it was is Jameis was doing exactly what the coaches asked of him. He was being coached badly.
There's a difference. If people don't want to see it that way, people just think, oh, it's just a player. They want to blame it on the player.
Right.
Yep.
Right. The only time he, depending on how you look at it, messed up, I don't think it was a mess up, was when he was coaching the Saints and they wanted to score a touchdown for Mr. McMillan, I think the running back.
Yeah.
Who had he got the touchdown would have got $1 million. It would unlocked his $1 million bonus.
Yep.
Which is really nice. But what I didn't like about that, and I didn't like the way Dennis handled it, is Dennis didn't stick up for his guy. I'm talking about head coach Dennis Allen.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't care how you feel about what your players do. You don't throw your players under the bus.
Oh, yeah. That was immediate.
And that's what he did. He threw Jameis under the bus and had all these idiots talking with him. And what's going through my mind, because I saw the game. The Falcons had the game lost.
Yep.
The Saints intercepted the pass, and the guy went out of bounds at the 1. He was trying to score a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
It should have been a pick 6.
Yes, it should have.
So they just finished the job. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you played to win, right? All right. And I mean, it wasn't running up the score because it was on the 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it was on the 1, and you're giving the guy a bonus. And I would have done it. And if Arthur Smith was upset, oh well.
Yeah,
he's gonna, fine. It's not that game was long done. When folks, we're not talking about a close game. It was 48 points when it was all said and done.
Yeah. It wasn't something. It was just, okay, it's a yard. What are you gonna do?
Right.
Like, come on.
Right.
And Arthur Smith getting mad at the end of the game isn't indicative of him mad at Dennis Allen or mad at the Saints. He's mad at his own team just getting the doors blown off of him, and then it just became a whole thing from just like displaced anger because Arthur Smith couldn't coach that day.
No. And I met Coach Smith. I like Arthur Smith a lot, but I don't believe that Arthur Smith understands how important it is to alter his offense to follow the modern game. And I think he's done an okay job with the Steelers. He did better toward the end of the year. I'm not someone who dislikes him at all. I think he needs to really make some adjustments in how he thinks about movement in his offense because that's got him into a lot of trouble. So anyway, there you go.
Yeah, that's it.
All
that's
right.
it.
We are round 6, pick 203, and we are speeding headlong into round 7. Are you ready to stump the truck?
Yeah.
I got my truck stumper. I'm not gonna say it.
There you go.
I'm ready, man.
This is
I'm
crazy.
ready.
It's funny because there's a lot of people that you thought were gonna get drafted. Like Quinn Ewers is still there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers is still on the board. I just saw Graham Mertz go. Took a long time for a lot of people to go. Like the fall of Will Johnson's another thing from his undisclosed knee injury. Like that was something that really that somebody had Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, going as high as 7 to the Jets, and he plummeted.
Wow, I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, like there you go. Like it's unreal. I don't know.
And something else too. I forgot to say what it is. Pick is in wide receiver Latanche Wester of Colorado.
Oh, there you go. So now here's the Colorado skill guys going.
Yeah. And he's gone. Now the Cowboys pick is in round 6, 204. Those of you who might be wondering what it's like to cover the NFL draft, to stay in the room, and you're probably wondering what would be happening today. Well, what happens is that the press room is closed today. It used to be that you would actually, the way they had it is that the press room was open until I think about 2 o'clock this time, but they let me try to remember how they did it before. Oh, of course, no. When I was in Las Vegas, they closed the press room on Friday, and that was it. They didn't have the press room open today. And they started doing that when they started moving the draft around.
Mm-hmm.
So it used to be you could stay in the press room the entire 3 days. through that. Let me see. Yeah. Because everybody's left town.
Yeah, everybody's out.
Trying to see basically if I wonder if my friend went. Hold on a second. I have not heard from my friend Claudia. Let me check and see if Claudia. I think she told me she wasn't going this time. Claudia. Let me call Claudia real quick. Hey, welcome, by the way, folks. How you doing? Claudia Zinni, how are you? Are you in Green Bay? Oh, you didn't. Oh, I know that, but you told me you weren't going to go to the draft this year, right? Oh, okay. You told me that and I forgot. I'm sorry. Yeah, because I was doing my show and I was remembering how the last time I saw you at the draft, they didn't have the draft. They didn't have the luncheon open the last day, did they? I mean, the luncheon, the room. I think it was okay. Yeah, Vegas was. I remember they had it open for. You know what? They did have it open day 3. I just didn't. I left by then, so yeah. But I'm not sure if they. I know that they've had some weird policies with it. So anyway, that was just yeah. Well, I will let you. I will check in with you later. But I was just seeing if you were. Oh, Craig. Okay, that's now Mark Bodane, and my friend. I'll talk to you about it later when I'm off the air, and I'll see because there've been some personnel changes, and they're in Sacramento right now. So he is the person. Mark Bodane took over for Dave Cobble. Dave Cobble. Oh, he didn't at all ever. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm gonna finish my broadcast, and I'll check on that for you. You got it. All right. Well, hey, you're welcome to come on. We're doing it now. So. Oh, right on. Well, that's okay. Talk about your. Oh, I was thinking about your experience having been there. That's all. That's always fun. But hey, up to you. You're welcome. I'll see you. That was my friend Claudia Jestro, who I've covered the NFL draft with. I don't think you ever met Claudia, Anthony.
No.
She covered the NFL draft starting in New York. And I remember. She was part of the NFL. She covered the NFL draft my second year of the NFL draft red carpet. That's how we met. That was 2012. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And we have been. Then the last time I saw her was in Las Vegas for the NFL draft. That was. Oh no, excuse me. What I'm talking about. Las Vegas for the Super Bowl last year. That's the last time I saw Claudia. Yeah. So anyway, she's doing hockey and baseball. Yeah. So we are at round 6, pick 205. Kane Medrano, a linebacker from UCLA, is the pick of the Commanders. And if I remember Kane Medrano, I think he knocked the crap out of Fernando, our quarterback, who's now Indiana, the Indiana QB, and I believe much richer. I wonder what he got for NIL, his NIL deal. I meant to check that.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the NIL thing is crazy now.
Well, hey, by the way, assess the stadium situation in New York for me off the cuff. Is it time for a new stadium in New York?
I mean, I'd say yes, just because get a bigger stadium, but it'll never happen because they just built MetLife Stadium not too long ago. It's in a good location, just weird because it's New Jersey. So you talk about the Giants and the Jets and stuff. You're going to New Jersey. In New York, I don't know where they would put a stadium to fit everybody into it, but you could maybe. And honestly, if they want to host more things and do things like that, like I know they hosted the Super Bowl that one year and everything else, but
yeah, 2012.
Yeah, put a dome on it and see how many more things come to MetLife Stadium. Maybe do
Well,
something.
that was the plan originally in New York at Javits in 2005. And as I recall, what happened was there was a plan. Dan Doctoroff was the architect of the effort to bring the Olympics to New York.
Yeah.
And that beautiful stadium, I forgot who the architect was, on the west side, was the focus of an amazing controversy involving air rights over that subway, that area over there, air rights. And I forgot the details. I think there was a guy named Sidney Sheldon, who was a very wealthy real estate developer there, who owned that land and was putting up a real stink over the air rights value. And now I'm talking off the top of my head, but it was something like that.
Yeah.
And I remember being really crestfallen as a New York fan that they didn't get that done. And if they had gotten that done originally, as memory serves, they would have gotten the 2003 Super Bowl. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
So, and then New York did not win the Olympics bid. Yeah. So anyway, there you go. There's what I remember from my history following that religiously, because actually wound up impacting my job. We thought New York was going to get the 2003 Super Bowl. This is when I was working for the city of Oakland. Robert Bob was there, and I was monitoring the stadium situation. And so we went from focusing on 2003 to 2004, and finally 2005. So there you go.
There it is.
Let's see here. Let's see who the best available now is. Now that
I feel it's got to be. I feel like it's. I'd have to, if I had to guess, it's probably Quinn Ewers. Best.
Yeah, he's still on. Well, let's see. Number one on the ESPN board is R.J. Mickens.
Okay.
Clemson, the R.J. Mickens safety out of Clemson. Pre-draft analysis goes like this: Mickens reads the quarterback and steps in front of receivers when he drops down in the box. He's a big hitter and he can separate the ball from the receiver when he times his tackles correctly. Mickens picked off 7 passes in 5 seasons at Clemson, and he developed that catching ability as a receiver in high school. He closes well and has the long arms to break up passes. And so they're talking about Sanders. But anyway, it says against the run, Mickens has great stopping power and can fill gaps to meet running backs in the hole. Mickens shoots into the backfield and he made 6 tackles for a loss.
This should make you better. It should make you a better football
Hey, do you follow the work of our friend Rick Saratella at all?
Yeah, I do. I check in on him from time to time. Yep.
Yeah, I was trying to get him on.
To make this happen, they gave up the 5th round pick, 66, and a 6th round.
He's got a great book.
To go up and get Shedeur Sanders at pick number
And
144, and that was their last pick.
Pick is in.
So, all right,
628.
We return here. Day 3 of the draft.
And they're dancing. Yeah, a lot of people there. By the way, have you answered that? Have you figured out the answer to the question of where? Oh, by the way, I don't know if I showed you this or not. I think I did. Did I show you the video from the Browns room?
No.
No, you got to seal this. This is what happened. 1 second. This is what happened just before the pick. Just before the pick, this is what happened. Right here. I'll move it back. Right here. Okay. This is it. You ready? Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, cool. All right. Let me now go and play it. All right. Look at the hands. So go back and see that again.
Yeah. I'd love to know what he's saying.
Yeah. Anybody out there read lips?
Right?
You know? Can anybody read Kevin Stefanski's lips? Or can you read lips?
No,
Anthony?
I wish I could. I wish I could. Yeah.
He's like, it's like, don't worry about it. That's the don't worry about it right there. Like, look, don't worry about it, okay?
Yeah.
I got this, all right?
Uh-huh.
And trust me, okay? You know, he said, okay, that's okay right there. If we goes to that part I don't understand. Whatever, it's like, don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't see? All right?
Mm-hmm.
All right? And then Kevin is saying, what is he saying? He's saying, okay. He says, okay.
Yeah.
And he says, it's like he's saying, good. Wait. He's saying, go do it, you think? Or like,
yeah, like go. Just like go.
Go. Yeah. And then he and then he does.
And then he gets up and goes.
Yeah. And he makes the call, and Shedeur gets picked.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that says it all right there.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what do you think?
It seems like one of those things that I feel like it was being lobbied that he should be taken, but Stefanski's probably sitting there going like, we just took Gabriel, why the hell do we want this? And then he's trying to get an answer to it. And Stefanski just looks like he's fed up and was just like, all right, just go. Just go.
But see, that's what worries me about Kevin, though. It's like he's not enthusiastic about something that, in my view, he is enthusiastic about. And I'll go an extra mile, okay? I think Kevin he likes Deshaun Watson a lot. I've seen him out. He's actually made cross-country trips to be with Deshaun.
Yeah.
So they seem like they have a really great relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But I think ideally Kevin would like to have somebody like a Kirk Cousins that is the common standard white quarterback that doesn't give a lot of lip, does what he asks, makes the proper adjustments, makes the plays, isn't a drama queen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like just like a game manager type of person, not a playmaker.
Right, and I would also say someone who, it's a knock that I have against Kevin, who's not really familiar, but he's making himself familiar, hence Deshaun, with how to properly work with the black quarterback in the modern age, given what we went through and how it affects us psychologically. Because racism is, I call it a two-way mental illness. It's not just the people that do it, but it's how it affects the people that it's been done to. And you know, a great person like, to me, Jimmy Johnson got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Jimmy Johnson gets it. I think there are other people who definitely get it. Like Lovie Smith got it. You know, his offensive coordinator, who I got to know and I didn't interview him. We had private talks about Jameis Winston. Got it, and I'm not talking about Bruce Arians either. He made a ton of mistakes. And I'm not talking about the guy who eventually went to become the Ravens offensive coordinator and was Georgia before then.
Yeah.
But what I'm referring to is actually just came out of retirement to be the offensive coordinator very recently. And are you okay? So Dirk Carter.
Okay.
And Dirk, I even asked Dirk about Jameis and that situation that turned out to be a fake situation. And he says, look, he said this back then. He said, I trust Jameis with my daughters. That's what he said, okay? So he says, there's nothing wrong with him. He's a great guy and great quarterback. And he said this to me at the NFL annual meeting in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And I interviewed him just before I interviewed him, because I interviewed him the next day, and I had met him at the reception during the NFL annual meeting then. Yeah. So at any rate, my point is that, well, I just made it. What are you thinking about? You got something on your mind?
No, I'm listening to you. I'm thinking about this. Exactly what you're saying is the thought of that. Some guys just don't want to adapt with the times and don't want to gel. They so are dead focused on ego or principle or their own morals that they want to fit a square peg into a round hole. And it's in football, especially, like they're not robots. So you can't build the robot perfectly to fit your system. You have to work around what you have. Like when I coached semi-pro football, I made an offense that was an air raid offense, throw the ball 70 times a game until the first tryout came, and I found out that I had 2 running backs that were studs. That I could have sat there and said, now you're going to learn how to catch football, and I'm going to do all this. We changed the game. I changed the entire offense and said, I have these running backs. Let me fit the offense to my skill position players to make sure that they are showcased the best. You don't keep a thoroughbred in the stable. You let them out and then you let them run. So, but a lot of these coaches nowadays, like Stefanski, like a lot of these guys are just like, this is how I do it. You either get on board or you get out, and we'll find people. But the flip side of that is that in the NFL, there's such a short leash, and college too, there's such a short leash on your coaching tenure that it's so much pressure to win right now. Like the perfect thing is Cleveland. Cleveland just needs to reset and take its time and go through a process of building it back. And once you do, then you'll be in perpetual success. Like Minnesota did it. Minnesota went through it, and they got this, and then that. Dalvin Cook. Now they have Justin Jefferson, Sam Darnold last year. Like it was okay, and now look at Minnesota. They're doing 14 games last year. Like that's how it has to go. Some people are just like, this is how I want it. Figure out how to get it. Give me the players that need it. And once again, you're also trying to draft players to fit a system that you don't know. You think you know that they're going to fit the system, but you don't really know at all.
No, that's 100% true. And and the pick is in here with
as well as some good linemen.
They have
that were drafted a year ago in Jurgens and
the
Rouse. And then he brought in a guy that's played a lot of tackle.
talking about the Vikings head coach is on giving his interview. And I thought the Vikings were going to be Super Bowl champions. I don't know about you.
100%. I thought they were.
Yeah.
Because
And
on defense this year, you're bringing Tyrion Dawkins, another edge guy. And last year,
he's talking about the magic. I call him the magic professor now, Brian Flores.
Yeah.
What do you think about what he's done?
I love him. He was a Jet. He was a Jet coach, and he's underappreciated. Like, you know what he did in Tampa Bay? It's just somebody that he knows what he's talking about, and he's going to try to figure it out. And it's one of those things that's just Tampa Bay. He got put in a bad spot there for a little bit. The Jets definitely got put in a bad spot. Now he's where he needs to be. He just showcase his skills and his talents. Here we go.
Hey, what's the head behind you?
Yeah, no, I got the kids.
That's so cute.
The kids are all running around. I got the screen blurred. So
hey, how you doing, fella?
This is Roman. Can you see?
Hi.
How do I turn off the thing? Hold on, let me see.
You guys having a great Saturday?
Yeah.
What you guys doing back there? You're blurred.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? I'm Zenny.
This is Zenny. This is Lucy. This is Roman. Noah, get up.
Hey, how you guys doing?
You gotta speak up.
Yeah.
You're famous.
You guys playing a game back there?
We're just making fun.
You're what?
He's just playing on his phone.
Oh, you're playing on
Playing
your
on his
phone.
phone. Everybody's
Wait,
putzing
wait.
around.
What are you playing?
Yeah. What are you playing? No.
I'm playing Roblox.
Playing Roblox, whatever that is.
What is it? Oh, Roblox. I know what that is. It's like you build the blocks, right? And it's how does that go? Roblox.
I have no idea.
I think I've seen it actually.
Just different games that you play.
Yeah. Is it your favorite?
Yeah.
What do you have you seen the Minecraft movie yet?
Yes.
Uh-oh. A resounding yes. It was really good.
Yeah.
Would you see it again?
Yeah, go again.
Uh-oh, Anthony. There you
There you go. We gotta go again. That's it.
Yeah, I gotta rediscover game develop. I actually used to make games in my sports business simulation class. I made sports business games, which are for the classroom. But so stuff that right now might sound boring, but you get up to a little bit, you might say, "Hey, that's kind of interesting." But that's another story. So yeah. So how's the weather there?
It's been raining. It was like 80 degrees, and then it rained. That's why my allergies are killing me today.
My God, a hot rain.
Yeah, so my allergies are on fire right now. Just with all of this.
No.
Yeah, but we're hanging in, waiting on the pizza, to get to the house so that I can feed them some dinner.
Ooh, pizza from who?
Planet Pizza. This place right up the street.
It's called Planet Pizza.
Planet Pizza. Yep, in Greenwood Lake. So.
Hey kids, what's your favorite pizza?
Pepperoni. Domino's.
Plain? Like cheese?
Yeah.
Okay. My favorite is I don't know if they have Lou Malnati's pizza out there. Do they?
No.
Or Gino's?
No, we have like Ray's Pizza here. Planet Pizza is the big one. And then you have Ray's. So, and then Luca's is another pizzeria. It's all like mom and pop shops over here.
Oh, well, what's like quintessential New York style pizza, right?
Yeah, it's all New York style.
Yeah, I like Chicago style and New York style, but I really like Chicago deep dish. Oh my gosh, it's like you ever had a Chicago deep dish pizza?
No, I don't think so.
No.
They put the cheese underneath the sauce.
Oh yeah, so okay, yeah, I love it. I
don't think they've had it yet.
Are you guys Giants fans or Jets fans or? Jets. Who's your favorite Jets player?
What? Joe Namath. Lucy said Joe Namath.
Joe Namath. Hey, Broadway Joe Namath. Broadway. My favorite Jets player was just with you guys, Aaron Rodgers, because I'm acquainted with him from Cal. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry that he didn't deliver for you guys.
It was quite a ride, though. I'll say that.
Yeah.
It was quite a fun time. Now the question is, where's he going to go now? Is he going to retire? Or is he going somewhere else?
I wish he would retire. What do you think?
I think it's time. Like I think it's time. Like it's he still has a lot left in the tank, but it's one of these things. Like, bud, you've done more than enough to get a gold jacket and get immortalized in Canton. It's time. Like, if it's taking you this long to make a decision, then it's time. Like,
oh, hey kids, thanks. If you guys are gonna go off and do your thing, hey, thanks for the time. I just wanted to say hello to you all. Yeah, it's great to your dad loves you so much. He talks about you all the time, so I feel like I know you.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. Everybody knows you. You gotta be famous now. This is live.
So Monday, you guys can take over his show program, right? Be rich.
There you go.
Yeah.
Start the podcast with them.
I'll give you guys. I'll tell you guys. You have pets around there?
Yeah.
Cat or dog?
Yeah, mom's got a big giant golden retriever.
Oh, put him on camera. Make a vlog about him eating or something like that, or that's always classic. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, that's Roxanne. She's huge. Yeah, she's 90 pounds, and she is. This picture was taken today, and she knows she's bigger than the kids, so when she wants to play, she'll legitimately just run into him at full speed.
Oh no!
She'll tackle him to the ground.
Oh, mom, you okay?
She would be a good football player.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Perfect.
So, okay. Nice. Yeah. Nice. So it's round 6, pick 213. And now they've got dogs on the set. Oh, the dog relieved himself on Daniel Jeremiah's shirt. How lovely.
There you go. Look at this.
Ah,
Dogs all over the place.
that's hilarious.
Yeah,
Absolutely hilarious.
that's awesome.
Meet the puppies. Cameron, Camilla, Caroline, Carson, Celeste, Colton, Hootenanny, and Hullabaloo.
There you go.
Aw. Are we into stumping the truck yet? Hold on a second. Let me.
Evaluation on Caroline. Oh, come on, guys. Want to know about Caroline and what we've got here. Wrap it. Roll the baseball card. Caroline, coach's best friend. Someone that's always around the office. You can.
Ole Miss is the college? Come on.
Look. Ole Miss. We've got we'll show you the comparison here in a second. All bark, no bite, okay? Talks a big game, but not going to be any danger here. And a big-time puppy bowl performance. If we want to go to next-gen stats powered by AWS, let's go to the puppy comparison here. You're looking at Caroline up there at the top. Wisconsin Humane Society score. Going to put it right at the 97 there at the very top. Nacho not far behind. Hootenanny. I'm going to tell you right now, you're too low on Nesquik.
Hootenanny.
I want to cross-check. Split opinions on this. I want to cross-check. If you want a comp, I'm going to go Jackson Dart as the comp. And that one's right here. This is where I'm going. It's just something about it. I couldn't put my finger on it, but just something about it. It's reminded me of Jackson Dart.
Nice. That's Nesquik right there.
Way too low on Nesquik, all right? Nesquik and I bonded so quickly here. And look at Nesquik right now. A little bit on the tired side, but still willing to go the extra mile. Nesquik's ready to play.
Okay, what do you got?
All right, look at that from Rutgers.
Rutgers University. Okay.
Getting through the hole, you know that is hard to get grasp. Quick, excellent ball skills. Look, catches everything. 0 drops. All right? When it comes his way, he keeps. And by the way, Rich, he doesn't just get what he catches. It's yardage after the catch.
Yardage after. He's got yak?
Yak.
Nesquik's got yak?
Nesquik's got yak. Okay. That's why he's so tired.
My new friend is falling asleep.
Poise. It's called poise, Rich. Poise.
Okay, so
that must be a first-round pick if it fell asleep. It's very unconcerned.
Everybody should give it up for the Wisconsin Humane Society. That's the QR code. Pop that on your phone and give whatever you can. Thank you for doing all this work and bringing these beautiful dogs here. Everybody needs a home.
Uh-oh.
All these dogs need
homes.
They need forever homes.
Well, that's some speculative news. Anthony, I guess you're left there, but folks.
Yeah, no, I'm here. What's going on?
Well, turns out Jackson Dart's now ex-girlfriend claims that he cheated on her.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. This was in Men's Journal 2 days ago. A quick search of his name resurfaced a troubling allegation made by his ex-girlfriend Lola Sexton, who responded to cheating rumors in a since-deleted video on TikTok. Quote, I really didn't want to have to do this, but some stuff has been brought to my attention. I just feel like I have to clear the air and share my side of the story, she said at the time. So yes, he was cheating on me for a little over a year and a half, from what I know. I found out from an anonymous text message, whoever you are, thank you so much. In revealing the scandal, she offered a strong message for the quarterback. I hope he has a good, healthy season, she continued. I just want everyone to move on. It's in the past, and you know what? Life goes on. I can confidently say that I know amazing things are coming my way, and I know we both learned. I learned a lot, and we just need to let go and move on. Sexton appears to be doing just fine, going our social media accounts in the time since their split. She's amassed nearly 15,000 followers on Instagram and an impressive 30,000 on TikTok, where her latest video caught the attention of fans. The post quickly ratcheted up nearly 3,000 views and a handful of comments from her followers. And now it's in Men's Journal, and now everybody knows that Jackson cheated on his girlfriend. Wow. For a year and a half.
That's crazy.
That's a character move, huh?
I was going to say that's good character there.
Wow.
Here's your top 25 pick.
Wow. So I mean, that's some crazy stuff.
Yeah, it really is.
And let's see here. So Steelers will regret bad passing Jackson Dart. I don't know, man.
I don't know either. That's crazy.
Gosh. I don't know. I think you got two veterans and DeVito. Just stick with them. You know.
Let it ride out.
Yeah, that would be it. So, okay. Jackson Dart. What else here? That's all that's about him there. There's nothing about him having met either quarterback yet. I guess, he just got there. Well, actually, he hasn't even got that. So Jackson Dart, let's see, Russell Wilson. Jackson Dart, Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson always indicated how he'll treat Jackson Dart in the Giants locker room. This is according to the Mirror. Hey, can you talk for a second? I've got to go and check on something.
Yeah, no problem.
I will be. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be
All right. Yeah. So guys, we're deep. We're at pick 215 now. Got about 40 more picks until this 2025 draft is solidified. It's been an up and down draft. I said it day one. And I'll say it again. This is a meat and potatoes time to draft. This is where teams are building out the foundation for the we'll see. This is where you're building out the foundation for your teams. You're getting offensive linemen, you're getting defensive linemen, linebackers, you're getting that front seven. There's more running backs that are going that I didn't think were going to go as high, like Omar on Hampton. I thought he was a second round pick. He snuck into the first. Good for him. But yeah, it's time to see how this is going to go. And this is one of these, like I said, you're not going to see a lot of these guys on the stat sheet. You're going to see like people like Will Campbell going to New England. That's a big time thing. You have the Jets taking Armand Membu, tackle, to solidify their tackles, hopefully for the next 8 to 10 years, with Ola Fashanu playing left tackle and Armand Membu playing right. You have defensive linemen going through the teeth. You have the Falcons making trades to go get defensive linemen. You have Shamar Stewart going. You have James Pierce going. Jahad Campbell, the Eagles lucked out once again in a draft and somehow lucked their way into one of the most ferocious and speed and physical linebackers of the draft in Jahad Campbell from Alabama. You didn't see a lot of like crazy corners going like we've seen in years past where they try to defend the pass. With the corners, you're starting to see teams change their mindset. Instead of going after the corners and the secondary to defend the pass, they're getting people to go after the quarterbacks themselves. And then in turn, we just watched the 5th round go where 5 quarterbacks just got drafted, from Shedeur Sanders, Graham Mertz, and everybody else. There's also guys that I think are diamonds in the rough of this draft that are later round picks, but are going to start playing out real well, like Jack Sawyer from Pittsburgh, from Ohio State, went to Pittsburgh. I like that pick a lot because now you have Cam Hayward still there. You have TJ Watt still there, veteran presence there. So he doesn't have to come in right away and be this psychotic, impactful player. He can sit there and he can learn underneath. Cam Hayward, I think, is getting a gold jacket sooner than later. TJ Watt's on his way to a gold jacket. So he can sit there, and it's just doing that. The Shedeur Sanders saga is always what's going to be talked about in 2025. It'll be run next year. It'll be run the year after that. It'll be run the year after that, and everything else in between. It'll be one of those things that it's the fall of Shedeur Sanders from 1st round pick, possibly 2nd overall. 2nd overall, 9th overall, 21st to the Steelers, 2nd round, this, plummeting to pick 144 and going to Cleveland anyway. And that's after Cleveland took Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round. So it's one of these things that you really have to do a deep dive into what your team needed. I know everybody, this is a weird year. Think about it. The Packers took a receiver in the 1st round for the first time in quite some time. It wasn't They didn't go after defense. They didn't go after offensive line. They took Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas, and said, here you go, Jordan Love. Here's a weapon. Now get after it. You also have to realize now that a lot of teams are lobbying for next year because next year has more skill position players that are going to be better. So, like you watch the Browns trade back from 2 to 5 and pick up a first-round pick next year. So let's say this year Shedeur Sanders shows that he's got promise, or Dylan Garybiel shows that he's got promise, or Kenny Pickett, or whoever. Then next year, instead of trying to find a franchise quarterback, you have one of them possibly on your team, and now you have 2 first-round picks to build around that person. So it's a big brain move to do that. Is it? If it was me, I would have taken Travis Hunter at 2, Shedeur at 34, and called it a day and brought both of them back so they could work together now in the NFL. But that's just me. Pixon at 216. Brad Paisley's now here on the stage here at the NFL Network, watching the NFL Network. Brad Paisley's here, and let's see who they're going to take. But honestly, you guys, if you're watching this, you're here now. Write in the comments Write in the comments what you think your team's draft grade is, who you think they should have taken. Did they get it right? Did they get it wrong? If they got it wrong, then why? That's it. Yeah, so checking the pick and everything else. You okay, Lucy? Then what do you want? So yeah,
I'm back.
There you go.
Yeah. The Raiders should have taken Shedeur.
There it
is. That's the only mistake I can see.
That's it.
You know, they should have really had a nice backup for Geno. I think it would have been a great pairing.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterback room wouldn't have been as crowded. The path to success, I think, would have been smoother. But that's me. Having said that, I think what'd you say, Ma?
Happy he's drafted.
We're happy he's drafted. Having said all that, yeah, Mom was praying hard because that was the difference between, guess the number of tweets the Sanders issue generated over yesterday versus the next highest topic.
Yeah, right.
Take a guess.
There's got to be 100,000 or more.
It was okay. Yeah. You weren't wrong because you didn't actually issue a number. You issued a range.
Yeah.
So you actually weren't wrong, but it was 383,000 tweets.
Jeez.
The next highest topic was, oh boy, I forgot what it was. It was, but I remember the number 8394. 8,394, whatever it was 8,394 tweets.
Yeah.
And so I paid as much attention to it as the percentage difference between that tweet and the high number, which is, hold on a second. Hey, Google, what's 8,394 divided by 394,000?
8,394 divided by 394,000 is approximately 0.02.
Yeah, 2%.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
That's it was so basically it took up 2% of the total number of tweets around the Sanders issue.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Hey Google, thank you.
Got it.
There you go.
Hey, it's the 21st century, Anthony. What can I say?
Right? You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
We're ready for AI. I'm ready. Hey, what do you think about? I just asked this for the public. What do you think about having automated AI generated content on NFL News by Zenny62.com? And in addition to just having what we have right now, which is the automatic feeding of YouTube videos, which then become posts, right?
Yeah.
What say you about that sort of idea?
I was going to say it sounds like a good idea. Just streamline everything and call it a day. We're in that day and age and stuff. This is that whole adapting scenario where you just got to adapt to stuff. So that's definitely something we can definitely something that's good for everything, so we can get the news in and out quicker and faster to everybody, and make sure that everybody stays tuned in to us. That means just stay tuned in because it's going to come flying at you real quick. I have no idea how to do any of it.
I do.
So, like, it's like I just learned what Chat GPT was like a week ago, and I just use it to make photos into like cartoons. So there's that. But yeah, no, I'm always down to learn new things.
Yeah, it's I will show you where we are versus a site, which is by the way, we're now HSTS compliant, yeah, which basically means we are super secure, yeah, which means that it's also faster. But this is our NFL draft one picks here. The way I engineered it though is if you come up here, first of all, I put a search field right here, right? Hey, we're in round 7, by the way, folks, and it goes and works well with mobile. This is totally AMP, by the way, folks. Accelerated mobile platform. Never achieved this successfully before to where I had, and see how smoothly it clicks in, Anthony?
Yeah.
To the next page, and the folks, all you have to do is scroll down, and then I'm not going to play the whole video because I don't have the whole copyright. But the whole point is you can find out what people are thinking about anything. You scroll down, right? You get also all these are to the pages that are related to that keyword. Vikings trade, and it's all news commentary by different people, automatically positioned here. We've got our comments over here on the right. So basically, all this is automatic, and you can come here and find out what people are thinking. Like this gentleman, I don't have the right to post what he's posting, but this is basically a great gathering ground for people who might want to be on our show too.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Give somebody an opportunity. Absolutely.
Yeah. And so, and then up here, if you click, I don't know if you can see if I click, go down here, I click this, I'm circling that.
Yeah.
And I click on that, guess where it takes us? To where we are. So there's this, and scroll down, and looky there, NFL 25 NFL draft. That says round 2. Did I not post today's? No, it says round 2, round 3. Well, okay, this is round 2 from yesterday. Yeah, that was from yesterday. Okay, so folks, let me and if I can use a Blazing Saddles thing, excuse me while I correct this. As opposed to, I was supposed to have installed this one over there, and I didn't. Bad boy. Oh, bad boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's easy to fix. It only takes a second.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. We're going to stump the truck now. Is this it?
It's a flavor. It's every
I think
moment.
so. I'm watching the Caesars.com commercial.
Hold on a second. Yeah.
The excitement.
Nobu.
It's
Great
the
food.
But most importantly,
Hold on a second.
it's
Pages. Pages.
Caesar's Palace.
There. All right. Hold on a second. Hold a second, folks. I'm almost there. I am just making the adjustment here. Then I'm going to share it with you momentarily. And here we go. Just edit that. And all right. So all I have to do is put this there. 2025 NFL Draft 5 stream rounds 4 through 7.
Really think you can output me?
Here.
That's cute.
Hit that there, and then put this here, and give it a heading. Yep. And go down there and hit enter. There it is. Oh no, Anthony just lost power to his house. Wow. Thunder shook his freaking. This just started now, folks. Hold on a second. Anthony was just on with us. He just lost power to his house. Thunder shook the freaking house, as he wrote to me in a text. Holy cow. Hey, Google, what's the weather in New Jersey?
Currently in Newark, it's 72 degrees and cloudy. Today, there will be scattered thunderstorms with a forecasted high of 72 and a low of 48.
So that's what's going on.
Choosing songs is only available
Hey,
to
Google,
Spotify
stop. Thank you. Okay, so that's what's going on. So what I was showing him and everybody else is once he gets back with power, we'll come and have him back in. But what I was showing him and you is this, okay? And
You want a salad?
I'm fine. That's great right there. Thank you.
Sure you want a salad?
Okay.
You do want a salad.
Okay, sure. Whatever you're happy with, sure.
Well, I'm not
Anthony's power went out. His power went out.
What?
Anthony, who I had on, his power went out. He just said, just lost power to my house. Thunder shook the friggin' house. Wow.
There's a storm up there.
Yeah.
Where is he, New York?
No, New Jersey.
Yeah, well, that's New York. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, stump the truck. Here it is, folks. Hold on.
Alani Tutu Towel. What's that about it? I got your Tutu Towel right here.
I want King Howard to say.
That's it. I'm out.
Dave McCrary.
Stump the truck. Let's see. I got the trunk stuffer.
Yep. For quite some time to make sure that when someone gets drafted, we are covered. That we have the video, and we have the research, and we have everything at our disposal. And like many other things in the television world, I think this was born out of complete boredom. That's how my run was born out of, complete boredom. And Charlie, you're the king of spring. He's getting on my ear. I don't know what year it was in Radio City Music Hall.
We had
sitting around.
We had hit vapors.
Yeah, right.
At that point.
Late in the day, we started 2012-ish, just started talking about this player, that player. Do we have video? I don't know how it happened. We started asking people to tweet it in.
You know what we were essentially doing? We were essentially emptying the notebook. Like one of those things, like, sure, we've done this kind of work, and I think part of it was almost being glorious. Well, we've done this work. Let's show you how smart we are.
Right.
And the truck was like, we'll show you.
Well, what it did is it stumbled upon what everybody in TV's looking for, which is the connectivity to the fans, and also to show off the hard-working production staff behind the scenes that rarely gets any credit. So now here we are. It's the truck versus the world. Wow, we're going international now. The picks have been made from Germany and Mexico, Scotland. You're going to be first, Daniel. Go for it. Let's see if you can stump the truck.
I'm going to let an easy one. Let's just see if they can just get into a rhythm, see the ball go through the hoop here. Shedeur Powell, running back, Central Arkansas.
3379.
Thank you. Mentioned earlier today from Germany, Central Arkansas, I believe. All right. Okay. For one. Here we go. Let's see it. Oh, look at it from the ground.
Coming right at you. This is a 4.4 flat 40. He can go.
Look at this.
Nicely done.
Hold on a second.
On the ground.
Yeah, we're sitting crisscross applesauce. So
This looks like it was shot by some hardworking member of some local television.
Absolutely. Gonna get it done.
Charles.
Sure. All right, guys. How about Carl Vansky? Decius, D-E-C-I-U-S.
Carl Vansky?
Carl Vansky, C-A-R-L-V-A-I-N-S-K-Y. From Morgan State, a defensive back. Go Bears.
Uh-oh. Oh, you stumped the truck. You're part of the world. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Just trying to get into the game, Rich.
All right. Do we have one from the social media world we can read off?
Ooh, I definitely. You know they send them in.
Oh, we got one. Pop it up on the screen. I'll represent the from where? Okay, Bookie.
Bookie man.
Oh, we gotta have this guy.
Oregon State.
This is actually pronounced Jared.
Okay.
I know this guy.
You do?
Monster.
Okay.
Big monster. monster offensive line.
That's a thumbs up. Nice.
DJ, look at that turf. DJ, did you get a look at this cat? Give me the name again.
Woo.
Christian Linehan, the offensive lineman at Oregon State. Oh, that's a heritage pick. There you go.
Okay.
That's simple. Well done, Truck. Can I get one? I've got one here. Okay, I've got a request here. From who? This is Big Game Bengal, who's a YouTuber who's got a huge YouTube follow. Okay. He hit me up with Deshaun Hill, DB Ohio Dominican, and did the proper hashtag Stump the Truck.
Ohio, is it the Ohio Dominican University?
Well, which is really on par since this is the week of the bell.
Wow,
Yeah,
Jeez.
coming strong. I've got another one if we want to keep going. Go ahead. I like the fans get in. How about, do we have Carter Runyon, a tight end from Towson, the Towson Tigers, single digit number guy.
This is going to break the tie. It's going to break the tie. We're looking where. Oh, baby. All right. Truck's on top. I'm rooting for the truck. All right, this is from the end zone.
Single digit number guy. Take a look at it.
Spot shadowed him up. Okay.
Yes.
Ian Rappaport. Shot in, sir.
All right, I got a good one. Pretty sure this is going to stump the truck. Mitch Van Voren from St. Norbert College. He's a tight end.
Oh, St. Norbert's right down the road.
Right down the road. He also announced the Dolphins' 2016 pick, like a third rounder.
Is he in this draft class, Ian? Are we sure? Do we need to double check Ian's work?
This comes from Tom Pelissero, and
Hey, Ian.
this has been fact checked. Yes.
Ian, I love that you put in St. Norbert. St. Norbert is the site of where Lombardi's Packers did training camp.
Obviously.
All those years ago, right down the road.
We have another one from social media. We got another one.
Pop it up and the fans get in.
Let's see what we got here.
There he is.
Okay. Lan Larison.
Oh, he's good.
UC Davis. Cal Ryan. So,
Cal pick.
He's also a steer wrestler. No, he was.
oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's see it.
Buchanan.
That's mine.
Who played
See?
in South Davis before transferring to Scott. This kid can get drafted.
Very Cam Scattebo-ish, huh?
Oh, he bounces off the clear.
Oh,
That's right. He's a kid. He could be on a roster next year.
All right. The truck is out again.
Congratulations.
Fantastic.
Let's get a little look at Daisy here. So we've got EBS as where she calls home there. She just Q points. That's her game. She just crushes them. Look, and there's accountability that she provides for that truck. Keeps everybody in check. Just look, two-time first team no stump selection. And look at her doing the Bosa sack celebration.
I like it. They're going to go celebrate by jumping in the pool.
Nice.
Hey.
Yes, nothing but applause. Thank you all.
Thank you to everybody who puts together all these takes.
Hey, Marcus Davis, I'm going to show up for the cookout now. Make sure I got a place.
So, thank you to them, to all of them, everyone on the screen.
You didn't do mine, so you didn't win a thing.
Keontae Hamilton, there we go, Rutgers.
Yeah, Anthony said, hey, folks, you wondering what happened to Anthony? He's in the middle of a thunderstorm. He said, yeah, I think it's got a heat lightning, but it's also got real dark here.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls
Real
when
quick.
you have the right team. McCaffrey with a tough call. You can't go wrong.
This is a big call, Christian. Big call, biggest call of your life. Wood or tile finish. Which one you gonna do? This could make or break the whole kitchen.
Yeah.
Call a timeout, Christian.
London Sky. You sure?
He's sure.
Get the man some London Sky.
And a decisive win with the Lowe's app. In-store, online, our Lowe's team has you covered. Turn up your summer with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea fans love the smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol.
Hey, everybody. Dear Lord, thank you for this food we're about to eat. And Jesus Christ's name, and thank you for a great day. Amen. And thank you for everything. Amen. Okay. Huh. Says, yeah, kids are loving it, but now waiting for power to come back on. Thanks.
This is Roundup for Lawns. This stuff works. Verizon Small Business Days are back. Our experts?
Welcome in.
Closer than you think. Yes, great. Nice surprise, huh? Ready to help. Serving up deals, advice, wherever you are. Even on the job.
Hey. Hi.
And making sure all your tech
Let's take a look.
is good to go. April 21st to 27th. Don't wait. Get started today.
Yeah, one more, Antoine.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like you're with us every step of the way. Stay in the know from your doctor to
We're
their
still looking for, let's see here. We have pick 7, round 7, pick 2025, excuse me. And safety Kidney Crawford from Nevada just went on his way to the Arizona Cardinals, folks. 5'10", 5'8", 202, 4,140 they are their stash. Yeah.
Here's that QR code, please. Every dollar goes to benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital
Boy.
for their
Folks, they're still out there. Look at this.
crucial research work to fight all
And we're
forms of
speeding closer toward Mr. Irrelevant, my friend Melly
that get that dreaded call
Satala
about their kid needing to go to
Fitch.
school. You know that they won't pay for a single thing. Won't see a bill for getting their
Look at
kids
this, folks.
or for lodging, food, anything else, please. That QR code is crucial. And the Run Rich Run.
You gotta see this.
I ran my 40-yard dash a few weeks ago at the Rose Bowl. That's coming up with a special treat.
Watch this.
Todd Gurley ran. Whoa! And he ran his first ever 40.
Watch this.
Did you beat him? Stay tuned.
What I love is
Stay tuned.
how subtly you're able to slide that in. First ever 40, because
He was hurt.
So he didn't
out of
He didn't do the evaluation. He didn't go through that whole process. No combine, no pro day, like that. Remember? Did he go in the draft to go 10?
To the Rams.
Yeah.
Right. And the Rams
Trying to
took
find
him.
that.
So,
Didn't come up like I wanted it to. Hold on a second.
You getting the first 40 out of it.
well, I mean, it was the second straight year that Todd showed. And he didn't run it last year. He ran it this year. We just said he would do it. And,
Okay, here we go.
enough, as it happens, you'll see it's part of the feature.
Folks, this is what it looks like outside right now in Green Bay. Take a look.
4 minutes track. It's like, oh, that's right. You were hurt when you came out of Georgia. So he ran his first 40, and it's not bad when you run your first ever 40 at the Rose Bowl.
Pretty good place to
And
do
it was pretty neat. So that's coming up.
There it is. Look at that, folks. That's a lot of people. And it's 4:53. It's almost 5 o'clock. There you go. Look at that. That's a lot of people, folks.
The 98 draft out of Arizona State. And boy, that was a big moment for, at the time, the Cardinals organization for sure. Not really knowing who you're drafting, and then now there's a statue of Pat outside the stadium in Phoenix.
Do you know when he was Arizona State, Larry Martin was his head coach, and he told him, I'm not redshirting. Like, they had plans, and he's like, no, I'm not redshirting. He said, what's doing? I've got things to do, coach. I don't have time to stay an extra year. We're going right now.
Pretty cool. So we're going to send things to the podium here for this selection. And pick 226, assuming this hasn't changed yet. Okay, it's belonging to...
There we go, folks.
Send things to the stage.
We are Steelers Select is next. Comes All right. He's introduced. And the Pat Tillman Foundation is up. Pat Tillman's. Oh, good for him. His name is Kevin. Kevin Buballs, Pat Tillman Foundation Scholar.
And all the Tillman scholars who continue to carry forward Pat's legacy. And now, with the 226th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Carson Bruner, linebacker, Washington.
That is a fitting pick, and that's a legacy pick.
Yeah, fitting.
Mark Bruner's dad, 30 years ago, drafted by the Steelers.
Very cool. And Mark Bruner is still working in the Steelers front office in the personnel department, so I know he's a proud papa watching his son get drafted right here. Watch how he plays. Big-time instincts. I mean, if you want to know where the football is, you will find him very close by. He plays with an aggressive, I wrote down, almost reckless abandon. He's a fantastic special teamer, which is going to help him make this team. So, very, very cool moment.
There's the big guy. In that proud line of Steeler tight ends. Pretty good tradition of Steeler tight ends, that's for sure. Pat Fryermuth carrying it on right now.
Is that Cordell?
Yes, it is. Down a slash.
So one more pick for the Steelers, and then they will be done. And so congratulations to the Bruner family. Neat stuff. Legacy pick right there. When we come back, we will try and raise as much money for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Love watching kids get out there and run. There's lots of them in the feature about the show. Please don't miss what you're about to see. And here.
All right, Carol. Hey, Carol. Would you like some water? Here. This is really great. Oh. Really great. I said this is really great.
Need a Grand Highlander. Toyota. Let's go places.
This is the legendary light beer. If this can could talk, then it tells stories. And if you've had one, you probably got a story worth telling.
So,
here's the 50 years of Miller time.
Mopping is hard work.
Curtis Rourke,
The Swiffer Power Mop, it has a built-in solution that breaks
the Indiana
down dirt
quarterback that
plus 360-degree swivel head
Fernando
makes up
Mendoza of
one
Cal is
piece of
replacing, just got picked up.
The Swiffer Power Mop.
I can guard pro in these. I can guard you and route you up. You sure about that?
So I was looking for a quarterback.
Kansas City Chiefs pick is in.
You're right, Billy. He's Dewberry on that.
Every shoe for every athlete.
Nick's is the GOAT.
Sorry, honey, it's a work thing. Mine's also a work thing. I just need someone to cover my shift.
So is mine. Alan says your business vehicle is now covered with Progressive.
Protected 24/7, just like your home and auto.
Oh, that's great.
So dinner time's just phone time now?
Sorry. You know, I heard that ground turkey is the healthiest poultry.
You know what? Never mind. Just be on your phone.
Okay, folks.
We've been creating it for
We're back with Twitter. There we are. Let's get an update.
technology to the broadest, most reliable network of sales and service dealers. Always moving
So much for stumping the truck. They didn't give me a chance.
tomorrow.
Why do NFL players choose to sleep over smart bed? I like to sleep cool.
And I like to sleep even cooler.
I really like it when we both get what we want. Meet the Sleep Over Climate Cool Smart Bed. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. Visit a Sleep Number store near you.
2025 NFL schedule will be released soon. The stage electric. Quarterback define this rivalry. A Super Bowl rematch for the ages. Welcome back.
5 o'clock local time here in Green Bay, working our way through the final picks of the first ever draft here in the shadow of Lambeau Field, a cathedral of professional football. Once again, I'm thrilled to try and pause the proceedings on behalf of people who need your help and people who help sick kids get better every single day, and make sure the parents of those sick kids who get the care that they need never see a bill for the care that they crucially
St. Jude
require to get better and rebuild their lives and have a long and happy life. I'm talking about St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. This is all born out about 21 years ago. I'm sitting in the old RCA Dome with Terrell Davis, who was working with NFL Network at the time, waiting to shoot something for NFL Total Access for that night's NFL Network coverage of the 2005 Scouting Combine. I turned to Terrell Davis. I don't know why it popped in my head, but I asked him how fast I could run the 40 in my suit and tie and lace up.
I remember that.
Very moment. He laughed at me. I cursed at him, and then I went down and ran the 40-yard dash, unknowing that the crew for NFL Network was recording it and then surprising me with it later on that night. Year after year goes by. About 11 years ago now, the idea came about to start raising money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. It was at that time I had young children, and I chose this charity and its work with the NFL because there, but for the grace of God, my wife and I would go if we ever get a phone call about our child needing to go to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And those who do get that call, go there, get their kids better, and can just focus on the care because they never see a bill because of the amount of money that St. Jude raises. So it's now time to raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. I ran my 40-yard dash at the Rose Bowl a few weeks ago. Here is the 21st all-time edition of Run Rich Run. Welcome to the historic Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. It's the home for the last 100 years of some of the most iconic moments in sports and entertainment. And yes, that includes Run Rich Run. This is year 4 for us here in the Rose Bowl. Year 21, though, that I've conducted the lunacy year after year of lacing them up, thinking that I can get faster in the 40-yard dash despite getting older and older. This is year 11 for the run to be conducted in support of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Pleased to say, thanks to you and the NFL community, we've been able to raise over $7 million for St. Jude through the life of the run.
Wow.
And counting. We're going to ask for your support in just a second. St. Jude has also benefited today thanks to the NFL's Play 60 program. It's the league's national youth health and wellness initiative that encourages the kids to get out and be physically active at least 60 minutes a day. All right, before we run, I'd like to introduce you to some friends of mine. Whose house is it? Los Angeles Rams. Todd Gurley. Good to see you, sir. How are you? Great. Are you ready to introduce these guys in the 40-yard dash? Of course. I love it. Man who spent many years in the National Football League, 4 teams. Trey Turner, good to see you. You got to time him. How's that thumb doing? Ready. Okay, he's ready. Now, here are 3 of my friends from St. Jude. 17-year-old from Nashville, Ian. Good to see you, Ian. 7-year-old Carson from here in California. Pound it out. I like the chart. Show us your lightning bolt. Lizzie is a 9-year-old from Fort Worth, Texas. Good to see you, Lizzie. Are you ready to run, guys? Yeah. We're going to stretch out the hamstrings. We're going to do that for 10 yards. How you feeling? You good? Let's do it. High knees, high knees, high knees. Swing those arms, swing those arms.
I want this bottle or that one?
There we go. Yeah. Twist the body back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah. Who's ready to run? Let's run.
Same amount. Yeah, same amount. That's yours.
On you guys, on you. We have Lizzie.
Aw.
Taylor. On you, Carson. Go, 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 go. That's it. I've never seen someone go back. Yeah. I wish I could do that. That's it, cool. You got 5. You're in a 5'8". Same. I'm scared of him right now. No. Take that idiot. So there we go. All right, the kids have now run it. Todd Gurley's going to run, and I'm going to run.
Todd has never ran a 40 before.
Because he was hurt in the draft process, and he didn't run a 40 at the combine, he didn't run a 40 at the Pro Day in Georgia.
Nope.
You know, I was like, no pressure, no pressure. So this is his first 40 of his life.
Yeah, it's about to be documented.
Whoa, Dolphins pick Quinn Evers, folks. Finally. The Texas quarterback went in the 7th round, pick 231.
All right, now I got to follow that up.
Huh.
Okay. Doing it again.
Go, Rich, go. Go, Rich, go. Go, Rich, go. Go, Rich, go. It's flying. Yeah. Woohoo. He's booking it, man. Go. He's like Tom. He's got the time. He's got his inner Tom Cruise going. Run, man, run. 6.47.
6 flat. I like your time. Great day, everybody, here at the Rose Bowl. Let's raise as much money as possible for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Great time, Todd. Great timing, Trey, Ian, and Lizzie, and Carson. Let's raise as much money for them as possible. Hands in, everybody. Hands in, hands in. On 3, St. Jude. Ready? 1, 2, 3. St. Jude! Ooh. Gets me every time. Because... like I said, there for the grace of God, go anybody. And my wife Susie was there that day talking to Lizzie's mom. I'll share this. And Lizzie's mom said it was one of the first days where they felt normal.
Wow.
Right? Like that's what kids should do. They should be outside.
Feel normal, having
playing,
fun.
They should be running. They should be forgetting about any cares or woes or anything like that. And it's through largesse of folks like you out there. If you can, donate whatever you can. NFL.com/RunRichRun. The NFL community comes together. The NFL Network and the NFL Legends community and the folks at NFL Network and Steve Bisciotti. I'll call him out. He every year I text the Ravens owner and he donates more and more every year. Tony Khan has donated again. Remember last year he donated his neck brace, signed it, gave $100,000 there. Mark Lowry, the co-owner of the Timberwolves, who are up 2-1 on the Lakers, he donated again. He has been part of this run for quite some time. Steve Tisch of the Giants.
Steve Tisch, great guy. He's a
today,
very nice guy.
Asking for funds, he immediately donated, and I just want to thank again NFL Network, Jim Fabio of True Blue Creative for putting that together, Louise Carter of our staff, St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, everybody. I know I'm forgetting some folks. Tracy Perlman of the NFL, and you, Charlie. You're a beautiful man too. Every year, donate the time for the crew, for Dallas Hitchcock's crew, and the time here on one of our biggest broadcasts. So let's raise money. Let's raise as much money as possible because when kids go there, they get better, and when families go there, they never see a bill for it. So
we get to see this every year, Rich, and it's amazing what you do. And today, I don't know why this hit me for the first time, but when you mentioned the fact of how young your kids are, and now to your kids watching them grow up, it's pretty cool to see how this thing has grown as your kids have grown through this entire process.
Yeah, they were running in that footage, and they brought their friends, and the Play 60, the NFL Play 60 community brought a bunch of kids, and the St. Jude kids, they're running and having fun, and under the California blue sky of the Rose Bowl. So thanks again to everybody that helps put this together, and let's raise as much money as possible. I think with a little extra push, we might cross the 8 million platform for the entirety of this run. Let's keep going.
You are a beautiful man, Jarz.
Dude, thank you. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Listen, I keep getting slower. I keep thinking of Deion every single time I do it. Because I think of him, but you can backwards. But you can say on the sandcastle, stride for stride.
Yeah, remember, that's right. Deion Sanders used to play this character, Leon Sandcastle, and he was beat him running backward.
To stay low, and then you're off and going. But you come now. You're supposed to go forward on your start, but you come up, and you're like, nope, stay low, and then you take off. So it kicks in on you.
The most important number with when he runs his 40 is 2, and that means both of those Achilles are intact.
Exactly.
That's a successful
He's here.
I appreciate it. So thank you guys for your support. And anybody else out there, please, NFL.com/RunRichRun. Every penny is crucial. We're back with more here in Green Bay as we wrap up our final day of coverage here underneath a beautiful Wisconsin blue sky.
Yes. Beautiful
Lowe's
day.
knows spring is a chance to prove you've got this whole adult thing down. With the right advice and same-day delivery, you'll have your home feeling all grown up. Lowe's knows how to help you spring.
With Apartments.com capturing the hearts of hundreds of millions of renters, everybody wants the secret to our success, but they're never going to get it. Will they, Craig?
No, sir.
Or the secret to the most rental listings. Not to mention our secrets for making renting easier with Matterport's 3D virtual tours and online applications. This is good. Yay! Yay! Apartments.com. Ooh, a place to find a place.
We're making a splash with another Twisted Tea drop. Twisted Tea fans love the smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Real brewed tea with a 5% of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted. Turn the off-season on again with the NFL app. Your home for all things NFL. Get the news, the highlights, and more access with a subscription to
Holy
NFL
folks.
Plus. For the picks.
Take ass. I'm trying to write Texas and I keep writing take ass. T-E-C-A-S. Take ass. Oh my God.
With wet AMD, I worry I'm losing sight of the world around me. But now, I can open
can't
up my
write
world
here.
with
Okay.
Vabysmo.
Okay.
Vabysmo is the first FDA-approved treatment for people with wet AMD that improves vision and delivers a chance for up to 4 months between treatments. So I can do more of what I love. Vabysmo works differently. It's the only treatment thought to block 2 causes of wet AMD.
Vabysmo is an eye injection.
Come on.
Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it.
Got it.
Vabysmo could cause eye infection, retinal detachment, temporary increase in eye pressure, an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke, or severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. Report changes to vision or eye pain to your retina specialist right away.
Open up your world with Vabysmo.
The #1 prescribed treatment for wet AMD. Ask a retina specialist about Vabysmo.
All right, another quarterback, folks, to announce this. That is they're talking about the NFL draft room head table, and got all the league people there. It's very nice. Yeah, business little draft. Those people are on TV. Yes. Now, while they're talking, take a look at this, folks. Quinn Ewers, that guy, yeah, just was picked, okay, right here, by the Dolphins, okay? See that? Round pick, like Quinn Ewers. Yeah, so this is a guy, there's another case of a quarterback, good quarterback, better team around him. Better team around him. So he's a field general, just like the quarterback for Notre Dame, okay? And, hey, you can make a case that he should have been taken early, but it's a hard case. There were a lot of great offensive linemen and defensive linemen in this draft. You didn't have this huge wealth of skill position players like is expected next year. Nonetheless, Quinn Ewers is to the Dolphins, and Quinn Ewers, like Shedeur Sanders, is going to be better than that 7th round pick. Watch, okay? Quinn Ewers. Subscribe to the Vlog Report with Zenny62 and bookmark NFL News by Zenny62.com.
I thought he had kind of a nice, calm, quiet delivery, a lot of RPOs.
in this offense. Not to get a big arm, but he could avoid pressure, and the athleticism, considering what he was dealing with health-wise, is impressive. Yeah, a lot of people were talking about Taylor Elder's the Canadian quarterback. People forget Curtis Rourke from Canada as well.
And Quinn Ewers just went. I mean, we were talking all about Shedeur Sanders long way.
This is a big quarterback.
Much ballyhooed coming from Ohio State. He went 200 from Miami.
Yeah, and DJ detailed him earlier in our show when he was talking about this kid's got talent. We've seen all of that, but he's been seeing just about each and every year, just trying to stay healthy. Wasn't helping through the
Oh, yeah.
process getting ready.
He looks unhappy, poor fella. Looks like he's been crying. No, he's pretty upset. He's more relieved, but it's like, gee, I win the 7th. That's an unhappy looking man. Wow.
Undersized, a little quicker than fast. Tutu Atwell, from a size standpoint, we thought not as fast. We thought he would run faster than he ended up running at the combine. But he's somewhat more fast. When you watch him, he's running away from people. We talked about Denzel Burke earlier, and he ran right by him in an Ohio State game. So the play speed is a lot better than what time speed was. And someone who's, look at the quickness, is quicker than a hiccup, man. The last couple years, if you watched Oregon, whether it was Bo Nix or Dylan Gabriel, you saw a lot of big plays with Tez.
And you remember, he's essentially Bo Nix's brother. You know, family situation with Bo and his family. Played for Bo's dad in high school. They were on the high school state championship teams together. And then they played together at Oregon as well. And they are brothers.
That's neat.
What is this?
Uh-oh. Went to Jacksonville.
Andrew Beard, Mr. Andrew Beard, the GM for the Cleveland Browns, circled back around after drafting Dylan Gabriel, formerly from Central Florida to Oklahoma to Oregon, and getting him and then coming right back and drafting Shedeur Sanders. Let's take a look at what he had to say about the pick.
Was a West Coast scout, for the Colts. Took me under his wing as when I was a scouting assistant. Love that family, love Matt, love those girls, and we're obviously really heartbroken for Coral's passing. About a week and a half ago. So I wanted to start off just by acknowledging that and just letting Matt know that our thoughts and prayers are really with you, man. So day 3, obviously made 2 selections today. Starting with Dylan, someone we knew well from University of Tennessee, 20-year-old running back. I think he really complements our room nicely. Runs really tough and physical style despite being a little bit undersized. He's a player who has A+ makeup and a player that we think has untapped potential in the passing game. And then, Shedeur, we talk oftentimes about quarterback being the most important position in the sport. We obviously spent a lot of time with Shedeur throughout the process. He's highly accurate, can play well from the pocket, very productive college career, and we felt like it wasn't necessarily the plan going into the weekend to select 2 quarterbacks, but as we talked about, we do believe in best player available. We do believe in positional value, and we didn't necessarily expect him to be available in the 5th round, and so we love adding competition to every position room. And adding him to compete with the guys that are already in there, we felt like that was the appropriate thing to do. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Andrew, this is first for you. Can you this seems like sort of a blockbuster move for you guys to make at this point. And then also, when we saw your guys' reaction in the war room, it just didn't look necessarily exuberant. So I don't know what we were seeing, but maybe you can explain that. And then also, how did this happen?
Yeah, I think we're probably just tired from the weekend. Those clips, it's not timed up to exactly the right time, so I don't read too much.
Will wrap up their draft. Hopefully for all 8, they wind up playing in that building and winning a lot of football games.
Yeah, I just think the biggest thing for us, we live by our word.
Check out the new whip.
We felt like he was a good, solid prospect at the most important position. We felt like it got to a point where he was probably mispriced, relative to relative to the draft. Really the acquisition cost was pretty light, and it's a guy that we think can outproduce his draft slot. So I wouldn't say it's any more than that. Mary Kay, I think obviously Shedeur has kind of grown up in the spotlight, but our expectation is for him to come in here and work and compete. Nothing's been promised. Nothing will be given. So I may hesitate to characterize it as a blockbuster. That's not necessarily how we thought of the transaction, but we are excited.
If you have heart disease and struggle with LDL-C, even with statins and diet, listen to your
Isn't the circus going to come along with this pick? Even if it's not intentional, it seems everything follows him.
Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or
our guys understand, Jeff, when you're in the building, we're here to work. We don't pay much attention to what's on the outside. We know we've spent a lot of time with Shedeur. We know what he's about. He's coming in here to work just like all of our other players.
Both of you, Kevin, AB, either one of you, what are the biggest maybe misconceptions about Shedeur's game in terms of the way he plays the quarterback position, traits, that sort of thing?
freezer is open again for
Chris, I can't really speak on what other people think. I can describe how we view him. We view him as a highly accurate pocket passer. He does a really good job of protecting the ball. He has enough of the physical characteristics, whether it's arm strength or like all young players, there are things to improve. I think probably much has been said about the number of sacks he's taken. Some of that is environment, and some of that is even on his end for sure. But he has probably a little bit more of a, call it retro or classic style of play. Again, I can't speak to how others do.
So once again, man, shout out to Andrew Berry. A couple things definitely was concerning. As the lady said, it seems like they wasn't super excited to get they drafted Shedeur, but he said he was tired, and I think I would say the head coach was saying that they were behind as far as the timing as far as what was being recorded. So that's one thing. But at the end of the day, man, just happy that he was drafted, and now it's his turn. It's his chance to go in there. Right now they have 5 quarterbacks on the roster. Deshaun Watson, I don't think they really want to do with him. Joe Flacco, old school, probably started. The other rookie, Dylan Gabriel, and the other quarterback who was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers didn't really do nothing, just trying to rejuvenate his career. So it's definitely an opportunity for Shedeur. So we're going to see how everything plays out, and wish him nothing but the best. And I know he can go in there and really be productive for the Cleveland Browns. So I'm talking about this conversation.
Listen, get it fast. We can use him right now. We're beat up, man. We got a lot of injuries. Tell them to just keep fouling it off until they get a good cut. No, look, by the way, real quick, can I give some love to Dan Parr, who does all of the editing for all of these surveys, prospect reports, which he does it all for my stuff. He does every bit of my drafts, edits everything. He puts a ton of work into this. I just don't think we've ever thanked him on here, so I do want to give Dan Parr a shout out.
Thank you for doing that. Thank you very much for doing that. I know we say it privately, but for you to say that publicly, because Dan Parr works awfully hard and awfully well. My dad taught me that a long time ago. I remember I talked about, they do so hard. My dad goes, yeah. Hard is kind of expected.
Hey, folks, I just heard.
Can you do it well? In addition,
I couldn't play for you directly because it would have been a copyright claim, but I just heard a broadcast between the Browns Brain Trust and the press that was assembled about not being enthusiastic and all that stuff. And they say we're retired. But I heard something that I really felt, and I'll make a video about it later, that was in between lines confirmed what I was thinking about. There was this idea that, well, his value was, Andrew Berry said it, he tried to use this kind of gobbledygook, but basically what he was saying is that he was overhyped. And he wasn't. I mean, that they would take that view of him is disturbing. So he was overhyped, but, it got to it, and they really did do a racist thing. He was overhyped. He's not that good. We have to understand he needs to come here and work. Nah, that's disgusting. It's insulting. Like, he got what he got because his father didn't want any other quarterback to play or something like that. It was just his son. His son happened to be really, really good. So it's just disheartening that an African-American general manager would feel like he has to bend over backward to that extent to behave the way that he did, to essentially put the kid down coming in. And that's what he did. And it is shameful. It's shameful, to say the least. Okay.
So they arrived sooner than you did, right? Because again, don't forget, last year they cut Russell Wilson. It was the biggest cap in the
See what they have to say on Twitter about it.
This is the second year in which they're paying it off. They'll be through all of that. And they draft Bo Nix, who's the final first-round draft choice of last year, which everybody thought was kind of like the consolation prize. If it wasn't for Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix would have been the offensive rookie of the year. It was awesome. The defense balled out. They did have the defensive player of the year on it. A bunch of their picks that they did make last year panned out, and here they are now, sort of supplementing a playoff hopeful team straight out of the gate.
And even picks before that, George Payton, because who's that corner, Riley Moss? Who was hurt a lot of his rookie year, and people thought he couldn't play corner. He was opposite Pat Surtain and did a really nice job last season.
With the 241st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Caleb Lauder, tight end, Utah.
They got a hooper. He was a basketball player at BYU, then a basketball player at Baylor, then he transfers to Utah to play football. And when you watched him, he makes some unbelievable plays in the red zone. He goes up and gets it. As you can imagine, he tested very well as a basketball player. He jumped 37 inches, project 10-6. And it was Denver, right? Julius Thomas, basketball player.
By the way, though, I just talked about how the Broncos arrived early. They're about a half hour late. I believe they just stumped the truck.
Caleb Lauder?
If you notice, it was just
and by the way,
there are 2 cents.
I've seen a lot. I've
the truck.
And a lot of him. And Rich, you know Sean Payton. When he finds out that not only did they pick a guy that stumped the truck, he will be thrilled. Sean loves competing. And to find out that he did that, he would be ecstatic. And DJ Lauder was essentially the second tight end at Utah, right? Brad Keefe was supposed to be the guy. He's got some pops down on the red zone. Yeah.
All right, I believe the Rams' final pick is coming in, an international pick for the Rams. So they're dapping up. I was at Les on the phone, chit-chatting with the final pick of the Rams draft. The Rams, once again, caught fire in the second half of the season and won their division this time around. The previous year,
excuse me. Oh, hope Anthony's okay, folks. Sorry, Anthony. Hey, folks. Anthony is still.
I don't know if that was Stafford in the room there, but at any rate, pick 242 is in.
Pick 242. I think New England is Mr. Irrelevant. Beautiful day in Green Bay, folks. Hey, how you doing, everybody? How you doing? What do you think about Shedeur? Okay. Says Shedeur Sanders, get in there, is handle my business, do what I have to do, whatever role that is. Okay.
So we'll find out who the Rams are finishing up with here. And certainly when
this is the other star, Quinton Judkins. That's the other Brown star. Says, just the feeling of being a Buckeye and the feeling of staying at home and you don't have to go out of state anywhere else. Just keep getting to make my mark here in the state of Ohio. Okay.
And I am so excited. We are so
Robert
excited
Irwin.
for this very important announcement. So, without any further ado, with the 242nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Canate Mutfield, wide receiver, Pittsburgh. Congratulations. Back to you.
Was that a legacy picker?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how about this kid from Pittsburgh?
A lot of quick screens, a lot of quick hitters, and run after the catch.
Here, Mom.
Play
Mom.
inside, can play outside. Does a nice job of setting up defenders at the top.
Oh, boy.
This doesn't really have that second gear, not a ton of speed. He ended up running just under 4.6. Has a lot of wins on some double moves as well.
You okay?
But I got to be honest with you. Puppies I can do, but if we ever decide we're going to have snakes on set, I'm out. No, you and me both, brother.
So, folks, we're getting close to Mr. Relevant. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 picks for Mr. Relevant. And the end of the 2025 NFL Draft, Green Bay, which is very successful. Look at that.
Hear that?
Mm-hmm.
That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving.
Wait, what you need?
Buzzed.
Huh? Oh, it's on the back of your roller. Right there. You should bring your roller over here. Yeah, hold on a second, folks. I'll be right back. You got it? Okay. All right. And then, folks, I want to show you a tweet that's really got my attention. I think you're looking at it. This one. It reads, it goes like this. It says, Ashley Novell says, NFL teams want to talk about Shedeur Sanders' professionalism. Meanwhile, teams are behaving like this. I'm happy he finally got drafted, but this reaction ain't it. And let me can't hear her, so let's see what yeah. Yep. The culture. Yep. Yeah, because they wanted to put Shedeur in his place, and these idiots. Oh boy, you wait till I get a hold of them. You're absolutely right, Ashley. Ashley, tell you something. You know what, Ashley, you're absolutely right. You wait till you wait on me. Yeah. Oh boy, I gotta check and see how my friend is doing because I hope they're okay. Let's see here. See how long the power outages.
call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 20125351111 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, just checking on y'all.
He gets that chance, and he's going to be in a quarterback room with a Super Bowl champion who won in midlife. His championship for Seattle, that's Russell Wilson.
Your national champion, Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston.
National champion.
Might be able to hook him up with a deal here or there. And he's going. How's the fit? You like the fit? What do you think?
Yeah, I like the fit. We talked about this fit when we were talking about who was going to come up and who was going to be Shedeur, was going to be Jackson Dart, and with this team specifically, the Giants, I just thought this made a little bit more sense with Dart in that organization. I think he fits that division. I think you look at him being a little more physical. He's got a little bit stronger arm and someone who likes to push the ball vertically down the field. You've got neighbors who can go get it. Now you've got an excellent deep ball thrower who was tops in the nation in terms of yards per attempt at Ole Miss under Lane Kiffin. So I like to fit there, and to take it beyond just Dart. I really like the draft that the Giants have had here. You start with Abdul Carter, you get yourself a quarterback in Dart, Marcus Foe, who they got in the 5th round, a good player. Scattebo's going to be fun to watch in that system. I mean, they had a fun draft.
They did. They sure did. Yeah, the Browns people were just sitting there like they were.
You were mentioning the quarterback coming.
They were
from Ole
dead.
Miss, and Eli
It's like they
mentioned
were.
it as well. But it started with Charlie Connolly.
It's like they almost didn't want to draft him. They acting like they almost didn't want to draft the kid. The Browns people. I'll show you. This lady makes a great point. I'll show you this video she put on Twitter. Hold on a second.
That's worked out well for them with the New York Giants.
Thank you, Charles. Yeah, okay, we're now talking about the Philadelphia Eagles draft, and
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Here we go.
Roseman sat there.
She's absolutely right. Okay. See, the tweet starts out, NFL teams want to talk about Shedeur Sanders' professionalism. Meanwhile, teams are behaving like this. I'm happy he finally got drafted, but this reaction ain't it. And you scroll down. That's her. Let me get the volume for it. Let me pull this down. There's the. Turn it up.
And a DMV line. This is a reaction of a team whose owner stepped in and said, y'all better draft this man or you're getting fired. And at some point you have to ask yourself, is it the players or is it the culture that kills them the moment they walk through the door?
Here it is again.
Breaking news. The Cleveland Browns have officially mistaken the NFL draft for funeral service. They drafted Shedeur Sanders and this is their reaction, making it look like they lost custody of their franchise all over again. I've seen more excitement in a DMV line. This is a reaction of a team whose owner stepped in and said, y'all better draft this man or you're getting fired. And at some point you have to ask yourself, is it the players or is it the culture that kills them the moment they walk through the door?
Yeah, it means like it was almost conspiracy among coaches against Deion. I mean, given what she's saying, absolutely right. It's like it does look like the team owner stepped in and said, "Hey, you better get this guy now," because he's just sitting there. Somebody outside them said that because they were having these side conversations at first, and then they looked like they had just eaten, a bad slice or something like that, as opposed to being happy they got him. And then when they, in the press conference, which this other fellow I found, he played it, and he, it really looked like, where is this? So I had it up here. It was, well, it's not on here. It was on my phone. But it looked like they were basically saying, well, we expect him to come in and work that. And Andrew Berry, the black guy who's the GM, he said, well, he tried to say it in really pseudo-technical terms, but basically what he said was he was overhyped. But he tried to say in technical terms to take away the sting that comes with making a comment that's basically derogatory of him. But if you know what to hear, they were derogatory of him. And they said they did a lot of homework on him and everything else. It's like they're saying, well, we had to because he created so much attention. But he was a great quarterback. And so their behavior is just absolutely ridiculous.
Well, we didn't have to draft him.
Well,
think about it. Look at all the teams that passed him over.
No, you missed my point, though. Someone made those two. They don't own the team.
No.
The owner, and I think she's right, the owner made them do it. Because here's the thing. In today's media-driven environment, the more attention you draw, you get a player like that, people start buying Shedeur's jersey. Who makes the money? The Browns do in that case. A ton of money. So you have this 5th round pick who literally is carrying.
Well, they were hoping you didn't get drafted.
Right. That's how these two were acting. But Haslam, someone someone got to the Haslams and said, "Hey, you guys should get this guy because it's making us look bad."
Yeah.
And someone from the league, I think, got to them and said, "This is making us look bad. You go and you take him now." Because I think all these coaches around there that were making derogatory comments, I think the coaches were trying to drive the team. I don't think it was the owners. And I think once the owners figured out what was going on, they figured, we're going to take our teams back. Because a guy like Sanders makes money for you. And they basically took $40 million out of his pocket. And now the owner has to wonder if they're going to screw around with him and cause him to leave. And Stefanski already has 1 year. One more year. He should have been fired last year.
Be happy that he was drafted.
He is. He's a kid, though. He's 23. I'm talking about the point that she made, which is a good one. Those folks in back there, I mean, I'll say it again. I'll play it again because it's worth saying. It's worth hearing, rather.
Breaking news. The Cleveland Browns have officially mistaken the NFL draft for a funeral service. They drafted Shedeur Sanders, and this is their reaction, making it look like they lost custody of their franchise all over again. I've seen more excitement in a DMV. This is a reaction of a team whose owner stepped in and said, "Y'all better draft this man or you're getting fired." And at some point you have to ask yourself, is it the players or is it the culture that kills them the moment they walk through the door?
Right. And so
that's
what. And this is John Q. Public. John Q. Public today doesn't care whether the person's black, white, or Cocker Spaniel. They just want a good player. No, I'm not. She doesn't.
No, she doesn't.
No, I'm saying John Q. Public. She represents John Q. Public. I said the public doesn't care. But it's these people like those two. Those two, you put them in charge, and all of a sudden all this stuff comes out.
Got elected
by fooling the public.
Racism.
Right, by taking advantage of the public's racism. But not everybody is like that.
I know that, but 60%
and they're waking up.
of the United States is.
No, they're not. I don't believe that. I think it's more like 30. But it's not 60. I'm sorry. I'm not going there. I'm not going there. I believe that people use race to fool the public. Trump did that, and the public got wind of it, and they're making so many mistakes. It's ridiculous. Sorry to go off on politics, folks, but I got to go back to the draft. Anyway, because the draft is not over. One second.
America is racist.
I don't think America is as racist as people want it to be. And I don't want it to be. I'll put it this way. I don't want it to be.
And Tommy's got some real knockback. He's got a little pop in his hands. He's firm at the point of attack. Kind of has that slow, steady bull rush. And he's able to get some push against the run game. He'll just kind of sit and wrestle you there at the point of attack. I think, to me, better run than pass at this point in time. You're hoping there's a little bit more upside and development there. But someone at 6'3", 3/4, 306 pounds, you've got a nice size body to work with.
Yeah, I caught a basketball tape of his, DJ. Crossover, broke the ankles of the defender, carried it to the hoop. Just see the stands go crazy. And by the way, he wasn't doing it at a spell 215 at all. I'm talking about 260, 270, whatever in high school, doing his thing. And you get the nice light feet, and you can see the bounce that he has.
So that's the 247th overall pick. 57 is the last one. Here we're in the last 10, guys. Last 10.
Wow. Did you see the size of what Dallas is drafting? Did you see those guys playing? UCLA off of the running back.
Milwaukee is hard.
The Saints' final pick of this draft comes at 254. So you're going to hear a couple of steps in.
With the 248th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Bulaki Mataval, tight end, UCLA.
There's a big tight end at UCLA, 6'5", 260 pounds. They flex him out a lot, and there's a lot of contact catches. You'll see him in crowds be able to pull the ball in. I thought he was a little bit rigid as a route runner, but to me, it's about his ability to show that toughness after the catch.
His kids are sweet.
Also, he had nice instincts just settling in zone. So
His kids finally met Zinni.
the slot CD and let him run and go get it. The Senior Bowl, Elijah Royal was there.
You didn't hear what I said.
Taylor was there, and of course they
Anthony's kids finally met Zinni.
was the guy that caught people's
His
eye
kids
while
finally
they
met
were
me.
Did you ever
Yeah.
DJ
They thought I died.
in the last 8-9 picks? If you don't go,
His kids thought I died. Yeah. It says, yo, the guy that gave me my shot for Ants Rants. This is Anthony to his kids. And my podcasting career died. Dang, he was talking about Bill Chackus. But then his ex-wife says, Zinni? And he says, no, Bill Chackus.
And with the 249th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Connor Colby, guard, out of Iowa.
Anthony's kids, they were on, yeah.
The offensive line here.
And every draft is contractually obligated to have an Iowa guard, so you knew that was going to come here with Connor Colby. That right guard, you'll see him pull, locate, kind of gather, play under control. He can catch and absorb and pass protection. Can get a little bit top-heavy at times. That's an area he can work on. But when you've started 50 games in college and you come out of Iowa, you stick and you play in the NFL. Those are the rules. Yeah, head coach has a heavy hand in with the line play there. I think you've been to those Iowa practices, haven't you? He was one of my Ferentz. He's down there with the always there.
So that was pick 249. We're at 250, and you can hear it does belong to Green Bay. And every single pick for the Packers has been a party. The first one, Matthew Golden, it was awesome that he was in the green room, and it was the first round selection the Packers used on a wide receiver in 23 years. That has been a much heard lament from Packer fandom that Rodgers never had one of those first-round choice wide receiver. Then now Jordan Love has one. Earlier today, a rare day 3 green room.
Hey everybody, how you doing? We are just 7 spots from Mr. Irrelevant.
Choose for the 250th pick, John Williams, guard from Cincinnati.
I guess they're going to make music.
I was wondering if you're going to go composer.
It's getting late. They should play the Imperial.
You're right, they're doing more Star Wars things.
Because here comes John Williams.
Dun, 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 dun. I was going to go dun, 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 dun.
John Williams, that's funny.
So interesting to see. This is something they've done with Elton Jenkins.
There's John Williams, Star Wars composer.
As a left tackle, you saw him in the run game. He can wash defensive linemen down the line of scrimmage. He's got some power there. Just like to see him finish a little more consistently. In pass protection, at times he can get a little bit narrow and struggle with speed. I think all these issues that he has will be alleviated to a degree with a kick inside the guard. So they see the feet and they feel like we can get him inside, give him some neighbors, and he'll be fine. Remember Luke Kandra, the guard on that offensive line with him in Cincinnati. Another big barrel-chested guy that can play, but I think Anthony Belton's going to really have the competition with Rasheed Wallace at left tackle for Green Bay, their second-round pick.
New Packers for all these fans.
Wow. Okay, I would say that's about. Yeah, it's 100,000. No, I would say it's 160,000.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your
Thank you
kids
for
are the
dinner.
right seats for their age and size.
Great. What?
Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
I promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are.
See
Start
what
the
else there
conversation
is.
with your child about vaping today.
Because I love you.
Because I love you.
Because I love you. This number, delete.
You were walking with Mark?
I don't care if she's your lab partner.
Because I love you, I should smash your phone.
Because I love you. You understand.
Mom, did you really need to buy 2 kennel birds for our emergency kit?
I can't help it. They're 2 for 1.
Dan Lab says our stand-up from after the Browns traded up in the 5th round to select Shedeur Sanders. The Browns stole the NFL Draft Day 3 headlines by trading up for Shedeur Sanders. Mary Kay Cabot, Ashley Bass, and I recap the moment and what this means for Browns and Sanders. Let's see what they're saying. Berea report.
We have to get to Mom and Dad's and get them somewhere safe. I've got the evacuation route loaded on my phone.
I've got an updated list of Dad's meds.
And I've got just what we need to get them to take this
Let's see
seriously.
here.
If that doesn't convince them that we thought this through,
Browns surprise
Start a
everyone.
conversation with your family and plan together for emergencies.
The last 10 picks here in the NFL draft. New England just wrapped up its draft. And they have Mr. Irrelevant now. They traded into that. Okay, so New England has Mr. Irrelevant. There you go. That has been updated on my card. Thank you, Jack Andrews. As we're back here in Green Bay, so New England's going to have the final pick in this draft. You really like what New England's done.
They've done a nice job.
3 days now.
Yeah, I really like what they've done. Just really kind of across both sides of the ball. They just found impact players. They found value. And I start with the quarterback and Drake May. He's got to love what he's seen from them. All the playmakers that they've added around him. They've given him a lot of options. I love it.
Even better is that he walks away knowing the investment is truly there. That absolute belief in who he is. Real quick, DJ. We know how much Rich loves the kickers and the punters.
Oh, I'm happy.
Did he?
Oh, that's MLS on the screen.
Does he shun the long stuff?
No, I don't shun anybody.
There you go. Get out of Vanderbilt. Unshun.
I unshun. I'm the opposite of shun.
Are you the opposite of
We
shun?
are 5 picks from Mr. Irrelevant.
By the way, you mentioned Jack. Shout out to Jack for
Text Melanie.
we got the best crew.
Who's in between them?
Not to mention
my son Ryland over there. He's got 2 now, 2 drafts down.
2 drafts in.
He was so good, Rich. He was so good. The Rappaport stole him and tried to get away without giving back a pick. What happened? They sublet him to do some social media work for Rap.
Yeah. What happened?
He just snatched him, and DJ thought it was just for a short-term deal. He said he's been gone 2 hours. He hijacked my kid.
Okay.
That means that young man's doing a nice job over there.
Even look past you being somewhat, I'll say it, disrespectful towards maybe some Big 12 football last night. Big 12 guy over there.
That would be a great show. The post recap.
Oh my God.
Would be a great show.
This band is rattling our windows. NFL draft after signed, sealed, and delivered at 1 in the morning. NFL draft after dark. Change up, don't stop to believe it, and don't start sleeping. I thought you were going to march out there last night, Rich.
With the 253rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft.
That could be tonight.
The Miami Dolphins select Zeke Biggers, defensive tackle, Georgia Tech.
DJ, does this man live up to his name? He's a big man. It's 6'5", 321 pounds. Ironically, I'd say he plays it a little bit too high.
4 to the 4. 4 down. Counting down the 4. 4.
Just doesn't have that big time twitch. That's why he's going at this point in time. But you've got a big body and someone who I think sees the game well. And the 88, every time I see an 88 on defensive line, I think of Alan Page, who actually played undersized. Alan Page was like the original Aaron Donald, played way lighter than you would expect in the trenches, and no one to block him.
So the moments that the players hear that their name is drafted usually comes with a phone call when a coach or a general manager or an owner calls up the player and says, welcome to the NFL. Here's some of the best for this past week.
How you doing, man? This is Mike McGowan with Tennessee Titans. We couldn't think of anyone more deserving to be this #1 pick here and to represent this franchise.
We're trading up in the draft. We're moving from pick 5 to pick 2, and we're doing it because you're the one we've been hunting up.
Abdul.
Yo.
You've been waiting for this call, right?
Yes, sir. I know what it was.
Man, I can't wait to get you up here, man. You're one hell of a football player, and I look forward to working with you, buddy.
Congratulations, man. We're going to make you our first round pick here in New England Patriots. Man, thank you. I appreciate it.
Bimbo, what's up, brother? Just be me.
Mr. Glenn.
I'm going to be
Keller. This is Amanor. You are a New Orleans Saints player in the NFL draft. Let's go. Come on now. We go through a hot grease now, man. I'm telling you. Hey. Mike, yo. Hey, how you doing?
My man, it's John Lynch, and we've been sitting here nervous about going up. I tried to go up. Didn't work, but we got you here.
Yeah, who is
Mr. Ross. That's the guy in the blazer.
Man, we couldn't be more excited, dude. Congratulations.
Hey, Jaylen, it's awesome. How you doing, buddy?
Mr. Black.
I'm doing great. Are you excited to stay home?
Yeah, how you doing? We're excited about getting started. We want to bring in
Mr. Tomlin.
What's up, Donovan? How are you, man? Congrats.
Mr. O'Connell.
You're going to help us form one of the best O-lines in football, man.
Man, you did a great job in this whole process, and got a lot of confidence in you, and look forward to working and developing you, man. Really do.
I'm excited for this. I'm ready for this.
Fun stuff right there. 220,000 fans.
Wow.
To the front doors, side doors, back doors.
220,000 for today.
The makeshift draft hall.
205,000 Thursday. So they're totaling about 600,000.
600,000.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Wow. Only Detroit was larger. Wow.
There's some competition even when it comes to that, but congratulations to Green Bay. It has been a full red carpet treatment, so congratulations to them. And you mentioned how it's not a draft unless there's a guard from Iowa taken.
Yeah.
The Texans just took a tight end from Iowa, so that's check. We check all these boxes. Right? Luke Lachey just went.
His dad was a pretty good blocker now
to Houston. And,
wow.
Another legacy pick, Jim Lachey. So there's one pro offensive lineman with Washington.
2 picks to go. A minute to go for the Chargers selection. We're going from
Mr. Relevant is a New England Patriot this time.
The final pick of the 2025 NFL Draft.
What Brock Purdy's done, though, is he's made everybody stay with us. Because this very last pick could be the most important pick in your franchise.
And so the Chargers are 46 to go. Looks like they've done it. I mean, Jim's already moved on. Looks like. So
Okay.
He's into third verse. Jesse Minner looked like he was on the phone, so that's going to be a defensive player.
Okay. And who's talking now? You know the
That's
whole.
John Spanos is on the phone right there.
Spanos.
John's one of the best dressed guys in the NFL. Right? Yeah, it always matches really nice.
So how do you walk around there, then, man? Because sometimes you got the golf shirt on. I see how you're dressed sometimes for Sundays. If it's for radio,
if it's free, it's late. Put you down for 3. I did some TV with Rich last year with like a 2017 NFL draft freebie on. I mean, it was like, really?
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like, really? So the pick is in, and the Patriots are a minute and a half in. This draft has only got a maximum of 3 minutes and change left in it. And of course, we will take the pick from the stage because there's a whole presentation when it comes to the final pick.
Family takes care of business up there.
Right. So it all started with Marion Hampton. What a great pick that is, right? They totally remade the running back room there for the Chargers.
You got some explosiveness, and you have some size with Najee Harris and Hampton. Hampton gives you a little bit more long speed. Both of them can really catch the football. They got a tight end as well that they were able to draft. So they're going to be fun. I thought 2 receivers. DJ, I thought the way they navigated last season, because everybody kept talking about how cap-strapped they were going to be going in, but Joe Ortiz did, finding values in a lot of one-year contracts and getting players who could play. And they got to the playoffs, and now they take off and go.
New England is selected, so the final pick has been made. Here's the second to last pick.
Okay, here we go.
With the 256th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Traquez Bridges, defensive end, Florida.
This is a huge defensive back. You see, over 6'2", almost 200 pounds. Spent 5 years at Oregon, CD, before he ended up with the Gators. But this is a press corner. This Chargers team didn't play a ton of man coverage last year. I think they were 30th in the league in man coverage. But you've got somebody who can press, someone who's going to be physical against the run. And to me, just more than anything else, it's the size that you're bringing into the fold.
So the Chargers did indeed go defense. And
Florida Gators.
Los Angeles Chargers, one of 3 AFC West teams
Oh,
to make
pick.
the playoffs last year. And Jim Harbaugh's first year celebrating the close of their NFL draft. So just down the street from my show, by the way, there are Beacons.
It's a great building, by the way. Speaking of buildings, you were talking about. El Segundo's come a long way, man. Fred Sanford jokes.
You walk out my show studio, you got the Chargers to my right, and the Los Angeles Lakers to my left. I mean, we're right in the middle of this one.
Not bad. That's two good training tables, Rich.
Not too bad.
Make sure you get a key card.
Oh.
Pick is in.
Just roll in.
I just ring the bell.
Rich is here.
So the Packers fans.
Okay, Packers and fans, but we're waiting for Irrelevant. Mr. Irrelevant, the pick is in. Round 7 to 57. It's Melanie Satala Fitch time. A longtime friend is coming up. Melanie and Alex are there, right in that building. Oh, look at the little baby. Aw. Aw. And Green, yep. And Green Bay's second largest. There's Melanie and there's Alex. Wow, she looks great. Wait. That's Ed. That's not Alex. That is Alex's sister. There's Alex and there's Ed. Yay!
And we've saved the best to last. Thank you to the person way in the back, the Bob Euchre of the field. I'm not old enough for Woodstock, but this probably is what it looked like, only with friendlier people. Thank you to Green Bay. We like that you're a community event, just like Irrelevant Week. We've been doing it this is the 50th year. You love your team. We love your community. We'd like to thank Fred, our Orsini for being good to us and feeding us cheese curds and ribs. No friend. And McKim at the Union Hotel. He's awesome. All of you have been great. So we'll see you in Newport Beach, the final pick of the 2025 draft. We'll see you in Newport Beach. You can visit newportbeach.com or go to the Bay Club, come party with us. Bring your cheeseheads, we like that. The 257th pick in the 2025 NFL draft by the New England Patriots is Kobe Minor, a defensive
Kobe Minor from Memphis. Mr. Relevant. Congratulations to Kobe. Woohoo! And folks, that concludes the 2025 NFL draft from Green Bay. Woohoo! It's over, Mom.
True flyer.
They stumped it.
They stumped the man.
They stumped it there. Wow.
They stumped everybody.
That's okay, man. You had 3 schools on him, the whole deal. I was going to say, there's got to be a trait in there that they're identifying that they like to see that fits what Mike Vrabel
Thanks for sticking it out with me, Mom.
We'll see how that goes, but more power to him. Maybe he's our next Brock Purdy, Ryan Suckup. All those guys have had great success being Mr. Irrelevant.
I sure hope so. Certainly, if you're like Brock Purdy, that means you're about to be paid $50 million a year.
Woo-hoo.
I would like to be Brock Purdy.
You okay?
Hey, thanks to everybody here on the set, on the cameras, getting everything done.
What's wrong, your leg? Stomach? Your neck is stiff? You want some time? I am. You want some Tylenol?
Take some beer right
Where's your Tylenol?
there.
Warren, Travis Hunter, and it just ended here. On behalf of all the hard-working men and women of NFL Network and the NFL Media Group, saying thank you, one and all. I am Rich Eisen, humbled to be signing off of the 2025 NFL Draft right here on NFL Network.
3 days, 7 rounds, 257 picks. The most hopeful weekend on the NFL calendar is now complete. Welcome, everybody.
Hey, thank you, everybody, for joining us for. This was 7 hours. Last night was 4 hours. Then we had 3 hours before that, so 13 hours. Wow, 13 hours of news commentary, all you can stand about the NFL draft, that I know you're tired. Hey, thank you all for your patronage. Please bookmark NFL News by Zenny62 and subscribe to the Vlog Report with Zenny62. Thanks a lot.